Hello, everybody. We are here for more live coverage as the Trump jury in the Trump alleged falsified business records trial deliberates for a second day. Will we have a verdict today? Will we have a verdict today? We could get a verdict today. We'll have to see. But we are here to bring you live coverage. Take some of your comments on the air. Sorry, I had to fix something here before we came on live. We got delayed by a few minutes, just a few minutes. We should have been on the air about 10, 15 minutes ago, but I had to take care of make a fix here. So we got a little bit delayed coming on the air, but we are here now. There is the outside of the courtroom there on our live shot. And so we'll see if we hear something today. I have no idea if we'll hear anything today. Well, if we get a verdict, we could get a verdict today. We might not get a verdict today. So we'll see. We'll see. Our viewer Sumi Su thinks there'll be a verdict tomorrow. And if there's no verdict today, no verdict tomorrow, then we'll have to wait till at least Monday. But we could get a verdict today. So I'll be watching with you, and we'll be discussing this, and we'll let you know about any developments that happen. You know, I haven't even watched. Trump actually spoke. So we'll have to get you a clip of him speaking. I'm going to go do that in a second. Maybe I'll get that going now. Where is here? Yeah, I'm gonna make a clip of Trump speaking so I can show you that. So I can watch it and you can watch it too. That would have been, when was that? Let's see here. If I go back here, oh, here he is. All right, so that would have been, okay. Can I do this? Oops, sorry. Sorry, I'm making a little clip here so I can show you guys. There we go. Okay. I'm making my clip, so in a couple of minutes we'll see what Trump had to say this morning right here. Yes, so the jury is hearing some testimony. Late yesterday, the jury requested that they wanted to rehear some testimony. So right now, the jury is getting some testimony read back to them because they don't get a written transcript of all the testimony. So that's what's going on right this second, is the jury is in the courtroom getting some testimony read back to them, specifically testimony about David Pecker's testimony about a meeting in Trump Tower, I believe with Trump and Michael Cohen. So that's going on now. That is going on right now. And then after, they were supposed to also get some of the instructions read back to them, which I think might have already happened. And so after they get what they need read back to them in the courtroom, they will leave the courtroom and continue talking to each other. All right. Hey, thanks to Gord Gott for your support. Thanks to all of our members like Lexa Fulmer, Skid Row Bach, Flor Morena, and others. And let me get a couple things up on my screen here. Hang on a moment. Yeah, so the part of the jury has been reread some of the instructions, and they're now being reread some of the testimony. And then they're going to leave and continue talking amongst themselves. Okay? But they already did, for the instructions, they started with page 6 and ended with page 35. We'll talk about the jury instructions too. I'll actually post a link to the jury instructions. I have that. We're going to talk about that. Let me get that in the chat room for you guys if you want to see the jury instructions. Let me throw that up there. Ooh, I'm going to turn a little volume on here. There we go. Little volume from the hallway there. Let's see. Jury instructions. All right, I just posted a link to the jury instructions for people that you can call up there. Okay. Our viewer, Vegan to Patio Corn Dog, says, I love hallway volume. Ian Hayer says, I'm leaning towards not guilty. It's a really convoluted case. It is a complex case to understand the actual, how the prosecution argument's supposed to go. I actually understand it better than yesterday. Now that I've been able to look over the jury instructions some more and some other stuff. So the basic idea, we're going to talk about this in detail, but the basic idea, let me see if I can summarize it. So, as we talked about yesterday, Trump is accused of 34 counts of falsifying business records, which can be either a misdemeanor or a felony in New York State. To be a felony, you have to falsify, the prosecution has to prove that you falsified business records, and you did so to commit, conceal, or aid another crime. So they're charging him with felony falsification of business records. And as part of this, they have to show that he falsified the business records and that he did so to help commit, conceal, or aid another crime. And you might say, well, what's the other crime? They're saying that he committed, how are they arguing? What's their argument that he falsified business records to help commit, conceal, or aid another crime? Well, the other crime they're saying is this violation of New York election law. And that crime, if I remember right, is basically conspiring to get somebody. Oh, there's also some fraud thrown in here. But the other crime is conspiring to get somebody elected using unlawful means. So basically what the prosecution is saying is that Trump falsified business records, and in doing so, he did so to help him with this other crime, which is conspiring to get somebody elected, namely himself, by using unlawful means. And then you might say, well, what are the unlawful means? Well, the jury doesn't have to specify. They don't have to all agree what the unlawful means are, but those could be things like for example, by violating campaign finance laws. Because the whole scheme, the prosecution says, to help get Trump elected involved Trump paying money to Stormy Daniels for her to be quiet and not come out, not give an interview, which would allow an article to come out talking about her allegation of an affair with Trump before the election. So, as part of this whole, the prosecution says as part of the scheme, Trump's lawyer, Michael Cohen, created a corporation, and then the corporation paid off Stormy Daniels, and then that would be an illegal campaign contribution because corporations aren't allowed to make that kind of I don't think corporations are allowed to directly contribute to presidential candidate campaigns. So it gets kind of, there's a bunch of steps you have to follow. But the basic idea is that Trump is charged with falsifying business records and doing so in a way which helped commit or conceal or aid another crime. And then the other crime is this election law crime of conspiring to elect someone using unlawful means. And the person he was conspiring to elect was allegedly himself, and the unlawful means could be something like, an unlawful campaign contribution, because there's limits on how much you can contribute to a campaign. So if somebody is, say, spending $130,000 to pay somebody off to help your campaign, that could be seen as an illegal campaign contribution. Anyways, I know it's kind of complex, but these are the general, we'll talk about the jury instructions and get into it. But that's the general idea. That's the general idea here, is that it's falsified business records in falsifying the business records to help commit or conceal or aid another crime. And the other crime is conspiring to get somebody elected through unlawful means. I know that's kind of technical, but hopefully it helps at least get a sort of general picture of what's going on here. I know it's hard. All right. By the way, thanks to Anna, and Radio Chaos. I appreciate your support. No, the jury is not sequestered. They get to go home every night. They're not sequestered. They get to go home every night. Thanks to our member, Flora Morena, too. Hey, thanks to our moderators who are here today. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Kinetic, Richard Williams. They're over there on YouTube moderating. Linda Belk and Larry. Thank you for moderating. Over there on Twitch, we have moderating. Idaho Star, I got that fire in Papa Bear. Thanks for your kind words, Adam Paransky. Also on Facebook, we have moderating right now. Hang on, everyone. I'll tell you in a second who we have moderating when I can see it for myself. Facebook's acting weird right now. It's not letting me behave like I want to behave. Hold on. It's not letting me see the chat. Let's try this again. There we go. Behave like I want to behave. Hold on. It's not letting... Okay, thanks to all of our Facebook mods as well. K. Larry Body's over there right now moderating. Hey, so do you guys want to see what... in a second, we'll watch what Trump said this morning. So again, the right this second, the jury is finishing up getting reread some testimony. They don't get a transcript of the testimony. They don't get a transcript of the jury instructions, which are 55 pages long. So if they want to hear testimony again, they got to go back in the courtroom and have it read to them. And same with the jury instructions. I mean, it's kind of weird with the jury instructions because, like, I need to keep going back and reading the jury instructions. There's just no way, unless you're just like a super genius with incredible, like almost extra human memory recall, that you could get read the jury instructions one time and really process and understand and remember all of them. So it's quite interesting that they just, I mean, that's just the way it is in New York. It's not specific to this trial. New York law does things a certain way. But, you know, I've even this morning, I've been going back and reading the jury instructions a bunch. So it's incredible to me that they don't, I mean, that they have to try to remember them. Ann Carolyn says there are 2 lawyers in the jury, so they might understand the instructions pretty well. I mean, I don't know. I know that could help, but there's a bunch of specific things to this case. So maybe if they really, really grasp it well, I don't know. It's a good question, but I don't, there's specific things to this case. It's a lot of information. And a lot of, like to me, if you really want to understand the case and what the prosecution argument is, for example, you want to go nice and slow through those jury instructions and read them multiple times. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they are back in that courtroom later asking for more stuff to be read back to them. Yeah, our viewers are kind of, as of yesterday, our viewers were kind of split on whether it would be guilty, not guilty, or hung jury. For guilty or not guilty, acquittal, the jurors all 12 of them have to agree. If they can't agree, it's called a hung jury. And then the prosecution has to decide if they want to prosecute again. Jeff B thinks he's going to be guilty. Some of our viewers think not guilty. Some of our viewers think hung jury. So we'll have to see. I don't know if we'll get a verdict today. We could get a verdict today. Ooh, I got my, all right. Hey, I got the Trump video. Let's look at that. Let's look at what Trump said this morning. I haven't watched it. My guess is he's going to say the trial is rigged, because that's what he's been saying pretty much every day. And he won't offer evidence for that. I mean, just to be forthright, he doesn't offer evidence that the trial is rigged. He just says it's rigged. But let me play you guys the video. Hang on. I'm going to get it set up here. Are you guys ready to see this video? Here we go. Oops. Hang one moment here. I'm getting it ready to play for you. I am getting it ready to play for you. Okay. This is from today, right? Just got to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. Yes, today is May 30th. Okay, so this is going to be from yesterday. Oh, no, from earlier today. This is earlier today, exactly. So if I say earlier today, and then we're going to do, no, that's not what we want. That's the jury instructions. We're going to do this. One moment. There. Okay. So we're about to watch what Trump said earlier today when he came in. All right, let's check this out. I'm going to kill the volume in the hallway. Here we go. So here's what Trump said earlier today. Here we go. I might have to forward it. Here it is.
Thank you very much. Here we go again. 5 weeks. I've been here, I'm gagged. I'd like to answer all of your questions. They're very easy questions to answer, but I'm gagged, so I can't talk as much as I would like to about this ridiculous case that's hurting our country so badly. Some of the reviews from yesterday are and by the way, everyone's against this case. I haven't seen one legal scholar or expert in the law say that this case should have been filed. It should not have been filed, or at a minimum, it should have been filed 7 years ago. It's 7 years old. Everybody turned it down, including federal elections turned it down. Southern District turned it down. Bragg turned it down. Then he rejuvenated it when I was running for office. It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges. Totally failed. Greg Jarrett, who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the election. So how were they defrauded? And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about. This is called running for office. Greg Jarrett, the government, which received full payment on all taxable income. The government, by the way, received full payment. The taxes were paid in full. In fact, they make comment on that. Even if the taxes were paid in full, the Federal Elections Commission that concluded the money paid did not constitute a campaign contribution under the law. And remember, this judge wouldn't allow us. Look, he's a very conflicted judge. Everybody knows that. You don't want to talk about what the conflict was. I'm not allowed to talk about it because of a gag order that he put on me. So one subject he really doesn't want to talk about. There was no fraud. There was no conspiracy. It's that simple. Moreover, without a primary crime, there can be no secondary crime. It's a classic lawfare, weaponizing statutes because the law has been, because no law has been broken. That was Greg Jarrett. Ellie Honig, legal analyst for CNN. The crime here is not easy to explain or to understand. It's just not understandable. In other words, there is no crime. This is CNN. Catherine Christian from MSNBC, I call it MSDNC, legal analyst. It's difficult because it's a very nuanced argument. It's never been prosecuted before. This is an argument that has never been prosecuted before. And hopefully it'll never be prosecuted again. Andy McCarthy, this is anything but standard. It's the antithesis of standard, actually. The idea that they do not have to agree on what the other crime is. We spent 6 weeks wondering, what is the other crime? What is the other crime? And at the end, the thud we all get is this. There's 3 or 4 of them, and you could pick one from the other, and they don't have to agree on anything. And what he's saying is it's so corrupt. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like this. It's called pick 'em. It's like the lottery. Pick 'em. You pick 'em. And you don't have to be, even though in a criminal case you have to be unanimous, you don't have to be. Just give a couple of votes, because the judge, unfortunately, is corrupt. Judge Jeanine Pirro, no one has heard of this. It's like as a menu column A, B, or C. You don't have to agree on it. This is a kangaroo court. This is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it. I've done this for 32 years. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm a state prosecutor, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a federal judge. I'm a county judge, just like Bersha. This is New York law. This is my wheelhouse. He is 100% wrong. He's wrong. That's what Jeanine Pirro, very good woman, very smart woman. Jonathan Turley, this is becoming a 3-card Monte game on where is the crime? Smart guy, where is the crime? Mike Davis, the U.S. would sanction a country for doing this. I think that's good. I think that's good. Steve Hilton, it seems that every single day these proceedings go on, the judge and the prosecutor just go out of their way to prove Trump's point. And I guess they are proving my point when you think. That's why I write some of these things that are very sad. Mark Levin, this Stalinist-like case, it's a Stalinist-like case. It has prevented President Trump from running for office. It has prevented him from campaigning. He's unable to campaign because he's been in a courthouse for 5 weeks. And yet we just had a poll came out, NPR. Trump's 54, Biden's 42. And that's with independents. That's the best we've ever had. They said this is the single best poll that Trump has ever had with independents. Trump's largest lead among independent voters, NPR Marist College, 44-28. And Junior is way down, way down. But it's 44. Junior, who's extremely liberal, by the way, he's extremely radical left. I think you know that. But he seems to be hurting Biden probably a little bit. So that's it. It's a disgrace. The millions and millions of dollars that are spent daily on this case. Outside, it looks like it's Fort Knox, like they're guarding this. I've never seen so many policemen. Now with Columbia University, you can plant a tent right in front of the main door, no problem. NYU, just put your tent up. Don't worry about it. Over here, but I just want to say that this is a very sad day for America. The whole world is watching, and it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. It's with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing, the whole system is rigged. Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times in my case, and he's going to be overturned again. And we were treated very, very badly. And the outside world is watching, and the outside world is just not going to bring their business to New York. And that's going to cost the city trillions and the state trillions and trillions of dollars. Businesses are leaving, and people are fleeing. So you can see the quotes yourself, and thank you all very much. We'll comment later on in the evening, but we'll be here, it looks like a long time. Thank you.
So are you scared you're going to be sent to jail? What do you think of the jury so far?
The jury did a fair debate. Do you trust the jury?
So there you go. That was what Trump said this earlier today. He said he's going to speak later. He said he's going to speak at the end of the day too. Well, if there's a verdict, maybe he'll speak earlier. We don't know if there's going to be a verdict today. We'll have to see. Okay, so wanted to let you see that. And let me just make sure we don't have any more updates here. Oh, hey guys, Anna Bauer reports that the jury has just left the courtroom. And so the jurors, I'm seeing multiple reports, the jurors are leaving the courtroom now, and they're going to resume talking to each other. Okay? So the jurors have, again, oh, hold on. So we might see Trump again right here. I think we might see Trump. Hold on. This is a live shot. This is a live shot here. There he is. He just waved and pumped his fist. He waved and pumped his fist. We caught him. And there is his legal team. Is that Eric? I'm not even sure. Hey, we just saw him. Oh, that's not earlier today. That was live. As I was saying, that was a live shot you just saw. The earlier today was his speech. So that was live. That was him going out of the... I might be able to replay that for you. Hold on. Let me see if I can replay that real quick. I know I could replay it, but let me see if I can just do it real quick here. Hold on. One moment. Sometimes if I try to replay it like this, it's a little funky. I should be able to do this. Hold on. I got it. Here it is. Here's a quick replay. Quick replay. This is like a minute ago. This is like a minute ago when he comes out of the courtroom. All right, this is a quick replay from 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. Here he comes. Here you go. Wave and fist pump. All right. Now we'll get back to live. That's live. Oh, we got press coming out. So they finished reading the testimony and the jury instructions, rereading parts of that to the jury. So the jury has left and gone back into their room.
That's what they're doing, opening up.
All right. We're watching some of the people who were in the courtroom while the jury was there. They're filing out.
Passes out, please. Have your passes out. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Where can I eat something? In the jury room there? Ah, thank you.
So we're going to take some more comments here from you guys. Maybe do a little poll here. Talk about the jury instructions. I'm just watching what's going on in the hallway right now. This is the hallway outside the courtroom. Does the jury get free food? I assume they get bought lunch. I'm not even sure if they get bought lunch. They get $40 a day. I would assume they get bought lunch, but I'm not sure about that. That's a good question. What if you're in the jury and you want like an extra big lunch? Will they order you 2 things? Is there a limit on how much they order for you? I don't know. The Ouch Ouch says $40 is 1 meal in NYC. Diddly D thinks they will give the verdict after lunch today. 3-day weekend if they wrap it up. Wow. Dex on Lex says they get free meals during deliberation. Is that true? I know last night the judge was saying that if they stayed late they would bring in food, but they didn't stay late last night. They couldn't stay late because the court had to do some stuff like gathering up testimony to read to them this morning. Distant Galaxy said we ordered pizza and sandwiches when I served. I was on a jury years and years ago. I don't even remember. I don't even remember how we handled lunch. I thought we might have gone out for lunch, but I might be wrong. Because I might be remembering going out for lunch during the testimony, but not the actual deliberation. Caddy Connie says, I was just a juror and I had to buy my own lunch with the $20 they gave me. Holo says, as a juror, I've had food provided, and I have also had to buy my own food. We were paid a small amount with one case, but nothing at all for another. Hey, thanks to Athena Gunlock for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Athena. A lot of activity in the hallway right now. One of the viewers said, could I bring in popcorn from home? That's a good idea. That's a good question. Can the jurors bring in snacks from home? I would want to bring some food. I'd be hungry there. I assume a bunch of these people might be press, although I'm not sure. It could be lawyers, could be members of the public who are observing. I kind of want to talk about the jury instructions and about the crime, because it's a little confusing about the alleged crime. I kind of want to do that. I'm just making sure I don't have any other updates to give you. So give me a second here. Let me check here and see if any other updates are being reported. But the jury has now gone. The jury is now amongst themselves. So for the first time today, the jury is amongst themselves because they were in the courtroom getting some stuff read back to them. Oh, also the jury asked for something else. I believe they asked for headphones this morning. Let me see if I can get you something about that. Yeah, we'll do a poll in a little bit. Where's the thing about the headphones? Yeah, so the jury has a laptop that they can look at some stuff on, but this morning they requested headphones to listen to audio of I guess, evidence that's on the laptop. Multiple reporters like Harry Littman talked about that. Oh, Katie Fong says that the jury is being given both headphones and speakers to help listen to certain pieces of evidence. Harry Littman thought that he's a legal analyst. He thought that maybe they would be listening to Cohen taping of Trump re McDougal. Anyways, I know that audio can sometimes be hard to hear on a laptop, so that certainly makes sense. All right, do you want to do a poll on what you guys think is going to happen? We'll do that before we look at the jury instructions. Malcontent says, I am curious if anyone on the jury is unbiased enough to give an honest verdict. I mean, you know, I have faith in them. They're told very explicitly, look, this is what he's accused of, and you have to decide whether the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that he did that. So that's what they're going to be. That's what they're going to be talking about in that room. Presumably, they don't know each other, you know, in advance. So I would assume if somebody in the room says, like, I think he's guilty or innocent, and just because I like him or not, everybody else is going to say, well, no, that's not what we're supposed to be doing here. We're supposed to be saying, did he do this thing, and was it proved beyond a reasonable doubt? So I like to have faith that they can, you know, they're committed to the process. All right, I'm putting a poll up real quick in YouTube and Twitch so people can choose guilty. Will the jury say guilty, not guilty, or hung jury where they don't agree? For guilty or not guilty, they all have to agree. Looks like the poll is similar to yesterday. There's the YouTube poll right there. Yep. As Strange and Scary New England says, the poll is almost identical to yesterday. Why is this in a state court instead of a federal court? Because a state-based prosecutor felt that Trump had violated a state law and so brought charges in state court. If a federal prosecutor felt that Trump had violated federal law and they could prove it beyond a reasonable doubt, then they could bring the charge if they wanted in a federal court. But this is there because a county prosecutor in Manhattan County, in New York County, Manhattan, thought that Trump had violated a state law and so brought the case in a state court, well, a county court, which enforces state law. It's New York County, which is Manhattan. All right, so look, I mean, the poll right there on YouTube is very similar to yesterday. It's about roughly a third each way, slightly more guilty. And then it's very close on Twitch. On Twitch, it's guilty 36%, hung jury 38%, and not guilty 24%. All right, so it's pretty close on both of on both the platforms taking the poll. Actually, on Twitch now, 41% of the people say hung jury. Yep, as Steve Warrington said, same as yesterday, pretty much. I mean, it's roughly a third, you know, either way. It's pretty split. No, New York County is just Manhattan. There's different counties in New York City. All right, I'm going to wrap the poll up, but thanks for participating in the poll. Oops. Here's this thing. Hey, thanks a million for subscribing on Twitch, by the way. I appreciate that. Mark says we want a recount on the poll. Hey, do you guys want to talk about? We should talk about the jury instructions and talk about what the case is about. I know it's kind of confusing. I want to go. I want to go through this. PW360 asked about the jury not seeing their face on camera. The jury does not walk out this way. So this camera, there's no worry that you're going to have the jury's face on because the jury does not walk out this way. Rocky R says the verdict come in today. It depends on whether the jury agrees. The verdict comes in whenever the jury agrees on the verdict, or they decide that they can't agree. But it's up to the jury. All right, so right now, again, the jury is just among themselves. Yes, 12 jurors, and then there's alternates in case one or more of the jurors have to pull out for whatever reason. All right, what we're going to do now is we are going to look at these jury instructions. What happens if he's found guilty? Well, there'll be a sentencing hearing at some point, but he's going to appeal, in which would likely take years from what I know. So if he's found guilty, he's going to appeal. I've seen many experts say they think it's unlikely he'd get jail time anyway, but he would appeal, and then that could take a long time to work its way through the courts. All right, I'm going to post a link to the jury instructions in the chat. I just posted the jury instructions, so you guys can click on that and you can follow along with me. I want to talk about the actual people. It's a little confusing. So, like, what exactly is he accused of? So, if you'll bear with me, I think it's important to look at this. There's a very specific part of this to look at, but you got to read through it slowly. Again, the jury doesn't get a copy of this to keep. If they want to hear any of this again, they got to have it read to them. This whole long thing. Okay, so let's talk about what the crime he's charged with is. Now, it's falsifying business records in the first degree. If it was the second degree, it would be a misdemeanor and be a much simpler case. But it's not. It's first degree. So first degree, to prove, which is a felony, for falsifying business records in the first degree, you have to prove that he falsified business records and did something else. Okay, so this is what he's charged with. 34 counts of the same crime, falsifying business records in the first degree. Okay? Under our law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when, you know what I'm going to do? Maybe, can I do this? Can I do this? While I'm doing this, while I'm showing you this, can I possibly have the camera like in a little corner or something? That would be fun to do. Hang on. How would I do this? I know what I'll do. Maybe I'll do it this way. How about that? What if I do that? And then you can see what's going on. Just so you can see. Keep an eye on. Not that anything big's going to happen. But we can go back to it. How does that look? Now, what I'm going to do also is I got to just mark this for myself. Then you can see what's going on. Okay, so now we have all this on the screen at once. Let me just see this. Oh, perfect. All right, good. So, I didn't do a good job with that, though. It's too big. Let's try this again. Watch this. I'm going to do this again, because I'm getting a bunch of stuff I don't need. This will be better. There we go. That's better. We'll do it this way. Beep. How about that? Done. Okay, so while we're looking at this, you can also keep an eye on what's going on in the hallway. But I'll just go back to the hallway if there's something really big going on. So again, Trump is charged with falsifying business records in the first degree. It's a felony, 34 counts. What is falsifying business records in the first degree? This is the jury instructions. Under our law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree when, with intent to defraud, that includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid and conceal the commission thereof, that person makes or causes a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. Okay, so you have to make or cause a false entry in the business records of an enterprise with intent to defraud that includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid and conceal or conceal the commission thereof. So it's not felony falsifying business records in New York State. If it's felony falsifying business records, it's not just falsifying the business records to defraud. It's falsifying the business records to defraud with the intent to commit or aid or conceal another crime. All right? So, and you might say, well, what's the other crime? Right? What's the other crime? They're saying he intended to commit, aid, or conceal by falsifying his business records. And what the response is intent to commit or conceal another crime. For the crime of falsifying business records in the first degree, not the second degree, the first degree felony, the intent to defraud must include an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal that other crime. Under our law, although the prosecution must prove an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission of another crime, they don't have to prove that the other crime was in fact committed, aided, or concealed. So what is the other crime? This is the other crime. New York election law 17152 predicate. The prosecution, the people, alleged that the other crime the defendant intended to commit, aid, or conceal is a violation of New York election law section 17152. Section 17152 of the New York election law provides that any two or more persons who conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means, and which conspiracy is acted upon by one or more of the parties thereto, shall be guilty of conspiracy to promote or prevent an election. Okay, so basically what they're saying is, they're saying that Trump falsified business records in order to commit or conceal another crime. And the other crime is, they're saying that Trump was part of a conspiracy to help Trump get elected using unlawful means. And what are the unlawful means that Trump was trying to use to help get himself elected? Well, they talk about this. They say, although you must conclude unanimously that Trump conspired to promote or prevent the election of any person, specifically it's going to be himself, to a public office by unlawful means, you need not be unanimous as to what those unlawful means were. In determining whether the defendant conspired to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means, you may consider the following: violations of the Federal Election and Campaign Act, otherwise known as FECA, the falsification of other business records, violation of tax laws. So, for example, the Federal Election and Campaign Act says that individuals cannot contribute more than $2,700 to a particular presidential campaign. Also, no corporation can willfully make a contribution of any amount to a candidate or candidate's campaign in connection with any federal election. So, let me kind of try to put this all together. So, for example, let me put this all together. The picture they're painting here is that the jury is going to think something like this: Trump falsified his business records. So, remember, Trump wrote a series of... So, Michael Cohen created a company. Michael Cohen was Trump's lawyer, right? And as the prosecution explains, and they show evidence for this, Michael Cohen, when Stormy Daniels, when it was found out that Stormy Daniels had this story that she claimed she had an affair with Trump, and this story was threatening to come out before the election, the idea, as the prosecution tells it, is that Trump wanted to work to prevent this story from coming out. So, as the prosecution said, the prosecution alleges that Trump had Michael Cohen pay Stormy Daniels $130,000 to kill this story, right? And then there's evidence that Michael Cohen paid this money to Stormy Daniels. And what the prosecution is saying is that that was done at Trump's behest, that Trump basically, told Michael Cohen to do this. Michael Cohen understood that's what he was supposed to do. And then once Trump got elected, the prosecution says, he wrote this series of checks to Michael Cohen to pay back Michael Cohen for paying off Stormy Daniels. But when Trump did this, he didn't write on the checks, pay back for paying off Stormy Daniels. Basically, the checks were, the prosecution says, disguised to conceal that that's what the checks were for. The money was inflated, and it was called payments to Michael Cohen for legal services. But the prosecution says there was no legal services. It was that Trump was just repaying Michael Cohen for paying off Stormy Daniels. And the falsified business records part is that, these checks were recorded as being for legal services, but they weren't. And there were invoices for legal services when there were actually no legal services. And then when these checks, and records of this were entered on Trump's business records of being payments for legal services when there was no legal services. So you have the checks, the invoices, and the entries in the business ledger. And the prosecution says these were all false business records designed to conceal that what was really going on is that Trump had paid off Stormy Daniels to not come out with the story. So, as the prosecution would put it, that's where your falsified business records are coming from. And the prosecution would argue that the falsified business records were, the reason they were being falsified is to conceal something else, is to conceal this whole plan to help Trump get elected by keeping this story quiet, right? And the prosecution would argue that involved a crime. The concealment part would involve a crime. And you might say, what's the crime? Well, one thing the prosecution might say is, look, when Michael Cohen took $130,000 and created a corporation, and Michael Cohen's corporation paid off Stormy Daniels to help Trump get elected, that's an illegal campaign contribution, because corporations aren't allowed to donate to campaign an individual's campaign, and Michael Cohen himself could only donate $2,700 at most. So if Michael Cohen is taking $130,000 and creating a corporation and paying off Stormy Daniels with it, well, that's an illegal campaign contribution. So one way the prosecution could lay all this out is to say you have Trump falsifying business records and doing it in order to commit another crime or conceal another crime. And the other crime is a conspiracy to get himself elected using unlawful means. And the unlawful means, one of the unlawful means would be this illegal campaign contribution of $130,000. So I'm just trying to give you a basic idea of how this is supposed to go, of how the prosecution is arguing that this law applies to Trump. And these are the kinds of things that the jurors are asked to decide if the prosecution proved this beyond a reasonable doubt. Did the prosecution prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump falsified business records? Did they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he falsified business records as part of a conspiracy to get him elected by using some unlawful means? So this is I know it's hard, but this is the general idea of what the prosecution is trying to show happened here and what the jury needs to be convinced happened here. I also want to point out something else here, if I can find it here. And I know it's complex, but I think it's helpful to see the jury instructions, because the jury doesn't even get to keep these instructions. The jury, if they want to reread this, they have to go back to court, like the courtroom, like they did this morning, and hear these instructions reread to them. Where is that little, okay, hold on a second here. Oh, and also, so some people yesterday had, I thought was a good question, and they said stuff like, look, so part of this is that the prosecution is arguing that Trump falsified his business records in order to commit or conceal some other crime, and the other crime would be a conspiracy, being in a conspiracy to help Trump get elected by unlawful means. And what are those unlawful means? And the prosecution says, well, the jury doesn't have to agree on those other unlawful means, but it can be things like illegal campaign contributions or falsifying your business records for tax reasons or stuff like that. And so some people said stuff like, wait, Trump has not been, there's been no trial where Trump was convicted of where Trump himself was convicted of doing an illegal campaign contribution or violating tax law. So shouldn't they have to prove that the unlawful means involved another crime and prove that crime happened or something like that? So look at this here. It says, for the count of falsifying business records in the first degree, the intent to defraud by falsifying the business records must include an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. Under New York state law, although the prosecution must prove that Trump intended to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof, they need not prove that the other crime was in fact committed, aided, or concealed. I know this is very confusing, but basically what they have to show is that Trump falsified his business records with the intent of doing so to help commit or aid another crime. But they don't have to show you, they don't have to prove to the jury that this other crime was actually committed. They just have to prove what Trump was trying to do, which I know sounds confusing, and I'm probably not doing a great job of explaining it. But the point is, under the law, they don't have to prove that, you know, that they don't have to prove he wasn't involved in a conspiracy to get himself elected that involved some other crime and then prove that crime was committed. They just have to prove something about Trump's intent when the business records were falsified. That's what I'm trying to say to you here. That's just what it says here. It says that's what the law requires. Okay? So, I'm just telling you. So if you're wondering, like, why aren't they proving anything about these other supposed crimes? Well, the jury instruction says they don't have to. They just have to prove that he falsified business records with intent to defraud and did so intending to commit or conceal another crime. But they don't have to prove that other crime was actually committed, aided, or concealed. People have probably all shut off the broadcast by now. By the way, I'm trying to do this in the simplest way possible. It's just the actual law. What he's being, the law itself involves steps. For felony falsifying business records to apply, you have to show that like several things happened. So it's not going to be a simple thing to prove or to argue just because the law itself involves you had to have falsified your business records with an intent to defraud, and you had to do so with this intention to commit, conceal, or aid another crime. So it's just the nature of the law itself is to show that law has been broken, you're going to have to argue a bunch of things. It's just the nature of the law itself. Whew. Oh my gosh. My head hurts. I'm not a lawyer, by the way. I'm just trying to lay out the basics here. But I'm going to post this document again. So it's in the document. I mean, it's laid out in the document. It's just, I've now reread this document a bunch. I've now reread this document a bunch, and it's just you really have to go through it slowly, and I think multiple times. And again, the jury does not get a copy of it. They have to, if they want to re-listen to it once, any part of it, they have to have it read to them in the courtroom. So I'll post a link to it again. So I would encourage you, if you want to try to understand what is the actual charge here, and what does the prosecution need to show, and what is the jury trying to figure out whether it was proven beyond a reasonable doubt? This section starts on page where? Right here on page 40. It talks about this is the charge, and this is what the charge involves, and these are different definitions of terms in the law. And then it talks about here's what business record means, here's what intent means, here's what intent to defraud means, here's what intent to commit or conceal another crime is, here's what the other crime is that we're saying was that Trump was trying to conceal or commit or aid. What is that other crime involved? And then, so it's just, there's no easy way around this. That's the explanation in the jury instructions. And to me, the vast majority of human beings, if they heard this read to them once, would not have a good understanding of it. Because I've read it multiple times, and it's taken me a long time of multiple read-throughs and reading other stuff to kind of get a grasp of what's going on here. Oh my gosh. Anyways, but I just posted the link to it, so you guys can. I encourage you to look through it, and read through it slowly. And it's not that it doesn't make sense. I think if you read through it slowly, you can make sense of it. But it's complex, and you can't just skim through it because there's a lot going on there. Darcy Moss says, I'll have to read it 20 times. You might have to read it 20 times. You might have to read it more than 20 times. Oops, I don't need 2 pictures of the same thing up there. So it's hard. It's hard. But it is the law. I mean, they're saying this is the law. There's a law on the books in New York that says it's a felony if you do this thing. And so they're saying Trump did this thing, and we can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the jury has to decide if the prosecution has proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to read some of the comments here. By the way, thanks to Stevie Yagi. I appreciate Stevie Yagi 1992. Also, Donna Smith and Debbie James. Thanks for the gift membership. Thanks to our new member, Norm Shaw. Thanks to RT96. Do they allow air fryers in the jury room? I don't think they do. I have no idea, though. If so, when I was a juror, I would bring in my air fry food. Hey, Desi Des. Thanks, Desi Des, for your support. Thanks also, Steve Warrington, our new member. Bebop and Rocksteady says, if I have to read a document 20 times and slowly. Yeah, I mean, look, it's just, at a certain point, the law that they're saying that Trump broke, the law is the law. And if the law is kind of complex, then you got to understand what the law says and the different aspects of it, and it's just not easy. But some laws are complex. But the basic idea is they're saying that Trump falsified business records in order to help commit or aid another crime. And the other crime was this conspiracy to get himself elected using unlawful means. And the unlawful means could be something like an illegal campaign contribution, for example. But that's just putting it in very brief terms. Hey, that's so nice of you, Michael Andren. That's very generous of you. Michael Andren just gave 50 people YouTube memberships. Wow. Thanks, Michael. Make sure you thank Michael if he gave you a free membership over there on YouTube. That's really nice of you, Michael. Thank you. Very generous. Let me take a peek before I take some more of your comments. Let me turn some volume on in the hallway, and let me just take a little peek and make sure I'm not missing any updates from the jury room. No, I'm not seeing any updates at this moment. Well, hold on. Let's see. No, I have nothing. No updates from the jury in the last hour or so. They're just talking amongst themselves. Will we have a verdict today? I have no idea. Time for me to read some of your comments on the air. Thanks to April Taj as well. I appreciate it, April Taj. Get Off My Lawn says the basic idea is that if you commit one crime in order to help commit a second crime, the punishment increases. Yeah, if you're just charged with falsifying business records on its own, that's a misdemeanor. But for that, you don't have to show that the business records were falsified to help aid or commit some other crime. So in this case, they didn't charge him with misdemeanor falsification of business records. They charged him with felony falsification of business records. Yes. So the jury instructions say that under New York law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the second degree. That's a misdemeanor. When with intent to defraud, he or she makes or causes a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. That's it. So if they had wanted to, they could have charged Trump, hey, it's Norm Eisen. That guy's on CNN right there. He's a legal expert. If they had wanted to, they could have charged Trump with just misdemeanors. And for misdemeanors, you just got to show that you made a false business record entry with an intent to defraud. You don't have to show that you were intending to conceal or commit or aid another crime by doing so. But they charged him with felony falsification of business records. Drunken ramblings with Aaron thinks there was no other crime. Well, first of all, remember, as I read you in the jury instructions, the law applies under New York law if Trump intended by falsifying business records to conceal, commit, or aid another crime, whether or not that other crime actually happened. But if you want to see the argument about what the New York, again, the attorney, the prosecutors say that the other crime that was being aided or concealed or committed by the falsified business records is a election conspiracy to get Donald Trump, help him get elected using unlawful means. But I'm going to post the jury instructions again. You can read about it there. Whether or not you agree with what the prosecution is saying is up to you. But I just posted the jury instructions again. Primo Victoria, our viewer, says, no reason for a verdict today, only makes sense to take as long as possible. Well, I mean, if the jury sits there and they say, well, we all agree, I mean, that would be the reason for a verdict today. If they feel like we're all satisfied, we took a vote, we all agree that the prosecution did not prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. Or they all agree that the prosecution did prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I don't think they're going to want to sit there any longer than they have to. But I don't know how they stand on this right now. I don't know if they all have even fixed views. Maybe some of the jurors don't even know what to think about it right now. Lunch break, said a viewer. So yesterday lunch was from 1 to 2, right? Was it 1 to 2 yesterday? I wondered if it'll be from 1 to 2 today. But during lunch, the jury stays there and continues to deliberate. Smooth Luna says, did they specify the amount of money involved? Yeah, that's all part of the trial. Cohen paid off Stormy Daniels $130,000, and then the prosecution has evidence showing that Trump repaid Cohen more than that in 2017, and they say that part of that paying him as part of a bigger payment was designed to conceal this repayment for the Stormy Daniels payoff. But without getting into those details, that's all part of the trial. Some of that stuff is talked about what the prosecution talked about during the trial. Donna Smith thinks there will be a verdict tomorrow. A bunch of experts that I've seen think there'll be a verdict before the weekend. I mean, and you understand why. It's just jurors might want to just be done with it before the weekend. But that doesn't mean that the jurors will say like, oh, I don't know, I'm just going to like say something before the weekend. You know, if you're a juror, you might just feel like, look, we could come back here on Monday and we're not going to make any more progress than we have now. You know, I don't know. Just you put yourself in that room and think about the kind of things people would talk about and how you think about it. You know, if you don't think anything's going to change your mind next week, then you might say, well, let's try to get this done today if it's really not going to change our mind by next week. But I don't, I don't think it's going to be the case where jurors say, well, we would be able to decide this way better next week, but I just want to go home and never come back. I mean, they've been there this long, so I would think they're committed. I would think if you've been there this long, you're committed to like doing a good job and finishing what you went there to do. But maybe it has a way of focusing you. Maybe people show up there, and they're thinking about, maybe mentally they're like, we need to focus to make sure we get this done before the weekend. Yeah, it's like if you have a deadline to get something done, you focus on it sometimes more. Does the jury need to be unanimous? Yes. For either guilty or acquittal, it must be unanimous. Unanimous either way. Otherwise, it's called a hung jury. And the judge will highly discourage a hung jury. If they say they can't agree, from everything I've heard, the judge is going to say something like, you really, really need to try to agree. Thank you, Crotalus Unicolor, for your support, who says, weren't the misdemeanors time barred? I'm not aware of that because I had heard that the reason that there's no misdemeanor option in this case is that the Trump legal team didn't want there to be a misdemeanor option. I mean, but that's a different question maybe than whether they could have charged misdemeanors. Let me look this up. Oh, I see. So that's interesting. There's an article at Syracuse University News by Ellen Mbuke. No, by Gregory Germain, professor of law, where he says that, hold on. He said there is a question regarding the statute of limitations applicable to these claims. The statute of limitations on a misdemeanor in New York is 2 years and would have expired long ago. Statute of limitations on other felonies is 5 years. The acts occurred in 2016 and 2017. The district attorney has argued that the statutes of limitations were told during COVID and that they were extended, or that they were extended when Trump left the state. Right. I think that's an argument. I think, if I remember right, I believe the district attorney was saying that maybe the statute of limitations the clock wasn't running when Trump left the state. But I have to find that. I remember talking about this last year. The statute of limitations. Why can't I find... Yeah, so for example, the website Goldberg and Allen LLP says the statute of limitations does not run when a defendant is absent from New York State. Just as an example. So Again, I'm not a lawyer and I'm not up to date on all these like technical legal questions. I would just put it this way. The prosecution is not, so it's not the case. It's not the case that that the prosecution, if it was obvious that there was a statute of limitations and it was obvious that it had run out, the prosecution would not have brought the case. So if somebody says to you, oh, there's no case here because there's a 2-year statute of limitations and clearly they brought this after the statute of limitations. Well, it's not clear. If it was clear, they're not stupid. They're not 5 years old. So they're not going to bring a case if it's just obvious that it violates the statute of limitations, okay? So maybe there's some question or some kind of, complexity here that somebody could try to appeal on, and that's a different argument. But I feel like sometimes people just say these things like they just grasp these things and they make it like that somebody made some kind of mistake like they would when they're 5 years old. No, nobody's doing that. So it's just not the case that this is like a clear violation of the statute of limitations. Maybe there's some kind of legal technicality that you could appeal on. Maybe you win the appeal. I don't know. But just to be clear, if somebody suggests that some like prosecutor or like well-known lawyer or something or official has made some mistake that like a 4-year-old would make, they're probably misrepresenting what the person actually did. Steve B thinks there will be many grounds for appeal. If Trump is found guilty on any of these charges, certainly, from everything I hear, he's going to appeal, and it might take years. Oh, one other thing I want to point out: the jury instructions. Actually, we had some people say yesterday, well, these deliberations are going to take a long time because there's 34 counts, which is a view I understand. The thing you need to get, though, and it actually talks about this in the jury instructions, is yes, there's 34 counts, but it's 34 of the same count, and the reasoning that the jury would use, if the jury thinks that one count applies to Trump and one count has been proven, then it should be pretty simple for them to apply the same reasoning to the other counts. The counts are they're all similar. They're the same charge, and it's just for different business records. So it's 11 checks, 11 invoices, and 12 business ledger entries. But the idea is, the way the law is and the way the charges are, if the jury thinks that Trump is guilty of one of these counts, then it should be pretty simple that they think he's guilty of all these counts. And similarly, if they think he's not guilty of one of these counts, then by the same reason they should think he's not guilty of all the counts. And it actually says something about that in the actual jury instructions. Let me go back and show you that. See right here. Look at this. I mean, it literally says this in the jury instructions. Check this out. The judge says, "You have now heard me define the law for count 1. There are 33 remaining counts in the indictment, each for falsifying business records in the first degree, and each occurring in New York County. The only difference in each count is that each count pertains to a different business record and possibly a different date. The underlying law applies in the same way to each of the remaining counts. So I will only repeat it in full one more time before I read count 34. Of course, you can ask me to repeat the law in its entirety as many times as you wish, and I will be happy to do so." So that's basically the judge saying, look, we got 34 counts. It's the same charge. The law applies the same way. It's 34 different business records. Now, you can, I guess, imagine a world in which you can concoct a scenario in which somebody might say, oh, well, it doesn't apply to that business record because that check was written a certain way or something like that, and the other ones weren't or something. But it just, as far as I'm aware, and from what this says, it seems like the basic idea is the jury's either going to say, if they say he's guilty, they're going to say he's guilty of all 34 counts. And if they say not guilty, they're going to say not guilty of all 34 counts. By the way, I've seen some experts say the same thing, that they say they think it's not going to be like guilty on some counts. So that's why, even though it's 34 counts, that in itself might not stretch out the time of deliberation that much. So I wanted to mention that because some people had raised that question yesterday, which I thought was a good question. Do we have any updates from the jury room? Guys, it's 12:20 p.m. It's, with these trials, it's so weird. It's like at any moment they could say, well, we have a verdict. So you're sitting here waiting, and then it can just change just like that. Toonses says it can change in a New York minute. Yogi Shiam says, is there any chance they could deliberate for months? My guess is no, because there's no legal reason they can't. There's no restriction. But as a practical matter, I have to imagine that the judge, at a certain point, if they can't agree, is going to have to declare. It's up to the judge to declare a mistrial if they're a hung jury, and to declare the jury is hung. So I don't think the judge is going to let them sit there for 3 months or 2 months and just say we can't agree. At a certain point, the judge is going to be like, okay, well, I guess he'll encourage them to try to come to an agreement, but he's not going to, have it be tied up that long. As a judge, you want them to agree, but you gotta think that they actually will agree at a certain point.
That's the problem. Again, you don't have enough time. You get pizza. Is there a line when you go to it? I've been there twice. It's the one on Baxter. The thing is, you go out through the employee side. You make the left, and it's over there by West Katana. One penny to I don't know. It's pretty cheap. Two plain and a can of soda is $6. That's not bad.
What would a sentence for a non-high-profile person be for these crimes? Says Jonathan Fajsik. I've seen a bunch of experts say that they didn't think if he was convicted he would get jail time because it would be his first offense and he'd be a non-violent offender, a non-violent crime. I can't tell you for sure, but I've seen a lot of analysis suggesting he wouldn't get, even if he was convicted, he wouldn't get jail time. He might get some kind of combination of probation and fines and community service. My friend Josh Z said Alan Dershowitz on his podcast had a conspiracy theory that if it ends up 11-1 or something, the judge will pull in an alternate to get a conviction. I didn't hear the podcast, so. The thing is, I don't know how that would work, because if you're going to have an alternate juror, one of the jurors got to get off the case. So what's the idea? The judge is going to send one of the jurors home? And won't that juror just go to the press and say, hey, I was just there and the judge told me to go home for no reason? I mean, I don't think that's going to fly. I don't know how that would work. But I didn't hear the podcast, though. Thanks, Josh, for writing it. I mean, maybe on the podcast, it was a more, I assume there was some sort of more subtle explanation of the thing. No, but there are alternates, as Josh mentioned, and we talked about yesterday. There are alternates who are there because you could have a juror have a health emergency, right? And they can't continue. So there are alternates who are on call, who have watched the whole case, and they're ready to step in. I don't know how many alternates there are. Somebody said alternate jurors were excused. No, they weren't. I mean, I remember reading an article yesterday talking about alternate jurors. Why would you excuse them? Wouldn't that defeat the purpose of alternate jurors if you excuse them? I don't know the number of alternates. As of right now. Autumn Allen says, I think there are 4. Yeah, look, Politico, yesterday. Yesterday, Politico said Merchan. Yesterday, Politico reported that Judge Merchan is addressed the 6 alternate jurors. So our latest false information from the chat update. Here's our latest edition of confidently declared information in the chat, which is utterly false. Somebody confidently declared 2 minutes ago in the chat that the judge had dismissed all the alternate jurors, which is completely 100% false because yesterday the judge addressed the 6 alternate jurors, according to Politico. According to Kyle Cheney, who actually witnessed it. There are 6 alternate jurors. That has been the latest update of confidently declared information in the chat that's utterly false. There are 6, though. 6 of them. 6 alternate jurors. Hang on 1 second here. Do we know anything about the jurors? Yeah, I mean, there's some articles out there. If you Google like who are the jurors, there's stuff about like how old they are and what jobs they do and certain things they might have said in jury questioning. I remember reading an article about it, and some of them talked about like how they get their news and stuff like that. Because I believe there were reporters in the courtroom when that happened, when the jury questioning happened. So, like, I mean, if you just Google it, like NBC has an article, A lawyer, a banker, and a speech therapist meet the 12 jury members of Trump's hush money trial. So they're not identifying them by name, but if you just Google it, you can find articles on it. Dennis Sovan says, after closing, jurors are free to inform the public. I wonder how many of them will go public and, do interviews or write a book, or, somebody might want to do it. Somebody might want to get it paid. I have no problem with that. Some people might want to stay private. Maybe some people don't want to have their name out there. Thanks again to Crotalus Unicolor for your support. Our member Scott Gimble. Our viewer Jojo I Am says, I definitely wouldn't go public, especially if he's found guilty. Something you might have to, I could see a juror facing this. Suppose, I don't know if they're going to find him guilty or not, but suppose they do find him guilty, right? Who knows? I honestly have no idea. Suppose the jury finds him guilty, and then you're a juror, and some news channel offers you a certain amount of money for an interview, I have no problem with any of them making money on this if they, as long as they, if you go in there and you do the job and, you're not going a particular way in the jury room to make money, you're doing it, you do your civic duty, you do your best to apply the law and to decide whether this was in good faith. You make a good faith decision on whether this was proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Once you do that, I have no problem if you want to make money from it. You did your civic duty. If somebody wants to pay you, good for you. But I could see somebody facing a difficult choice. Maybe News Channel X offers them $1,000 to do an interview or $5,000 to do an interview. But they also think, well, yeah, I get this money, but then I have to go public, and maybe I don't want some people in the country mad at me. So I could see a world in which they're trying to decide, is the money worth it to me to have it be public, to be publicly known as a member of the jury? Could be a tough choice for people. Whatever the amount of money is, I don't know what they'd pay or what somebody could get. Same thing if they say not guilty. If you vote for not guilty and it's not guilty, somebody might say, I don't want a bunch of people mad at me for that. So I don't know. I could see it being a difficult choice for people. In this day and age, maybe somebody's like, I don't want my friends to know. I don't want employers to know. Elran says, I do it under a pen name. I mean, somebody might, maybe you do a thing where you could do an interview with maybe you could do an interview with a TV show where they'd black out your face and alter your voice, but I bet they pay you less. Suzanne Wallach says, can the judge order the jury stay private for safety reasons? Well, I don't think the judge can order that the jury themselves, I don't think the judge can forbid the jury themselves after the trial from going public. I don't know how it works with like press revealing who they are. Like, is there anything illegal, I don't know, in, let's say, somebody who's been in that courtroom, a reporter. By the way, if you're a reporter, you'd probably lose your job, maybe. But if you were a reporter and you were in that courtroom, and then you met one of the jurors in real life, and you're like, oh wait, I know that person, they're one of the jurors. And then you write an article saying I can identify one of the jurors. I mean, again, you'd probably get fired. A lot of news outlets would probably fire you for doing that. But is there anything illegal in reporting who a jury member is after the fact? That I don't know. Maybe there is. I don't mean during the trial, I mean after the trial. I can look that up. I'm looking online trying to find some answer to this question. It might depend on the state, guys. I'm looking online and I'm seeing some different articles about about laws on this in different states. So it may be different in different states. Like whether it's part of the public record, the identity of jurors. I don't know. It's a good question. I'm looking at our chat. C.E. Green thinks jurors should be given complete anonymity. Oilers Nation thinks the jurors had to be willing to be made public. But I mean, yeah, so again, I don't know, because like, look, there are press in that courtroom and members of the public in that courtroom who can see the jury. So surely they could, in theory, be identified after the trial. Night of Fire says, it's a shame the trial wasn't televised. No matter what the outcome, guilty or not guilty, some people won't understand, accept it because they didn't hear the evidence the jury did. It is, I did hear a commenter say something, and I agree with it, that if this were televised, so many more people would have been keeping up with it in detail. Like a lot of people would have watched it. I'm looking this up, trying to find an answer to this question. As a juror, can I keep my identity private after a trial?
Too late.
I don't know. I can't find an easy answer for you guys. It's something I'll have to research. All right, so it's we're almost at 8 hours of deliberations, guys, and it is 12:39 p.m. Eastern Time. I believe, if I remember right from yesterday, I believe that today the jurors are supposed to work until 4:30, but I think the judge said that they could go late until 6 if they wanted to. I think, but I might be wrong about that. No, maybe that was yesterday. Maybe yesterday they could work until 6 if they wanted to. I don't know if there's been I believe it's up to the jurors if they want to work later than 4:30. But I don't know for sure. Is it till 6 today? Is it till 6, Jennifer Gibson? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? In the jury instructions, it said it would be, I think, 4:30 every day, but that might change. Yeah, jury instructions. Look, we will work every day until about 4:30. However, we can work later if the jury wishes to do so, and so all the and all the jurors are in agreement. Simply send me a note as early in the day as possible, and let me know what you wish to stay beyond 4:30. And if so, what time you would like to work until. Depending on what time you select, we may order dinner for you. So now I don't know if that's changed since yesterday, but as of yesterday, it was 4:30 every day unless they choose to work later. Paul Hoppy says it's today. Yeah, I just can't remember because, again, I had read yesterday that at some point the judge said we can work later, but only till 6. But that was either for yesterday or today. They can't work late on Friday, says Cynthia Moon? I'm not even sure. I'll try to find out more. Yeah, I think maybe as some of our chatter said, the 6 p.m. limit was yesterday. Let me thank our moderators, by the way. I really appreciate them being here so we can have chat rooms. Cynthia Moon is moderating. Thanks, Cynthia. Al Starr is moderating. Thank you. Ruth Krafasi is here. Thank you, Ruth. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us. Over there on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, Hearsay, Idaho Star, Papa Bear, Sharon C54, and Surly Dev. Thanks to our Facebook mods. Kay Lowry Body is there, moderating. By the way, thanks on Facebook for the Facebook stars, Karen Hudson and Elizabeth Cameron. Thank you. Christina Neal's moderating too. Our viewer C-SPAN Rules thinks no way he gets convicted. No, Trump could not pardon himself for this because this is not a federal crime. So even if he became president and even if he tried to pardon himself for crimes, it's not clear that he can, but he could not pardon himself for a state crime. This is a state crime, not a federal crime. So the last couple hours since the jury, oh, and thanks Michelle Franco for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that, Michelle. The last couple hours since the jury went back, and Margaret Riley's moderating too. If I didn't say that before, I might have said it before. Since the jury went back and after getting some stuff read to them, we've heard nothing from the jury. No notes, no requests. So we're just waiting to hear more. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you. Greg Barker mentioned that Kyle Cheney yesterday said that the judge yesterday said that today they could work until 6 if they wanted to. Okay? So, according to Kyle Cheney with Politico, yesterday the judge said that they could work until 6 today if they wanted to, but they will work until 4:30. It'll be interesting if they, if they ask to work until 6, maybe that suggests that they might are close to a verdict. Whereas if they don't ask to work until 6 and they just leave at 4:30, that might suggest they're not close to a verdict. You'd think if they're close, they would want to just work the extra hour and a half. Hypno says longer the wait, the better for the defense. I'm not sure about that. I mean, maybe I could see a world if it gets into like a week, maybe. But I mean, at a certain point, I don't think that applies right at the start. Because at a certain point, it's going to take them a certain amount of time to just go through everything. I mean, if they came back after a half an hour and said guilty, I think a lot of people might be like, did they even discuss this? So that whole longer a wait, better for the defense, I do think maybe my amateur opinion is that maybe there's a point at which that's true. But I mean, my experience with jury duty was like, we were just doing one civil case. And at a certain point, like you got in there and it just took a while to like go around the room and see what people thought and then just get clear on what we were being asked to do. So it can take a while. I also think, like, when they're in there, remember, they're probably saying, I would think they're saying, like, this is the former president of the United States. So I could see people saying, like, whoa, we got to be really careful here. And also because it's a kind of complex law, we were reading over the jury instructions earlier, and as I told you, just to understand what the law is and what's being asked, what they're being asked, what the prosecution is saying that needs to be shown. It's very complex, and so just to even understand that is a complex thing. So it's not like a simple case. So I could certainly see it take a while, but I genuinely don't know how long it's going to take. Station Zebra News thinks the jury is still figuring out the basics. Also, most of the jurors are not lawyers, and I know when I did jury duty, I mean, if you're not a lawyer and you're not like, and in your everyday life you're not thinking about and dealing with court stuff, it can just be kind of a confusing scenario where you have to get this idea in your head, like, wait, I'm getting asked to see if this complex law applies, and I have to figure out if it's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and we just heard weeks of testimony. Weeks. I mean, in the case I was on, we heard, I think, 3 days of testimony or something, at most 5 days. So, it can be a lot to take in. Yet some of our viewers say there are 2 lawyers on the jury. That means most of them are not lawyers. Hey, thanks Rob Van Roy for the gift membership. I appreciate that, Rob Van Roy. Thank also S Cub. I appreciate it, S-Cub. Thank you. Oh, what is going on? Oh, is it? I bet it's lunchtime. This must be lunchtime that's going on now. Yes, it's almost 1 p.m. So my guess is that you're seeing maybe reporters or people who work in the courtroom leaving for lunchtime. Now, the jurors, as I understand it, will have lunch there at the courthouse and continue deliberating during lunch. Okay, so what's going to happen is this. I think that this camera is going to shift to outdoors. I think that, although I might have a different camera from indoors. Because yesterday, yes, that happened at lunchtime yesterday. But let me see my other angle. Do I have the other angle? Let's see. Hold on. Hang on. Yeah, so this is the other angle. So it's kind of weird how they do this. What happens is, I think the Reuters camera person, I think takes an hour off for lunch. Same with AFP. So that's why we lose the hallway shot during lunch because the camera person takes the break too. I guess they got to eat lunch. But then we just lose the camera shot. So we're outside in New York City now. I guess outside the courthouse. Oh, do I have a different video here? I might have another video I can show you. Hang on a second. Let me see. I think there's like people outside the courtroom. Or outside the courthouse. What is this? Yeah, I got some video from AFP from outside the courthouse. So I'm going to try to play that for you guys. It looks like some protesters or something outside. Let me get that pulled up here for you. It might take a second to get it pulled up. Hang on a second. By the way, S-Cub said, look up Ross factor on jury identity. I found one article that talks about how the 11th Circuit considers certain factors if they're asked to grant access to identities of jurors. That's a circuit court. And there are factors like Ross factors, like whether the defendant was involved in organized crime and things like that. I haven't even read through the article. It's by the Reporters Committee, rcfp.org. I'd have to read through that. Maybe I'll read through it later. Thanks, S-Cub, for the suggestion. Hang on a second here. Let's see if I can get you this thing from outside the courthouse. Okay, I don't know what this is. What is this? Oh, there we go. That's outside the courthouse from AFP. Hey, thanks to Diane Allworth for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Diane Allworth.
I'm live.
What's that?
I'm live.
No, sorry, well.
Thanks to our new member, Princess Angela. Thanks. Also, Daniel Williams. Thank you, Daniel Williams, who thinks the law is pretty clear. Got some video here from outside the courthouse. This is the jury. This is lunch break. I think has the jury started having lunch yet? But we don't have the hallway shot for another hour because the lunch. Cause I think. Oh, hold on. I gotta turn. I can't have the music playing. Maybe the music will stop playing shortly. Daniel Williams, our viewer, said Michael Cohen has the check stubs under business expenses. Law is pretty clear. I'm not sure what you mean about the Michael Cohen point. If you want to, feel free to write in the chat more if you want to clarify. But thank you again, Daniel Williams. So this is a shot outside the courthouse. There's a few protesters there you can see. See if I can get the volume without the music again.
Why does a criminal? Why does a criminal? You're a soy boy. We spot you a mile away.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, yes.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you, girl.
Are you talking to me?
I'm talking to you, girl.
This is
yes,
great.
Girl.
I love it.
To you.
I love it.
I know.
You talking to
yes,
me?
Yes, girl. Yes.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You're
no, I'm talking to your mama.
Are you talking to me?
You better get out of here.
No.
Sorry, I know the video and audio are a little off. I don't know that I can fix that on this stream. If you give me 1 second, I might be able to fix the sync. But I'll turn on the audio again. But I know the audio and video sync on this particular shot is a little off.
But then why the fuck are you so triggered by my fucking language?
What kind of language is this?
I like my bagel with a side of cock. Do you not like my language?
Listen to this.
You don't like
I'm very sorry about some of the language here. I think I got to turn the audio off. We have some very not clean language going on that live shot. Man, wow. So I'm sorry. I think the reporter moved the camera away, perhaps for that reason. Anyways. But yeah, we don't have the hallway shot until lunch is over. We'll get the hallway shot back in like an hour.
But he's not an attorney.
But he don't work. Whatever the jury comes up with, I'm going to do. And that's what I said.
No, that's not all you said. Freedom of speech.
Fake, bunch of lies. Bunch of fake leaders, fake news.
As an American,
fake
I have to go
information.
with what the jury
Yeah, this is
There's no crime. There's no crime. They're charging, but they're not. Yeah. Then you go after Hillary first.
They're taking away gun law.
All I know is what they tell me, that the VA decided to take this case. It's the real news.
Go upstairs and you walk in the courtroom and you sit down. That building is spectacular. It's stunning. 23rd floor, you can't bring your phone, but you can bring your
Great to meet you. Good to see you.
We're going to do a video. You want to do a video? God bless you. God bless all of our Real American Voice News patriots. It's an honor to be out here with you. Stand strong. And this is, you know, the cool thing is, we're here. I'm in front of the camera, but this is Real America's voice. That's your voice. That's your voice. That's why we're here. God bless America. God bless you. God bless everyone who serves. God bless all of our law enforcement. It's time to restore that, restore the rule of law, restore the foundation of this nation. God, family, country. That's how we get our country back.
God bless you and thank you for everything you do.
An honor.
Everything wonderful.
I don't know how you do it. You're all over the place.
Yeah.
You're on the border.
Yeah.
You know, you're traveling around the country, around the world, and you're an amazing person.
Appreciate it. It's an honor. I try to sleep when I can, and I try to get home with my girls when I can. You know, I figure we fight now or lose.
Yeah.
The least I can do is for all of the guys like you who put on that uniform, and many never came back. So the least I can do. We get a picture with you too.
Ecco le papà passare.
Let me do a picture on your face since we got the video.
All right, get a free old master. Roman not to tolerate it.
Oh, awesome. Very cool.
Send a message unto them. Inform them.
We got bills for the drivers. And
they say Rome will not tolerate it. Send a message unto them. Inform them. Inform them that the eagle of Rome shall be torn down by the righteous people. We want to make America great again. You know, Rome will never tolerate it. Send a message unto them. Inform them. It's not right. It's not right. They don't want us to unite. And there's nothing going on here.
Just show up. Yeah, you know, unless for some weird reason they announced the verdict while you're up there. Today I didn't get in when I slept. What are you trying to serve America?
I haven't. I just never carried it. How long are you here for?
Politics or bullshit.
Need something to save America, bring them in.
Yeah, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, there's some division. I'm praying there's two, so they got backup.
So again, the court is on lunch break for an hour, although the jury can continue deliberating over lunch. So we don't have our hallway shot for like an hour because the court's on lunch break, and then I think the camera people in the hallway go on lunch break for like an hour. But we do have this shot outside the courtroom, so we're showing outside the courthouse via AFP. So we're showing you some of these scenes from outside the courthouse. You know, I guess in theory, the jury could submit a note, or we could get some news from the jury, you know, at any moment now, even though it's on lunch, even though they're eating lunch. So I'll let you know what we hear, but we'll watch a little more of this.
大概几分钟，站个10分钟就走了。
对呀，站个几分钟啊，我们来就做一点事啊，不是来凑热闹，做一点事帮忙。刚才那些记者都逃掉了，可惜
这个穿衣服给别人很反感，是吧？你们不懂的话，要政治意义的话，这个就是法院在陷害你穿衣服。你现在有在理解，你还谈什么穿衣服？所以你们中国人就是搞这个政治在里面，这都热闹不知道头脑，
Maybe the camera will go somewhere else. If it's a hung jury, then the prosecution has to decide whether they want to retry the case. Thanks to Kingston for your support, and our new member, Princess Angela. I saw an interesting piece of analysis by Adam Classfield, who's an MSNBC contributor. He posted on X that he said common wisdom is that short deliberations favor the prosecution and long ones favor the defense. He said, but I don't think it's that simple. He said sometimes long deliberations reflect massive factual records and or complicated law, like Ghislaine Maxwell, which took 5 days, and Liz Holmes, which took 7 days. You can find him at Classfield Reports on X at KLASF Classfeld. Sorry, not Classfield. At KLASFELD Reports. Oh, and thank you so much, Jonathan Morris. Really appreciate that, Jonathan. Thanks so much. Oops. Do we lose our shot? We might have lost our shot. We might have lost our outdoor shot. Okay, I got to go to our other outdoor shot now. We lost our AFP outdoor shot. So let's go to the Reuters outdoor shot, which is just a static shot. So we will get the hallway shot back when lunch is over in about 45 minutes. We lose the hallway shot when everybody's eating lunch. Now the jury is eating lunch, but we might hear something from them. You never know. I have a little issue with this thing. Here we go. Oh, I can get a little audio from out there. Here we go, a little street audio. Yeah, I wonder. I really don't know if there's going to be a verdict today. I have no idea. I would not be surprised either way. I'm going to do a poll. Do you think there will be a verdict today? Let's do a poll. Do it on YouTube and Twitch. Poll time. Oops. I'm going to show what people are saying in our chat. There is the current YouTube vote. 65% of you say no. Huh, that's a lot of people say no. On Twitch, 79% say no. I think there's a decent chance of it. Stanley Z says probably tomorrow. Gabby thinks they want to go back to work on Monday, so Friday. JD Riddle says it's a complicated case. Laura says, I think tomorrow. Thanks, My Florida, for subscribing. My Florida 22 over there on Twitch. Thank you. Thanks, Amelian, for subscribing too. Cam thinks next week. We'll give it another minute. But again, wow, really close on Twitch and YouTube. YouTube is 64% no. Twitch is 61% no. Now they're the exact same. Now both Twitch and YouTube are at 63% no. Thanks for voting in the poll. Well, is what you guys think. Yes, it has to be a unanimous vote to acquit or to convict. It has to be unanimous. That's the other thing. If there's a situation where almost all the jurors think one thing and another juror thinks another, that could be a long time. We don't know what's going on in there. I'm going to wrap up the poll. Going to wrap up the poll in a sec, guys. Here we go. I'm wrapping it up. End poll. I'm going to end poll in a second. But 6238 over there on YouTube. And then Twitch is 6436 no. Basically the same on Twitch. Michael Edge says, no one knows when the verdict will come in. That is true. We do not know. We haven't even really got much news today. You know, we could have no verdict, but some jury news, but we don't really have that right now. Nigel Fortune thinks tomorrow is more likely. Sidewalk Connoisseur says no news. Thanks so much to Patrish Thomas for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Patrish. Oh, thanks also for Blueberry. Blueberry likes the polls. We'll do more polls. Thank you, Blueberry. I appreciate it. Yeah, so again, we don't, during the lunch hour, which is now, we don't have the hallway shot during the lunch hour. We will get the hallway shot back after lunch hour. We will get it back. They might even kick the press out of the hallway during lunch hour, for all I know. I might this afternoon have to eat something while we're on here. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how things go, because it's only 1:16 right now. So who knows? Maybe I'll eat something during the stream. Hey, thanks to our new member, JW. I'm probably going to have to eat at some point. No, there's no limit to the amount of days they can deliberate for, but realistically, you know, there's probably a realistic limit after which the judge says, hung jury. I don't know what's going to happen with the verdict. I have no idea. The one thing I don't think it's going to be not guilty, because I think there'll be at least one juror who thinks Trump is guilty. So I think it's going to either be a hung jury or a guilty, but I don't know. Look, it could be not guilty, but you need a unanimous jury for not guilty. Thanks to our new member, Darcy Moss. Thank you. JW as well. Thanks, JW. But this is what happens with these trials. You know, you kind of wait, and then all of a sudden things can change. Do I think he's guilty? I didn't watch the whole trial. It's not for me to judge, because to think he's guilty, you need to think that the prosecution in the trial proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And I wasn't watching the trial, and I wasn't listening to all the testimony, so I can't say. I don't know how I'd feel if I were a juror, because I don't know all the evidence. I might, you know what I might do? I might put some food in the air fryer and then come back. Because we're going to be sitting here this afternoon covering this. So if I don't eat something now, I'm just going to get hungrier and hungrier as we go along. So maybe I'll take a couple minutes and put some food in the air fryer and then come right back. And then we'll keep covering it, and then I'll eat and then come back. What do you think about that idea? I mean, at a certain point, you have to eat. I can leave this shot on. Yeah, let's do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. All right, so what I need you to do, if possible, which would be awesome. Oops, let me get I don't need the dark background there. Ooh, sorry. It's the, oh, no, here it is. Steve will be back in 5 minutes. How's that? All right, so give me 5 minutes. I'm going to throw some food in the air fryer, and we'll keep our live coverage going, all right? So I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hey everyone. I put some food in the air fryer. So the food's cooking, and then when it's done I'll eat the food, and then I'll be all powered up for the afternoon. Cuz we're going to be here. Where is my... There you go. Let me just see if there's been any updates the last few minutes. We'll also get the hallway shot back after lunchtime. Hang on 1 second here. Yeah, there's really no big news. They've just been, the jury at 9:30 they came in. They spent about 45 minutes. They had some of the testimony reread to them, and they had some of the testimony reread to them, and they had some of the jury instructions reread to them, and then they've been just deliberating since then. You see, and they're having lunch, the jury, but they can deliberate during lunch. So you know, they're continuing. So we'll have to see if they come up with a verdict today. Let me also... I'm going to show you what Trump had to say earlier as well. I'll do that in a second. Give me 1 moment here. Maybe in a second I'll show you again what Trump had to say earlier today. Hey, I need 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Hey, let's look at why don't we play what, for those of you who didn't see it, let's play what Trump had to say. Let us play for those who didn't see it, here's what Trump had to say this morning. I'm going to show you this right now. I have the video of what Trump said this morning. Here we go. So this is going to be earlier today. Oh, I need to change my little graphic here. Okay, so we're going to do this. What am I losing? Why am I there? Oh, I see. All right, earlier today, right? Here is Trump speaking earlier today. This is his remarks this morning. Trump's remarks this morning. We're going to watch this right now. Is this playing? Wait a second. Hang on one moment. I am not hearing something. I might have to change my headphones. Did my headphones batteries run out? Let's see. What is happening? Why am I not hearing anything? Why am I not hearing anything? It says connected. I should be hearing something. Hang on. If I do this and I turn this on. Yeah, I got to fix my headphones here. We have a problem. We have an issue. Because I'm not hearing this. All right, hang on. Let me take. Give me 2 seconds here. I got to fix the audio issue. Then we can play you Trump. All right. First of all, here is the live shot. That's actually live. That's a live shot right there. But I'm not hearing it in my headphones, which is an issue. All right, give me 1 minute here. Everything's falling apart. Hang on. Hang on, folks. We'll fix this. All right, I'm coming back in 1 minute. Just give me a second. Okay, so you can hear me. So what I need to do is I need to replace my headphones. Hang on, this might the broadcast might pause for a couple seconds while I'm switching out my headphones. I think this is what I need to do. All right. If it pauses, just bear with me and I'll get it unpaused. So far it has not. Are we back? Are we back? Now I got to get this going again. I told you it might pause. Everything got messed up. Oh, hold on. I think we're good now. You should be able to see me. Let's see. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're back. Refresh this stream if you're getting a spinning circle. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. All right. So what I got to do now is I can't hear anything. So, oh, I know what I'm going to do. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Sorry, all right, so we're back on the air. We're back on the air. So, yeah, the food is almost done. I'm going to eat in a second. And then I'll play you Trump after. Everything got kind of messed up because of the technical issue. All right, so here's the plan. So we're covering the jury deliberations, and the courthouse is on, the court is on lunch break from 1 to 2, and the jurors are eating lunch, but they're deliberating. I assume they're deliberating during their lunch break. And so we're looking at a shot of outside of the courtroom. So in a couple minutes, I'm going to eat my food because I'm planning on staying on the air this afternoon and covering this. And for all I know, the jury could work till as late as 6, as I understand. So I'm going to get some, in a minute or two, I'm going to eat my food, and then I'll come back and we'll do our coverage. And we should have the hallway shot back. And if while I'm eating, the hallway shot comes back while I'm eating, I will put it on. It's just, we lose the hallway shot during the lunch hour every day. That's why we don't have the hallway shot right now. And we're waiting to get more news about the jury. We don't have anything right at the moment. The betting odds on the verdict, according to Polymarket, they have one on Trump being convicted of a felony before the election, which is basically this, because this is going to be the only trial probably before the election. So right now, according to the betting site Polymarket, they give it a 70% chance. Bettors are giving it a 70% chance that Trump will get convicted of a felony before the election, which basically is this trial. That's according to Polymarket. So if you wanted to bet on him getting convicted of a felony before the election on Polymarket, you could bet 78 cents to win $1 back. So you'd win 22 cents on your 78-cent bet. And if you want to bet no, that he won't be convicted of a felony on Polymarket, as far as I can see, you can bet 24 cents and then you get $1 back if you won, which would mean you'd win 76 cents. So that's just on Polymarket, this site. Again, I don't advocate you betting anything on this. I'm just telling you that's a site I know that has odds where people bet on stuff. Yeah, it's a site that allows for betting. By the way, thanks to all of our mods who are here. Really appreciate our mods being here today. Kinetic is here right now. They're the reason that we can even have chat rooms. Thanks, Kinetic, for being there. Linda Belk and Larry. Linda Belk's over there on YouTube. Thanks, Linda Belk. Cynthia Moon. Big Ball of Yarn. David Green here. Say Idaho Star. I got that fire. Sarah Papa Bear Surly Dev. Thanks BB Matoli for the Facebook stars. Thank you, BB Matoli. Thanks Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Christina Neal, who are moderating over there on Facebook. Hey, thanks Senator Funstein for your support. I appreciate that. What are deliberations like? I was a juror, really quick, I can talk about more about this later. I was a juror on a civil trial. But yeah, I mean, you know, you don't talk to the jurors during the trial. You don't talk during the evidence, during the part of the trial where the evidence is being presented. You don't talk to the jurors about the case. So until you get into that room when all the evidence is done, until you get into that room, which they just got in there yesterday, you don't know what the other jurors are thinking, and you kind of have to figure out who's the foreperson and make sure everybody's on the same page about what you're supposed to be doing. And my trial was much shorter than this. It was only a few days of evidence. This one was weeks of evidence. So, you know, I think a bunch of it at the start is trying to figure out what does everybody think? What do we even need to be, what are we really looking at here? It's kind of a difficult crime to you know, the charge is not like a simple charge. It's kind of complex. So you're kind of sitting there by yourselves and you got to figure out, all right, what are we supposed to figure out? What do we think about all this? Where do we disagree? And what should we talk about? And what evidence should we be looking at? So it's up to you to figure it out. There's nobody holding your hand in the jury room. It's just you 12 people. But they got a lot of evidence to talk about and go through, and you don't have a transcript of the stuff. So if you want to rehear anything, you have to. Oh, hold on, we're hearing a little music here. We're hearing a little music here. So if you want to rehear any testimony, you got to ask for it to be reheard. You got to, and if you want to look at the jury instructions again, you got to ask for it to be read to you again. That's what happened this morning. But it's very different depending on, you could have a short trial, a long trial, complex case, not as complex case. So it depends on, but this is a pretty complex case. It's several weeks of evidence and testimony, and we'll talk about it when I get back. We did it earlier, but the law itself is kind of complex, so, you know. But it's just, you're just sitting there. You got to figure it out. Just the 12 of you. There's no, you know, there's no court assistant to help you in the jury room. It's just you. All right. So what I'm going to do now is I am going to eat because we're going to be on here this afternoon. So I'm going to eat. Thank you, by the way, for Senator Funstein again and Mods IW for our new member. That's my plan because if I don't eat, then things are going to get very bad. If I don't eat, things are going to get very bad, and I'm going to be very hungry. So, guys, give me. I'm going to take about. I'm going to eat lunch, and I'm going to leave this shot on the screen. And if the hallway shot might pop up too, and I'll come back and we'll continue doing our coverage. And I'm going to leave the stream on. All right. And if there's some emergency, I can run in right away. Yeah, hangry. So if there's an emergency, I can run in right away. I'm not going very far, but it'll be better this way. So hang out, chat. I'm going to leave this video up, and I'll turn the if the hallway video comes up, I'll put the sound back on, but I'm not sure what the sound's going to be on this video. So I want to leave the sound off here, but I'll put the sound back on if the hallway video comes back on. All right, guys. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to go eat now, and I'll be back shortly. And if there's an emergency while I'm eating lunch in the other room, I'll just come back in here right away. All right. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
girlfriend a middle finger on TV.
Then I felt bad. I was like, oh, you know what? Let us.
Hey everybody, thanks for your patience. I am back. I ate some lunch. I feel better. Let me get my headphones on. Hopefully that doesn't pause things here. Okay, now we're good to go. There's that. Also do this. All right, let me turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud. All right, so we're back. I ate some lunch. The jurors are still deliberating, and they've now been deliberating for about 9.5 hours. No verdict yet. And we're here to do some more coverage. And they're supposed to deliberate till 4:30, but they have the option of staying till 6 today. So will they stay late today? I don't know. Hey, thanks so much to Baronico. That's very nice of you, Baronico. Thank you. I was looking for updates while I was eating, and I didn't really see anything. So I will keep an eye out. But we're going to go over some stuff right now. NBC News is reporting that Trump had a TV put in the room where he's hanging out during the trial. For whatever that's worth. That there wasn't one yesterday. Okay. Is the audio okay? Is there something wrong with the audio? Audio all right? Hang on. Thanks to Joel Heller for the Facebook stars. Audio good. Okay, good. No echoing. All right, so what I wanted to, the first thing I wanted to do is I wanted to show you guys what Trump had to say this morning. Okay? So let's do that. Let's look at what Trump had to say this morning before
The city trillions and the state.
I'm going to play the video. This was before the proceedings started today. Leor says, is there a chance that the jury will not decide today? Of course, it's up to the jury. I'd say there's a decent chance we won't have a verdict today, but I don't know for sure. We could have an announcement of a verdict in 5 seconds. Nobody knows how long it's going to take. No, we haven't. We've only played the Trump video one time at the start of this broadcast this morning. That's the only time I played it. That was hours ago. Okay, so again, this is earlier today. Let me just show this. Hey, thanks, Daniel Boberson. Daniel says, shame they cannot have instructions back in the room. So complicated. NY rule is crazy. Yeah, I mean, the jury, we talked about this before. We'll talk about it later. Jury instructions are quite complex. They don't get to have a copy in the room with them, so they have to ask to have it read back to them if they want to hear more. We're going to be talking more about those. We talked about them earlier, too. Thanks also to Neil Johnson for your support. Appreciate that, Neil. Thank you. And our new member, Devin Childs. Thank you, Devin. No, that's not frozen. That's not live video. I'm about to play you the video of Trump. So this is from earlier today. I'm about to play you Trump speaking earlier today. That's why it's frozen. What I need to do is just get on the screen earlier today so you guys can see that. Earlier today. Okay? Not earlier. No, that's spelled wrong. We want to say earlier today. All right, here is what Trump had to say this morning, right here.
Thank you very much. Here we go again. 5 weeks. I've been here. I'm gagged. I'd like to answer all of your questions. They're very easy questions to answer, but I'm gagged, so I can't talk as much as I would like to about this ridiculous case that's hurting our country so badly. Some of the reviews from yesterday are and by the way, everyone's against this case. I haven't seen one legal scholar or expert in the law say that this case should have been filed. It should not have been filed, or at a minimum it should have been filed 7 years ago. It's 7 years old. Everybody turned it down, including federal elections turned it down. Southern District turned it down. Bragg turned it down. Then he rejuvenated it when I was running for office. It's a terrible thing. At the request of Biden, the editors of the National Review say, acquit Trump. Bragg has failed to prove his charges. Totally failed. Greg Jarrett. Who exactly was defrauded? Voters who had already voted. Well, they already voted because all of this stuff came in after the election. So how were they defrauded? And then you say, what about Hillary with the dossier? What about all of these other things that go? And this is nothing. This is nothing. But what about all of the corruption, the voter fraud? that you've seen over the last year on behalf of the Democrats, and nobody talks about it? This is ridiculous what they're talking about. This is called running for office. Greg Jarrett, the government, which received full payment on all taxable income. The government, by the way, received full payment. The taxes were paid in full. In fact, they make comment on that. Even if the taxes were paid in full, the Federal Elections Commission that concluded the money paid did not constitute a campaign contribution under the law. And remember, this judge wouldn't allow us. Look, he's a very conflicted judge. Everybody knows that. You don't want to talk about what the conflict was. I'm not allowed to talk about it because of a gag order that he put on me. So one subject he really doesn't want to talk about. There was no fraud. There was no conspiracy. It's that simple. Moreover, without a primary crime, there can be no secondary crime. It's a classic lawfare, weaponizing statutes because the law has been, okay, ready? Because no law has been broken. That was Greg Jarrett. Eli Honig, legal analyst for CNN. The crime here is not easy to explain or to understand. It's just not understandable. In other words, there is no crime. This is CNN. Catherine Christian from MSNBC, I call it MSDNC, legal analyst. It's difficult because it's a very nuanced argument. It's never been prosecuted before. This is an argument that has never been prosecuted before. And hopefully it'll never be prosecuted again. Andy McCarthy. This is anything but standard. It's the antithesis of standard, actually. The idea that they do not have to agree on what the other crime is. We spent 6 weeks wondering, what is the other crime? What is the other crime? And at the end, the thud we all get is this. There's 3 or 4 of them, and you could pick one from the other, and they don't have to agree on anything. And what he's saying is it's so corrupt. Nobody's ever heard of a thing like this. It's called pick 'em. It's like the lottery. Pick 'em. You pick 'em. And you don't have to be, even though in a criminal case you have to be unanimous, you don't have to be. Just give a couple of votes, because the judge, unfortunately, is corrupt. Judge Jeanine Pirro, no one has heard of this. It's like as a menu column A, B, or C. You don't have to agree on it. This is a kangaroo court. This is unheard of. I've never seen anything like it. I've done this for 32 years. I'm not a federal prosecutor, I'm a state prosecutor, so I know what I'm talking about. I'm not a federal judge, I'm a county judge, just like Bersha. This is New York law, this is my wheelhouse. He is 100% wrong. He's wrong. That's what Jeanine Pirro, very good woman, very smart woman. Jonathan Turley, this is becoming a 3-card Monte game on where is the crime? Smart guy, where is the crime? Mike Davis, the U.S. would sanction a country for doing this. I think that's good. I think that's good. Steve Hilton, it seems that every single day these proceedings go on, the judge and the prosecutor just go out of their way to prove Trump's point. And I guess they are proving my point when you think. That's why I write some of these things that are very sad. Mark Levin, this Stalinist-like case, it's a Stalinist-like case. It has prevented President Trump from running for office. It has prevented him from campaigning. He's unable to campaign because he's been in a courthouse for 5 weeks. And yet we just had a poll came out, NPR. Trump's 54, Biden's 42. And that's with independents. That's the best we've ever had. They said this is the single best poll that Trump has ever had with independents. Trump's largest lead among independent voters, NPR Marist College, 44-28, and Junior is way down, way down. But it's 44. Junior, who's extremely liberal, by the way, he's extremely radical left. I think you know that. But he seems to be hurting Biden probably a little bit. So that's it. It's a disgrace. The millions and millions of dollars that are spent daily on this case. Outside, it looks like it's Fort Knox, like they're guarding this. I've never seen so many policemen. Now, with Columbia University, you can plant a tent right in front of the main door, no problem. NYU, just put your tent up. Don't worry about it. Over here, but I just want to say that this is a very sad day for America. The whole world is watching, and it's a very sad day for New York. I've gone through 2 of these trials already. with the same kind of a judge. It's all worked. It's all rigged. The whole thing, the whole system is rigged. Judge Engoron was overturned 5 times in my case, and he's going to be overturned again. And we were treated very, very badly. And the outside world is watching, and the outside world is just not going to bring their business to New York. And that's going to cost the city trillions and the state trillions and trillions of dollars. Businesses are leaving, and people are fleeing. So you can see the quotes yourself, and thank you all very much. We'll comment later on in the evening, but we'll be here, it looks like a long time. Thank you.
Are you scared you're going to be sent to jail? What do you think of the jury so far?
The jury would be a fair debate. Do you trust the jury?
So there you go. That was Trump's comments earlier today. And then here's the live shot now. Here's the live shot now. All right. So we have, again, the jury is supposed to work until 4:30 today unless they want to go later. Now, so far I've heard nothing about them wanting to go later. We'll have to see. Will the jury want to go later today? It's closing in on 10 hours of deliberation. I'm just making sure I'm not missing any more updates here. No, I see nothing. No new notes after this morning from the jury or anything. Yes, so no updates at the moment. We're going to take some comments, and then we're going to maybe look at the jury instructions for a little bit. Let me know your thoughts. At Lookner on X. It's still live. It's still live. You're looking at a live shot. Yes, the clock counts lunch break time because they can deliberate during lunch. So as far as we know, they were deliberating during lunch. They're certainly allowed to deliberate during lunch. Whether they, I can't tell you for sure that they did. If they want to go after 4:30, they need to ask the judge, and I'm not aware that they did that yet today. A number of experts have said they thought it wouldn't go past Friday. They thought that the jury would want to get it done before the weekend. I can't say. I have no idea. Alfie Black says, will we see the verdict live from the courtroom? No, there are no cameras in, as I understand it, there's no cameras in New York courts. You will not see this verdict live from the courtroom. They're not going to change it just for the verdict. That's part of the same court proceeding. But there are reporters in the courtroom, so you'll hear about it like seconds after it happens. Carolina Bissett says the weekend is not a factor in a serious deliberation. I don't know. I mean, you know, it doesn't. If they want to get done before the weekend, it doesn't mean that they've abandoned their jury duty to do a responsible job. Sometimes deadlines have a way of focusing people. Like if you have some kind of assignment you need to hand in or something you need to do for work, sometimes having a deadline makes you really focus and get it done. So, you know, maybe if enough of them want to get it done by the weekend, maybe that'll push them to get it done. Doesn't mean that they're, you know, neglecting their duty. Yes, the lunch is an hour. I mean, in theory they can just sit, but I'm sure they can just eat food as much as they can. No one's going to go in there and say you need to have eaten all your food after an hour. So they can eat whenever they want, I think. But the food is brought in, I think, around 1. That's my understanding.
Just gonna find out. Just realize
What I might do is, ooh, what's this? We might take a second and look at the, we did this a little earlier, but, you know, a bunch of you probably weren't here when we did it. Just talk about the jury instruction and what the specific crime Trump is being charged with is. Maybe we'll do that. It's a little complex. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this in the corner. Put that there for the moment. We're going to put that there. We're going to do this here. All right, so we'll keep an eye. We have our eye on the hallway in the top left. We have our eye there. And I just want to take a second. We did this once earlier, several hours ago, I think it was. But I want to take a second because I think it's helpful to just talk about what, it's a little confusing, what the charge is, what he's being charged with, and what the law that is that the prosecution said he broke and what they have to show. And it's actually in the jury instructions, but you really have to, it's complex. So he's not just, in New York State, if there's a misdemeanor charge for just falsifying a business record. Let me actually show you that first. There's a misdemeanor charge for falsifying business records. And that's right here. It says, under New York law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the second degree when with intent to defraud, he or she makes or causes a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. That's it. So this is not, there is a charge you can get charged with in New York, which is basically you just falsified your business records with an intent to defraud. But that's just a misdemeanor. A felony is a more serious crime. He's not charged with second degree falsifying business records. He's charged with falsifying business records in the first degree, which is a felony. So what you need to show for falsifying business records in the first degree is that you falsified business records in order to commit, conceal, or aid another crime. So see what it says here? Under our law, a person is guilty of falsifying business records in the first degree, felony, when with intent to defraud, that includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof, that person makes a false or causes a false entry in the business records of an enterprise. So the idea is you create a false business record, you do it with the intent to defraud, and you do it with the intent to commit or aid or conceal some other crime. That's what makes it a felony. Now you might say, so what is the other crime they're saying that Trump intended to commit or to aid or conceal when he falsified his business records. Well, they specify that actually. They say, the judge says in the jury instructions, it says this. Okay, look. Intent to commit or conceal another crime. For the count of falsifying business records in the first degree, felony falsifying of business records, the intent to defraud by falsifying the business record must include an intent to commit another crime or aid or conceal another crime. Under our law, so what is that other crime? It's right here. It's an election crime. The prosecution alleges that the other crime the defendant intended to commit, aid, or conceal by falsifying business records is a violation of New York election law. What violation of New York election law? This section of New York election law provides that any two or more persons who conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means, and which conspiracy is acted upon by one or more of the parties thereto, shall be guilty of conspiracy to promote or prevent an election. So, what they're basically saying is that they're accusing Trump of falsifying business records with an intent to defraud, and in doing so, they're saying he falsified his business records in order to help commit another crime or conceal another crime, and the other crime is a conspiracy to get himself elected by using unlawful means. Okay? So again, they're basically saying Donald Trump falsified business records in order to help himself get elected by unlawful means. And what are the unlawful means by which he wanted to help himself get elected? Well, they talk about what they say is the jurors don't have to agree on what the unlawful means were, but they give examples, and they say, for example, the Federal Election Campaign Act, which says individuals can only give $2,700 to a presidential candidate. Corporations cannot directly contribute to a presidential candidate. And so one way they could argue this is something like this. Remember, the idea of the case is that Trump didn't want Stormy Daniels to have this to come out with. They didn't want the Stormy Daniels story to come out before the election, where Stormy Daniels was claiming she had an affair with Trump. So the idea is that, according to the prosecutors, that Trump had his lawyer Michael Cohen pay Stormy Daniels $130,000 to make it so that the story wouldn't come out, and then Trump wrote these checks reimbursing Michael Cohen for the Stormy Daniels payment. That's what the prosecutors say. So, and then those checks, though, were not written, when Trump wrote those checks to Michael Cohen, they were not written as repayment for Stormy Daniels payment. They were made out as legal services payments to Michael Cohen for legal services, and the prosecution says there weren't legal services. Those checks were actually just reimbursement checks for the Stormy Daniels payment. So that's where you get some of the falsified business records charges. So what they're basically saying is, so that payment by Michael Cohen, $130,000 to Stormy Daniels. The prosecutors, I assume, would argue, I didn't listen to all didn't listen to the whole trial, but they could argue that that's an illegal campaign contribution. Michael Cohen can't personally give more than $2,700 to Donald Trump's campaign, and Michael Cohen's corporation that he formed, which wrote the check to Stormy Daniels, a corporation can't give any money to directly to a presidential campaign. So one way that the prosecution could argue this is they could say that Trump falsified, he falsified business records. He wrote these checks out to Michael Cohen, said they were for legal services, which was false because they weren't for legal services. Why did he do that? Because it was part of this attempt to get himself elected, help him get elected but he, in a fraudulent way, not letting people know that he was paying off Stormy Daniels. And as part of this, Michael Cohen made this illegal campaign contribution to Donald Trump, paid $130,000 to Stormy Daniels just to help Trump's campaign, which is against the law. And Trump's falsification of business records was in part designed to hide the fact that Michael Cohen had made this illegal campaign contribution in paying off Stormy Daniels. So that's one scenario that they could, and if the prosecution is not sitting here with me right now, but if I assume if they were, they would say, if that's what happened, you have the falsified business records, which are the checks to Michael Cohen. You have intent to defraud, and you have an intent to conceal another crime. The other crime being an illegal campaign contribution to Trump's. You have an intent to conceal or commit another crime, which is the scheme to get Trump elected. And that, so the other crime is the scheme to get Trump elected. And that scheme involved some illegal activity, and the illegal activity involved in that conspiracy to get Trump elected, in part, was illegal campaign contribution by Michael Cohen or Michael Cohen's company that went to Stormy Daniels. So I know it's a kind of a complex chain, but again, what they need to show is that there were false business records, that these false business records were done with an intent to defraud, that they were done to commit or conceal or aid another crime, and the other crime was a conspiracy to help Trump get elected through unlawful means, and they're going to have a story to tell about what the unlawful means to help him get elected were. And one of those possibilities for unlawful means that they talk about here is it was unlawful for $130,000 to be given by Michael Cohen to Stormy Daniels, because that's an illegal campaign contribution. So now, if you're not following all of this clearly, that's fine. It's complex. But my point in doing this to you, and I'm not telling you what to believe or not to believe, but my point in laying this out is that's the chain that the jury needs to follow, because what Trump is being charged with is, again, falsifying business records with an intent to defraud and with an intent to commit, conceal, or aid another crime. And that other crime is a conspiracy to get himself elected, which involved unlawful activity, and that unlawful activity could be one of several things, including like an illegal campaign contribution. So this is what the jury has to follow. They have to reason this all out, and they have to say to themselves, in addition to just understanding what they need to show and understanding what the law is and all these steps, once they get that straight, which I think can be very challenging, especially if you don't have this document with you, right? I've looked over this document a lot. They don't get a copy of this document. They have to ask to have it read to them. They've heard it twice, I think now, or once completely and once partially. They've just heard it. But once the jury figures out what is the law, what do we have to figure out, what does the law say that Trump had to do to break that law, and has the jury proven has the prosecution proven every part of what they need to prove beyond reasonable doubt? This is what the jury needs to figure out. I mean, if it's me, I'm assuming that I was on a civil case the one time I was on a jury, which was much less complex than this. And it did take a little while for us in the jury room to figure out, wait, what are we asked? What are we being asked exactly here? What does the law say? What do we need to figure out whether the prosecution proved, or in this case it was a civil suit, whether the plaintiff proved or not? So it's possible it's taken the jury a while just to wrap their head around, what does the law say? What is the prosecution saying Trump did? What do they need to show? What are the different steps we have to show that they proved? So again, I wish I had an easier way of explaining this to you, but I'm not even reading the whole thing to you. I'm just kind of summarizing it for you. It's just a complex law, and there's a bunch of steps. So, I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a sense of what the charge is and what he's accused of and what the jury is going to be asked to figure out. And I should have done this before. I did it earlier. I should have done it 10 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago. But here I'm gonna post the link to this jury instructions in the chat right now, and you can look at it. And I would encourage you to, if you want to, start around page 40. That's where it talks about what Trump is charged with. Okay. So I just posted the link in the chat. You can get this document. You can look it over. It's hard though. I've looked at this a bunch. You got to go really slow. You got to reread things. Yeah. So, it's taken me a while to even, I don't fully understand everything, but even to get a basic understanding has taken me a while. Even yesterday, I didn't really understand that well what was being charged. Oh, my head hurts when I start trying to talk about it. But it's, again, I wish I could summarize it more easy for you, but I'm trying to just summarize it. But there's a lot more detail than what I mentioned, that what the jury has to figure out. Like different terms are defined and all that stuff. But it's not. This thing isn't this length because it's fluff, right? This is a 55-page jury instruction. It's not fluff. It's not like they just add lots of extra things. I mean, these different things are important. So, but they don't even get a copy of this. That's the way they do it in New York. Anyways, but if again, look it over. I encourage you to look it over. But hopefully that gives you some sort of general idea of what's going on here. Yeah, but you again, I'll post the link again. You can look at it yourself. You just might have to go slowly through it. But where I started reading from there was page 40, because page 40 is when it starts talking about this is the crime he is charged with, and it starts explaining what he is charged with and what the prosecution needs to show. But it's difficult. It's hard. It's really hard. Thanks, Kitty Cat, for your support. I appreciate Kitty Cat. All right, so I'm going to look at some of the comments now. But yeah, it's just there's no way around it. It's complex, and there's a bunch of steps you got to follow. It's not somebody could be accused of stealing somebody's wallet, and then the question is, did they steal the wallet? That's not like this. It's not like that here. There's a bunch of steps. The prosecution needs to show a bunch of that Trump did, that there are a bunch of different things are true in order for the jury to conclude that the law has been broken here. What a whole thing. What a whole thing it is. Hold on a second here. Oh my gosh. Let me take some comments here. But I also think when you look at that and you realize how complex it all is, it could take a jury a while just to even figure out what they're supposed to be doing in there. Oh, thanks, Leon Yoder. Leon Yoder says the underlying crime they're basing this case on would be a federal crime which Bragg has no authority to prosecute and for which DJT was never convicted or even charged with. Okay, a couple things here. First of all, the crime he's being charged with is not a federal crime. The crime he's being charged with is a state crime. That state crime is falsifying business records in the first degree. But as part of the state crime of falsifying business records in the first degree, you need to show that he falsified business records to commit or conceal or aid another crime. And that crime is also a state crime. That's a state election crime that they said he was trying to commit or conceal or aid, which is a state law against a conspiracy to get somebody elected by doing some sort of illegal activity. But the illegal activity that a juror might cite in this, that illegal activity, I know it's so many steps, but in terms of that New York law that says you can't conspire with others to get somebody elected in a way that uses unlawful activity, that unlawful activity under the law could be activity that violates a federal law, if that makes sense. Although it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. But so whether that would be something that allows Trump to successfully appeal this, I don't know. But it's not the case that they're charging him with a federal crime or prosecuting for a federal crime. That's false. They are charging him with a state crime. But part of the state crime is intent to do unlawful activity, and according to the state law, that state law applies to you even if the intent to do unlawful activity is intent to do a federal crime. Now, is that problematic in terms of the law? I have no idea. I don't know. Good question. I don't know. I can't tell you. Maybe that's something that they will appeal on if Trump gets convicted. Also, just to be clear, they don't have to prove that Trump committed another crime. So, look, right here. For the count of falsifying business records in the first degree, the intent to defraud by falsifying your business records must include an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. Under our law, although the prosecution must prove an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof, they need not prove that the other crime was in fact committed, aided, or concealed. So they don't have to, under the state law, they don't have to prove that in addition to falsifying business records, Trump committed another crime or aided another crime or concealed another crime. All they have to prove is that he intended to do that by falsifying his business records. I know your heads are probably exploding right now, but these are the kind of details that will matter legally. They're important legal details, but it gets very, very confusing. So thank you for the question, Leon Yoder. I appreciate it. Also, and I know it's confusing. And it's probably much more confusing if you're actually looking at it on a professional level and you're a lawyer and you're in court arguing this stuff. Thanks also to Obi-Wan. I really appreciate that. And Sean TV. That's very generous of you, Sean TV. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Sean TV. Very kind of you. Leon Yoder says, which New York State election was DJT trying to defraud? Well, I didn't follow the whole trial, but how about the elections that take place in New York for president, right? So New York oversees its own presidential elections. The presidential elections in each state are overseen by that state. So again, that would be, I am not a legal expert, but I assume that if it's an election law, and the election law is any two or more persons who conspire to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office. Well, the way the law is written, it might even apply. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but it doesn't say here in this New York election law that they're saying that Trump was intending to commit. They're saying that Trump was intending to commit or conceal or aid a breaking this law. Sorry, the prosecution is saying that Trump, when he falsified his business records, was doing that in order to help himself get elected by unlawful means. Right. And that's here. But the law doesn't say get elected to a New York state office. The law just says anybody in New York who conspires with other people to promote or prevent the election of any person to a public office by unlawful means. So maybe the way the law is written, it applies as long as the election is taking place in the state of New York. Whether or not it's for a federal office or a state office, I don't know. But again, I'd be careful if you're not well versed, if you're not a lawyer and you don't know about the particular laws in question, which I don't, I'd be very, very careful of easy, simple sounding arguments that the case is just nonsense, right? I can pretty much guarantee you, if you're not a specialist and you have like a 2-sentence, oh, what about this? That shows their case is a bunch of baloney. I can pretty much guarantee you're not fully understanding it. Because if it was that simple, if they were doing, they're not so stupid. Whatever you think of the prosecutors in New York, they're not 5-year-olds. They're not complete and utter morons. They're not going to bring a case that is just obviously a case that will fall apart on appeal. The judge wouldn't even be allowing it probably. So if you are a non-specialist and you can summarize in one sentence some claim that, oh, the prosecution is just, their case is nonsense because of this, and it's not something you have to have any special knowledge to understand, my guess is that it's way more complex than that. So that's these are not, they didn't do, somebody before was like, oh, they violated the statute of limitations. Well, no, it's not clear that they violated the statute of limitations. Maybe there's some kind of appeal involving the statute of limitations that Trump could argue on appeal, but it's not going to be that simple. It's going to be some complex legal issue. And similar to here, maybe there's some kind of issue with the fact that the law, the way it's written, somehow brings in violations of federal law, but it's not going to be some simple 1-sentence summary that you can understand without background. And I can't either. So I just want to caution you about that. And I know that there's like an industry of people out there that are willing to just feed simplistic stuff to people who want to hear simplistic stuff. But it's not going to be that simplistic. Believe me, if it was just obvious that this case was that there were aspects to this prosecution case that would just make it completely unconstitutional and easily overturned in a way that any non-specialist can understand, they wouldn't bring the case. Believe me. They're not 5-year-olds and they're not complete idiots, whatever you think of them. So maybe when push comes to shove, if Trump gets convicted, he's going to appeal. Maybe he'll win the appeal, but it's not going to be it's not going to be the appellate judge walking in and saying, "Oh my gosh, the statute of limitations says 7 years. It says 2 years. What were you thinking, you idiot? Everybody, that's it. We don't even have to have this hearing. Case dismissed." It's not going to be like that. Okay. So it's just more complex. That's all I'm saying. So be careful of the simplistic takes. It's not a simple question. That's all I'm saying here. Thank you to Don Teller for your support. Thank you also to Ronald Kane for the gift memberships. Very kind of you, Ronald Kane. And thanks, Leon Yoder. Again, I appreciate it, Leon Yoder. He says, I think it is extremely dangerous to charge a former president and the current frontrunner of your opponent's party on such a novel or uncertain charge. So, look, I don't know how novel the charge is. I believe that Alvin Bragg has said this is a charge, this type of charge for falsified business records gets prosecuted a bunch in New York. As to what, so I can't tell you, would a normal person have been charged with this in New York if they did this kind of behavior? I don't know. It's not clear to me. But also something to keep in mind is, someone might say, well, when someone says something like, well, a president has never been charged, well, has a president done something like this which would leave themselves open to being charged? I can't tell you to what degree, if a regular person, not a candidate for president, did this behavior, would they be charged in the state of New York? It's a fair question. But I don't have a good answer for you on that. And to know that, you need to know a lot about the history of charges in New York, about what the law is in New York, about the specifics of cases where people had and had not been charged for this kind of thing. So, it's a good question. I don't have that background to give to you. But you need to have some background to be able to give an intelligent answer to that question. So I certainly think it's reasonable to ask, in a case where Trump gets charged, would a person who's not him be charged? Would a person who's a regular person be charged for these kind of things? But I can't tell you that. I can't answer that for you. Thank you, Leon Yoder. I appreciate it. It's tough for the jury, though. I have read those jury instructions a bunch and really slowly. I'm reading them slowly, not just on the air, but on my own. The jury had heard them once all the way through from the judge without stopping, and then once this morning in partial rereading. That's the only time the jury has seen those instructions. I don't even know. Well, but the thing is, for all I know, I didn't listen. I wasn't glued to. You couldn't listen to the trial. But I guess if you wanted to, you could have. A number of reporters were doing admirable work of going in every day and live posting and live tweeting what the different lawyers were saying during the trial and what the prosecutors were saying, the defense lawyers. So, maybe during the case, I would think that during the trial, the prosecution was explaining to the jury what the law is and how the evidence supposedly shows that all the steps were met to show that Trump broke this law. So, but I don't know. So maybe if I sat there for the trial, I'd be like, oh, I know, I get this law and I get all the steps and everything. I don't know if the jury does. But just from the jury instructions, you're not going to just read, the vast majority of people are not going to read that. Never mind just hear it once or twice and really get wait, what's the crime here? What's the law? What do we have to show? It's hard. It's hard. And remember, if there's even one juror and I wouldn't blame them. There might be somebody who doesn't really deal with legal stuff in their everyday life. They have other stuff going on. There might be one juror at least who's this is hard to follow. I don't really get what's happening here. This language is so complex. What's going on? And even if there's just one person like that, they might just not get on board until they understand things better. So who knows how long this is going to take? But they could come up. They could come up in 5 minutes and say we have a verdict. Hey, thanks, Caleb, for your support as well. I appreciate it, Caleb. Thank you. Hang on a moment here. Peter says, go follow 50 pages of instructions without even having them in front of you. Absolutely absurd. Andrew thinks there will be a verdict in the next hour. I am interested in seeing, will the jury work late today? Will they work late today, guys? They're supposed to end at 4:30, but they can go till at least 6. So, as I said before, I would think if they're close to a verdict, this is just me, I'm not a professional, but I would just think if I were a juror and we were close to a verdict, I'd be like, yeah, let's stay. If I thought we were far away from a verdict, maybe I'd be like, no. Although maybe if I wanted to try to finish before the end of the weekend, I'd be like, yes. So I'm interested to see if they stay late. Hey, thanks to Penniless Jennifer. I really appreciate that. Penniless Jester. Penniless Jester, thank you. Much appreciated. Hey, oh, Van Dan, so generous of you. Wow, thanks, Van Dan. That's very kind of you. Really appreciate all your support for the channel. Van Dan, thank you. Very nice of Van Dan. It's pretty quick. There really haven't been any updates today at all, really. I mean, in the morning, the jury asked for I think headphones to listen to their laptop with some evidence on it. But we really haven't had significant updates today from the jury. Thanks, Joe. Joe says, can you get them to hurry up? I gotta go soon. Yes, under what the jury instructions tells the jurors is if you want to stay after 4:30, the judge says basically just ask me. And the judge said yesterday to the jurors, according to Politico, that they could stay until 6 today. If they wanted to. But I've heard no word that they want to. CNN says in the courtroom right now, there are 4 members of the public, along with the reporters, just sitting there. The jury is not in there right now. They are in their own room deliberating. NBC says there were no new notes given to the judge from the jury during lunch break. Mike Nikolish thinks if they stay past 4:30, a decision is likely today. I mean, they might want to stay late today if they think they can get it done by tomorrow. You never know. I mean, they could not stay late because one of the jurors has some urgent thing they have to do at like 5:30 p.m. or something. But you kind of feel like if they're going to do it today or tomorrow, they might want to stay late today. Ben Foster thinks they are split if they've taken this much time. So it's 3:20. I mean, if they don't work late, they'll be done in an hour and 10 minutes. For the day. Uneven Donkey thinks they are split, or they will be split. Christian Robbins thinks they are split. Hey, if there's a significant split, this could go on for a while. I don't know the sentencing guidelines, but I've seen a number of experts say they didn't think Trump would get jail time if he got convicted. And he lost an appeal. But they thought that, I've seen a number of experts say they thought that Trump would get some combination of, because it would be first offense and nonviolent crime, and they thought he would get some combination of community service, probation, and fine. That seems to be a commonly held belief among experts. But if he gets convicted, he's going to appeal it anyway. Yes, as Sariam says, there's no minimum prison sentence. Michael Anthony thinks, don't be surprised if we get a verdict within the hour. Somebody asked about the dynamite charge. So there's this thing the judge can do, but it's basically just giving the jury instructions. The judge has this option to give the jury a certain instruction if they can't agree. And he can give an instruction that basically tells them, strongly urges them to reach an agreement. But it doesn't force them to do anything, just to be clear. I think it's a little confusing. It's an Allen charge. Wikipedia says Allen charge is a jury instruction intended to prevent a hung jury by encouraging jurors in the minority to reconsider. Because it is used to dislodge jurors from entrenched positions, the Allen charge is sometimes called the dynamite charge or hammer charge. But it's just a jury instruction. That's all it is. It's just the judge encouraging the jurors, saying something to the jurors, encouraging them to agree, to reach an agreement. But it's not like the jurors aren't going to be punished or anything. I'll post a link to that in the chat. You can read about it. No, it's been the Supreme Court affirmed this use of jury instructions. So it is based on a Supreme Court ruling of 1896 that permitted this jury instruction to be given. All right, we're going to keep covering this. I'm going to just take 1 minute here. We're at 10 and a half hours, guys. I'm going to take 1 minute here. We got about an... By the way, Trump said he is going to speak at the end of the day. Said that earlier. Hang on a second here. Oh, right. As one of the viewers pointed out in the article in the Wikipedia, it says it's not binding on state courts. But from what I've heard analysts say, that it is an option that he could do in this trial. But again, just to be clear, it's just giving the jury a certain instruction. That's all it is. It's not telling them that you can't force them to come to an agreement. All right. I need to take 1 minute. Going to take 1 minute here, guys. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. Ooh, not back. B-A-K. Oh, no. What did I do? Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. And we'll continue our live coverage of the jury deliberation. I'll be back in 1 minute. Thank you for your patience. We are back. Oops. It is 3:29 p.m. So unless the jury stays late, they have 1 hour. Unless the jury stays late, there's 1 more hour of deliberation today. I'll show that to you. This is the jury instructions right here. We will work every day until about 4:30. However, we can work later if the jury wishes to do so and all the jurors are in agreement. Simply send me a note as early in the day as possible and let me know that you wish to stay beyond for 4:30, and if so, what time you would like to work until. Depending on the time you select, we may order dinner for you. So there has been, as far as I'm aware, no note sent to the judge saying they want to work late. What do you think about that? No note. You'd think if they were going to work late, they would send a note by now, right? No? They're not going to send a note at like 4:25, are they? Maybe they're just not close. Sarah Lee, our viewer, thinks if no verdict in sight, they will go home. Thanks to Chad Adams for your support, by the way. Thank you, Chad. Chad says, important to consider these jurors are tasked with a decision that could affect the course of history. Pretty heavy for something some are saying could be decided in an afternoon. Oh, I definitely agree, Chad. I certainly think that given that this is a trial of a former president, and someone who's running for president, they might want to extra take their time. Penniless Jester says it's been confirmed there are 2 lawyers on the jury. Thanks, Penniless Jester. Yeah, so, I mean, I don't remember. I read an article once about like the people on the jury, and you can find articles about there on the jury, but just because they're a lawyer doesn't necessarily mean they deal with this kind of law, you know? Maybe, I mean, certainly they'd be more familiar with legal ways of looking at things. So maybe that could help the other jurors if they're not, familiar with being in a courtroom and how it works with legal terminology and stuff. One juror works in the legal field. This is a New York Times article I'm looking at. One juror works in the legal field. I don't know what that means. Another juror works in the legal field. Well, one article I just saw just says 2 of them work in a legal field. How about another article here? So one juror, according to The Guardian, works in corporate law. And another juror works where? As a civil litigator, civil law. This is not civil law, and this is not, well, it's corporate law? I don't know. My point is, somebody could be a lawyer and never deal with this kind of case. So, but maybe it could be helpful if, they could be helpful if other jurors are not really familiar, not used to being around legal arguments and stuff. Maybe they can help out the other jurors. Hey, there could be a juror who's not a lawyer who for some reason is familiar with this kind of law. I don't know, who's read up on it in their spare time. Now, why are they here? Why are these people here? Oh, they're just, what was the volume? What happened to the volume? Why do we not have volume? Oh, hold on. There we go, sorry. Yeah, so, I can't really draw any conclusions about the jurors from from kind of the summary of like they're this old and this is where they live and they do this kind of work. I mean, who knows? You just think about it. How do they work with other people? What kind of politics do they have? How do they feel about this case? Don't know. Who knows what the dynamics are in that jury room? I think a number of people have said in our chat they wish they could hear what's going on in the jury room. It would certainly be very interesting, but that's private to them. But who knows what's going on in there? Steve Warrington says, I do think it should be televised. By the way, this is not related to the case, but I just want to update you on something. Politico has a new article out where they say that the Biden administration has quietly given Ukraine permission to strike inside Russia solely near the area of Kharkiv using U.S.-provided weapons. A U.S. official told Politico that the president recently directed his team to ensure that Ukraine is able to use U.S. weapons for counter-fire purposes in Kharkiv so Ukraine can hit back at Russian forces hitting them or preparing to hit them, a U.S. official told Politico. I reposted that on my X account, @Lookner on X. That's not an official announcement from the U.S. government. That's a report from Politico. Really interesting. We don't have more updates right now. Let's see. I'm just looking for more updates. Very little today. Very little. It's 3:37, guys. 4:30 is when they're supposed to leave. Are they just going to leave at 4:30? Is that going to be it? What do you think? I'm secretly Cat says day 3 seems likely at this point. Politico said that yesterday he told them that today they could go until 6. Now maybe that got changed today. But they haven't asked to. That we have heard they have not asked to go late today. Velo says, yeah, I'm thinking another day. Sandy Vircher Grabowski thinks no verdict today. You never know. You never know. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Really appreciate you being with the coverage. BZ is over there right now. Richard Williams, good to see you, Richard. Thanks for being here. Big Ball of Yarn, Serrero, David Green, Hearsay, Idaho Star. I got that fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. Thank you. Thanks also Rivertown Creations for your support on Twitch. Rivertown Creations and G.I. Draven 2008. Thanks for the support on Twitch. Thanks for our Facebook mods, Linda Belk. It's not Linda Belk. Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Kay Lowry, Body, Christina Neal, Margaret Riley. Thanks for modding. I am looking all over for updates. Just like nothing today. Yeah, I mean, if that's true, that's a pretty big story that the Biden administration would have given the Ukraine permission to use U.S. weapons to fire at forces in Russia across the border near Kharkiv. That's a pretty big story, if that's true. Politico is reporting it. Oh, you know what? I might. Oh, hold on a second. I see some people coming out. You know, one thing I can play that we didn't watch. I meant to play it yesterday. Um, 2 days ago, Don Jr. gave a press appearance in front of the courthouse, and I never watched it. I was going to play it yesterday, and we never got to it. So if people want to see that, I might be able to grab that and play it for you. If I still have access to it. I don't know if I do. We played the Robert De Niro thing yesterday. But I was going to play the Don Jr. thing. Do I still have it? Let's see. Hey, thanks to Lisa Messer for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you. Hey, it's Norm Eisen from CNN. Yeah, people want to see that. All right, let me just see if I can get this up on the screen for you guys. I just need to figure out where it is. Yeah, so we played De Niro yesterday. Let's see if I can find it. This would have been Tuesday. Hang on. Yeah, I have the De Niro thing, but I'm trying to find the Don Jr. thing. Was that before or after De Niro? I thought it was after, but I'm not even sure. Oh, I found it. I found Don and Eric. The Don Jr. and Eric Trump press announcement thing. I found it. Let's see here. Okay. So I'm going to play this in a second. In a second, I'm going to show you guys. This again is the appearance by Don Jr. and Eric Trump on Tuesday outside the courthouse. Thanks, Zonti Misfit. Although I don't really like the tone of that comment, Zonti Misfit. Maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but I didn't love the tone of the comment. Thank you, Zonti Misfit, though. And our member Kristen. Oh, hold on. All right, hold on. Here we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is we're going to look at the appearance by Trump's sons Don Jr. and Eric on Tuesday. By the way, Harry Littman, who's a legal analyst I follow, says this is the sort of day one needs to expect with a case of this relative complexity and this diligent a jury. All right, here we go. Check it out, guys. We're going to take a look at this right now. Okay, hang on. Let me just get this settled. Let me get this set up. Okay, there we go. Again, this is Tuesday. Ooh, maybe I want to move. No, this should be fine. Might move him over a little bit. Okay, we'll do it this way. Let me put up, it says Tuesday. What happened to, oh no, I don't want that. I want this. There we go. So this is from Tuesday, okay? Let's hear what Don Jr. and Eric had to say on Tuesday. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to play it right now. See if this works. Hopefully it does.
This is amazing. I think Todd Blanche summed it up best. If there was an MVP, if there was a GOAT of liars, it is Michael Cohen. Michael Cohen is the embodiment of reasonable doubt. And this entire case hinges on someone who has quite literally lied to every single person and body he's ever been in front of. He's lied before, I believe it's every branch of Congress. He's lied before his wife. He's lied to bankers. He's lied to all of you in the press. And he's actually lied to that very jury. And yet, he's the only person of relevance that this entire case hinges on. We understand that this is a political persecution. That was evidenced today. Today, by the Biden campaign themselves holding a rally here. They bring in Robert De Niro, who was shot down, but apparently he needs attention because it's been a while since he's cranked out a good movie. But think about it. They bring out one actor. Remember in 2020 when every A-list actor in the world showed up for Joe Biden, they lined up one by one? Now they get one person. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson disavowed, said, hey, listen, I regret voting for him. Cardi B, all the people that lined up behind Joe Biden understand that he has failed our country, he has failed the citizens of this nation. Frankly, he has failed the world. But the fact that they're holding a rally across the seat from this very witch hunt, right across the street, tells us exactly what we all knew all along, that it is a political persecution. It is a witch hunt. There is a reason one of the people sitting at that desk was the number 3 person in Joe Biden's DOJ. I know my father is not allowed to say Matthew Colangelo in his name, right? Because he's been gagged. The President of the United States is not allowed to exercise his First Amendment rights in New York City in this day and age. Does that not tell us all everything we need to know about what we're witnessing? It's a witch hunt. They're using it as a political fundraiser, just like this very judge's daughter has profited from this very case. It is an insanity. It is an embarrassment. It's an abomination to democracy and to our republic. And yet it continues. Everyone in this case is conflicted, and it hinges on one man who's not just a liar, convicted, someone who's lost his law license, has been disbarred, someone who's served jail time for lying before congressional bodies. And that's it. That's where we are today in America. This is a sham. It's insane, and it needs to stop, because if you think for 1 second that this ends with Donald Trump, you have not been watching what's going on in the Democrat Party in the last few years. They want power at any and all costs. Your rights be damned. That can't stand. That can't happen. This sham prosecution, this insanity, this abomination has to stop now.
After watching this trial, are you convinced that the jurors are going to be able to make the right decision?
So I sit here today as a son,
forget about politics for a second. I've been in that courthouse with my father almost every single day, and not a single New Yorker, as they look at murders in the streets, women getting thrown in front of trains, kids getting shot in Times Square, the degradation of this city, not a single New Yorker believes that over $130,000 payment from 9 years ago, from 8 years ago, that the entire DA's office is lining that courtroom. They're sitting there, they're laughing, they're giggling. This was their moment. This is how they embarrassed Donald Trump. This is legal lawfare. All while this state absolutely melts. Everybody that sits here right now, every single one of you, knows that this is not the same state that we knew 10 years ago. Knew it was not the same state as we saw 5 years ago. You have total degradation of New York State because the only thing that Alvin Bragg wants to do, only thing that Letitia James wants to do is criminally prosecute Donald Trump. And they're doing it for one reason. They're doing it because they have a political vendetta. They're all funded by George Soros. That's what this is. This is political lawfare, and it absolutely has to stop. And I watch a man, he's the toughest man I've ever seen, and he endures this nonsense every single day. He sits in that seat, and that's not comfortable. He's never done a damn thing wrong. They tried to impeach him in D.C. They tried to impeach him a second time. They went after his Supreme Court justices. They turned the DOJ, they turned the FBI against him. They couldn't stop him. When that didn't work, guess what they did? They went after his family. They went after me. 110 subpoenas later that I've received. I've never gotten so much as a parking ticket. 110 subpoenas. They went after Don. They went after Laura. They went after little Barron Trump as a young kid, as a young teenager. They went after Tiffany Trump. They tried to make his life hell. And then they weaponized every single DA. They weaponized every AG in every far left area because Biden is incompetent and he's losing in all the polls. Across the board, he's losing in every quantifiable metric. Our country is going to hell. And this is their answer. Go after him for $130,000. And I want to say sorry to the jury that's in there. This has been the greatest colossal waste of time. I want to say thank you to the NYPD. You have thousands of officers down here. Thousands of officers down here that could be protecting our streets. Instead, they're guarding this courthouse against a sham trial. This has cost New York millions and millions and millions of dollars. And New York deserves so much better than this. And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're right. The entire country knows that this is nonsense. They don't buy it. A poll just came out from the New York Times. Even Democrats, the vast majority of Democrats, know that this case is a sham. And I think we're going to prevail. And I'm just proud of the toughest person I've ever met in my entire life for having the backbone and fortitude to go through this whole mess, as uncomfortable as it's been. And I'm proud to have stood there every single second by his side in that freezing cold courtroom against unthinkable odds and a corrupt judge and people making a lot of money and this political witch hunt. He's an inspiration to me every single day, and he'll be vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know what else to say that hasn't been said, but I think it's pretty obvious after all of the evidence has been presented now. We can very clearly see, if you didn't already know, that this was never a case about seeking justice. This was never a case about prosecuting an actual crime. This was never a case about protecting the citizens of the city of New York. This is a case about politics, pure and simple. And it is such a shame, as someone who used to live in this city, to see the top law enforcement officer in the city of New York, Alvin Bragg, sitting up in that courtroom, knowing all the resources he pulled together, all the time, all the taxpayer money in this city that was spent to go into this case when, as Eric just noted, you have crime sky high, people being pushed in front of subways, women getting punched in the face in broad daylight.
But by the way, this is Laura Trump, who is married to Eric Trump, and as of, I believe, March, she is the co-chair of the Republican National Committee.
In this city, anti-Semitism spewing out of our universities right here in New York City. They're not caring about any of those crimes. They're not pursuing any of those crimes. They care about this, which we know is not a crime. They have not proven anything to be a crime whatsoever, and they will not. Because at the end of this, we all know what it is about. And to the jury, when they realize these people who have wasted 5 weeks of their time in there, that they have been part of a political game, as New Yorkers, I'm pretty sure they're going to be upset about it. This is not the United States of America if this is successful. This is Banana Republic type stuff. And if they can profit off it on the other side, so can we. DonaldJTrump.com. If you want to contribute to help Donald Trump become the 47th president of the United States, they cannot succeed. They will not succeed. We will continue to fight alongside my father-in-law, our 45th and I believe 47th president, for what we know is true and right. Thank you.
Why would Biden's campaign be here then? What reasonable explanation would Biden's campaign have for being here? Real quick, please, just on the curb. Thank you.
All right, so, we showed the De Niro press conference from Tuesday, which was anti-Trump, and we showed that Donald Trump's two sons and daughter-in-law, giving a press conference there, and that was also from Tuesday. All right, now we'll go back to the live shot from the courtroom. Let's see, let me get this going. We need to do that there. And get this out of here. Okay. And I think, hold on. Is that Alina Habba? I can't tell. Trump's lawyer, Alina Habba? Am I wrong? I couldn't tell. Looked like maybe that was her. And it is 3:56. So if the jury does not go late today, they will be done in 34 minutes. 34 minutes. Oops, hold on a second. What am I hearing? Sorry. We're not hearing audio from this. We should be hearing audio. Let's turn the audio on. Get you some audio from the courthouse. Mark says, will they go over the weekend if the verdict's not made? I don't believe they can. I believe they would just go on. I've not heard anybody say that. I believe they would just start on Monday again. Yeah, the jury doesn't walk this way. We won't see the jury on this camera. So you don't have to worry about them being revealed. They don't walk out this way. Very interesting today. Really, really no updates today as we close in on 4 p.m. An analyst for NBC News, Lisa Rubin, says there has been no sign of life from the jury. The sole action of in the courtroom this afternoon was when a member of the court staff used the copier to make copies. Now, Trump did say he was going to speak at the end of the day, just to be clear. So we're going to be hearing from Trump again. Oh, Trump has just posted some things on social media. So here's what Trump has posted in the last half an hour on social media. 25 minutes ago, he posted the jury instructions given by highly conflicted Judge Juan Merchan were unfair, misleading, inaccurate, and unconstitutional, he says. The jury instructions. They were also very confusing, just what the judge wanted because there was no crime. Then he just posted 4 minutes ago, not only did this highly conflicted, biased judge, Juan Merchan, prevent me from presenting the fact that I did not take a tax deduction on the legal expense, which was marked correctly as a legal expense. The judge also did not allow my lawyers to get tax records from the former attorney, whose name I am not allowed to mention due to the unconstitutional gag order imposed on me, election interference witch hunt. He's in the courthouse while these are being posted, by the way. He's sitting in the courthouse right now. Oops, sorry. Let me go back to this. Yeah, so I just got confirmation from NBC News' Gary Grumbach that yesterday the judge said that we could work, jury could work till 6 if they wanted to, till 6, but they had to request it from him. We don't know if the jury's going past 4:30. It's 4:02. We still don't know if the jury is going past 4:30 today. Will they go past 4:30? Big question. If they don't, I don't know. If they don't, I feel like they're not very close. Thanks to our member, Anna Sweden. Thanks to Bryant Utpatel for the Facebook stars. I appreciate it. Thanks to all of our Facebook subscribers. I'm sorry we're having this very weird issue with Facebook where there's an issue with the whole subscriptions functionality. So people's subscriber badges aren't showing up. We're trying to get all that fixed. Thanks, Brian. So we're trying to get the whole situation sorted out with Facebook. I'm talking about the whole subscriptions thing. But thanks to all of our subscribers over there. Thanks to our Twitch subscribers, too. Hey, thanks, Rogan Mitch, for subscribing on Twitch. And Rivertown Creations. Super Sounds, thanks for subscribing. Relila, Wall Street, Shaggy. These are just a few of our subscribers. Smelly Cat on Twitch. Thanks to all of our subscribers there. All of our members on YouTube, just to name a few. Lucky Minute, Mythical, Evelyn in Maine, Strange and Scary New England, Buffalo Women, MM, Donna Smith, Marissa Pugliese. Fish Tacos, thanks for the gift membership. Riri Patton, Rule. Zanti Misfit, Obi-Wan, Donna Smith. Appreciate it. Mojo's Cosmos, MM, Blessed Light. Thanks, YouTube members, J.K. Sinar, Gregory Pelletieri, Steve Warrington, The Ring of X, Lisa Fontaine, Terry Rose. All right, let's see if we have any updates here. Guys, it's 4:04. Are they leaving at 4:30? Are they going to leave at 4:30? Trying to find that out. Thanks to Frank Mancini as well. Thanks so much, Frank. I appreciate that. Thank you, Frank. Associated Press is also reporting what Politico is reporting. Associated Press and Politico both reporting that Biden has partially lifted a ban on Ukraine using U.S. weapons to launch strikes on Russian territory to defend Kharkiv. What's that? I'm seeing some of the police talk to each other. Is something happening? Seeing some discussion among the police officers. They don't look too urgent, though. It's a lot of movement, a lot of people walking around.
That's good.
Madman Productions thinks police probably preparing to end for the day if they're stopping at 4:30. Our viewer Sondog thinks they're going to deliberate till 6. Really interesting. Just really no updates during the day today. Erica Orden says prosecutors just entered the courtroom. Now I don't know why. So Erica Orden, who's a reporter, says prosecutors just entered the courtroom. She's with Politico. Why prosecutors are in the courtroom right now, I don't know. Okay, guys? So there are prosecutors in the courtroom. We haven't heard about any kind of note or anything like that. Feels like something's happening. Am I wrong? Something or other? Hard to say. Can't tell. Bear 16 thinks it's a shift change. Yeah, so again, the prosecutors are in the courtroom. I don't know why the prosecutors are in the courtroom. It's just that they are in the courtroom. And it's now maybe because it's getting close to the end of the day. I mean, the jurors are supposed to go till 4:30 unless they request otherwise. And as far as I'm aware, they haven't requested otherwise. So maybe people are just getting ready to go home. Thanks to Ron Delabio. I appreciate it, Ron. Thank you. Maybe they're just getting ready to go home. Oh, maybe Trump's going in the courtroom now, right? Because the prosecutors are in the courtroom, so maybe Trump and the defense are going in the courtroom. But maybe it's just normal end of day stuff. I don't know. We might see Trump walk out of there, go in the courtroom in a second. Oh, prosecutors are in the courtroom. It's unclear why. It's unclear why they are there, says NBC News. It's unclear why they are there. The jury did not ring the bell, so it is unclear why the prosecutors are in the courtroom, says NBC News. So far, the judge and the defense aren't there either. That's what NBC says. All right, here is Trump coming out? What's happening? What's happening? Is Trump going into the courtroom now? There he is. He said, I want to campaign. He just said, I want to campaign. Trump is entering the courtroom. We don't know what's going on. He just said, I want to campaign. So what is happening? Is it just end of the day stuff or something? I mean, they're not supposed. The jury isn't supposed to just deliberate until 4:30. Maybe they're going to work late. I don't know. Yeah, Anna Bowers says, as far as those of us in the courtroom are aware, the jurors did not ring the buzzer or bell. So it's a little unclear what's going on right now. I mean, there's reporters who are there who say they're not sure what's happening right now. This is reporters who've been covering the case the whole time. So the judge is on the bench right now. Okay, Erica Orden says the judge is on the bench, so we should be hearing shortly what's going on. The judge is on the bench. So prosecutors and Trump's in defense are in the courtroom. The judge is on the bench. We don't know what's going on exactly. The jurors are excused for the day. Breaking news, the jurors are excused for the day. Adam Klasfeld reports the jurors have been excused for the day. That is from Adam Klasfeld. He says the jurors, Justice Merchant announces he will excuse the jury for the day. Breaking news. So Trump's going to speak after this. Yes, the jurors are going to be excused at 4. All right, so we have an update. Quick update. Hugo Lowell says the jury's going to be excused at about 4:30. All right. So that's an update from Hugo Lowell. That's an update from Hugo Lowell. The judge says he will excuse the jury around 4:30. Yes, 4:30 p.m. NBC reporting also, judge says, the judge said, according to Anna Bauer, the judge said he brought the people back in the courtroom just to let them know that he's going to excuse the jurors for the day. So no verdict today. In about 14 minutes, the jurors will go home. No, the only reason they would work until 6 is if the jury asked to work until 6. The jury apparently did not ask to work late. The jury did not ask to work late today. Breaking news. Kyle Cheney says it's unclear if the jurors were given the choice to work until 6 p.m. as Merchan said they would be permitted to yesterday. The jury will go home at 4:30 p.m. Breaking news. Breaking news, guys. The jury is going home. No verdict today. No verdict today. Wow. How about that? I guess they're not that close. I would think if they're close, they would stay late, but maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Some of our viewers think it's going to be a hung jury, that they can't agree. ABC News says a jury has found Chad Daybell guilty on all counts in the murders of his first wife and second wife's 2 children. Just in case you hadn't heard about that. Thank you, Jeff B. Jeff, I have not heard that. I've heard some people in the chat mention it. I haven't heard a reliable source say it. I will certainly keep an eye on that, Jeff B. Oh, so what Jeff was mentioning is I'm seeing some accounts online say that one of Putin's residents, not in Moscow, there's a building on fire at one of Putin's residences, supposedly in the Altai Republic in southern Siberia. So I'm seeing some reporting on that. I'll let you know if I hear more. I've heard no word that it was struck by anything. Will they decide tomorrow? I have no idea. I have no idea. Right. So Harry Littman, Harry Littman knows what he's talking about. He's a legal expert. He's saying something I was saying before. He said the fact they chose not to work late suggests they're not at the precipice of a verdict. I mean, I was saying this before. That makes sense. You would think if they were close, they would not. They would work late. So we should be hearing from Trump soon. Yes, they will be deliberating tomorrow. Our viewer Joe thinks one or two of the jurors are holding out. John Starsevich, our viewer, thinks it'll be an early afternoon verdict tomorrow. No verdict today, guys. No verdict today. Exploring with Jim says this means that they aren't close. Patrick Russell asked about the testimony the jury asked about. The jury heard some testimony this morning, reheard some testimony from David Pecker and Michael Cohen, I believe it was. I didn't really get into all the details of what they were hearing about. I think some of it was about this meeting at Trump Tower between Pecker and Cohen and Trump. But I haven't really read up on the specifics of that testimony, and I'm not really a good source on what it might mean that they're asking about that testimony. So I would direct you might be able to find some good stuff online about that. But I am not well versed to answer that question as to what that might mean, how to read into the stuff they asked about, and why they were asking about it. So could we, I mean, in theory, I'd be starting a stream close to when they start tomorrow. I don't know when that's going to be, 9:30 again? I don't know when they're starting tomorrow. Oh, why are we seeing this? What's going on? This is a new camera angle. What's this? This is from Reuters, new camera angle. Hang on. Let me just make sure I have both camera angles covered. This is the Reuters camera, by the way. We're looking at a Reuters camera shot. I think it's just the courthouse exit. That's just people leaving the courthouse, it looks like, right? No, this isn't the jury leaving. It's not even 4:30 yet. It's not 4:30 yet. I seeing this thing up here? The jury hasn't been excused yet. It's 4:26 p.m. The judge said he's dismissing the jury at 4:30 p.m. It says, please do not exit after 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. So it's an exit door for the courthouse. There's plenty of people coming out of there. I don't know why we're not. Let me see. I might have a shot of the. I have a shot. I have a shot of the. Hold on. I think I still have a shot of the inside. Give me 1 second here. Is this going to work? Hang on. Hang on a second here. I don't know why they switched. Hang on. I can fix that audio. Guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to fix that. Oops. I'm going to fix the audio and get the shot. I'm more interested in the shot of the inside now. So just give me one moment. I'm going to get it up here on the screen for you. I don't know why they're not showing. Because you'd think Trump will be speaking once they're done for the day. You think Trump's going to be speaking in the hallway. Okay, there's that. Oops. Hold on. There we go. Report here from Hugo Lowell reports that Trump appears to be in a particularly good mood with 5 minutes to go until the judge sends the jury home for the day. Sorry, there was some extra noise on the stream. So it's almost time for the jury to be. It's almost time for the jury to be let go. Oh, it's 4:30. So the juror should be excused any time now. I don't have it confirmed that the jurors have left yet, but Hey, thanks so much to Kerry Poteet for the gift memberships. I really appreciate that, Kerry. Thank you. Kerry Poteet, thank you. Yeah, I am going to stop the jury timer because I don't know that they're still deliberating. That's a good point. I'm going to turn off the jury clock. Trump did say he's going to speak. He is going to speak, Trump said. Thanks for joining our coverage. We're just bringing you more live coverage here. By the way, the door they were showing on the other shot, that door is like right in front of the courthouse. Here's the other shot there. See that? That's the other shot. That's the door we were looking at before, but that's like right in front of the courthouse. It's not like it says State of New York there. That's the door that the close-up was on the Reuters shot there. So it's a pretty public door. So basically, the jury has been sent home. Well, the judge said he's excused the jury at 4:30. It's past 4:30 now. So presumably they've been excused. The prosecution and the defense are in the courtroom waiting for the judge to come back in the courtroom, according to Anna Bauer. So it's not I mean, I assume it's just they went home for the day and there's nothing else, but I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure if something else is going on. CNN reports Donald Trump is saying thank you to the court staff in the well and pointing to them. His demeanor is perhaps the most relaxed it has been inside the courtroom since jury selection. Lisa Rubin says of NBC News says the court is still waiting for dismissal for the day. So as soon as I have any update, I will bring it to you. Hold on, I got this version back, which is better. Hold on, let me get the sound on here. Sound on. We're waiting to hear more. I'm checking for updates here. There's a verdict. There's a verdict. Breaking news. There's a verdict. Breaking news. Adam Classfield reports there's a verdict. Breaking news. Adam Classfield says there's a verdict. Breaking news. There's a verdict. There is a verdict. Breaking news. There's a verdict. There is a verdict. Breaking news. Multiple sources. CNN, New York Times says there is a verdict. Breaking news. There is a verdict. Breaking news. There is a verdict. Jury has reached a verdict. Hang on one moment here. Jury has reached a verdict. Breaking news, the jury has reached a verdict. Hang on one moment here. The jury has reached a verdict. The jury has reached a verdict. Breaking news. Breaking news. Jury has reached a verdict. They have reached a verdict. There is a verdict. We are hearing there is a verdict. They just said few minutes, the judge said. Breaking news. Let me just post something here. Hang on one second here. We're going to bring you live coverage. Wow, wow, big doings, guys. The jury has reached a verdict. Unbelievable. I was not expecting that, but that is what has happened. Big breaking news. What is it? What are they going to say? Wow. Big doings here. Big breaking news. Sorry. For some reason, I can't change the thing to not have it say breaking news. Sorry. Unbelievable. All right. Everybody's nervous. I'm nervous. What's going to happen? The jury has reached a verdict. Unbelievable. Let's see if I can get you any updates here. Unbelievable. So a verdict, we don't know. Oh, 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Breaking news. Breaking news, breaking news. Breaking news. Katie Fong from NBC News says, the jury has advised, according to the judge, the jury has advised, we the jury have a verdict. We would like an extra 30 minutes to fill out the forms if that would be possible. Again, according to Katie Fong of NBC News, the jury told the judge says this, we the jury have a verdict. We would like an extra 30 minutes to fill out the forms if that would be possible.
Tell Saban, tell them.
Okay, breaking news again. The jury has reached a verdict. According to Katie Fong of NBC, the jury asked for 30 minutes to fill out the forms. Okay, and according to... Oh, hold on. It might be sooner than a half an hour. It might be sooner than a half an hour. Why do I say this? Jose Pagliari of Daily Beast says the jury wrote that note at 4:20 p.m. saying they wanted 30 minutes. So maybe it's just in a few minutes. Maybe it's just in a few minutes that we'll get the jury back, okay? So the jury has a verdict. We are here bringing you live coverage. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I can't tell you. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what is going to happen here. But the jury's reached a verdict. I do not know what this means, that they have reached it on the end of day 2. What can I say? Wow. All right. Guys, I'm disappearing for 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I'll be back in 30 seconds. We are back. Oops. No, I didn't do. I gotta fix something here. I gotta fix something here. Here is my. All right, let's see if I have any updates for you. Everybody's so nervous. It's such a nerve-wracking. It's such a nerve-wracking moment. They have reached a verdict. Let me try to get updates. Hang on. Again, the jury has reached a verdict. I am not seeing anything yet about when it's going to be read. But again, they have reached a verdict. We are waiting for the verdict to be read. Big moment. Thank you, Jacqueline Soroka, who's an attorney, trial attorney. She thinks they do not want to convict at the end of the day. That's what she thinks. Thank you, Leonette, for your support. Thank you, Jacqueline Soroka. Thank you, Anglo Balaxon, Meow Mix, and Robin. Thank you for your support as we wait for the verdict here. Deb N as well, Mercer Personality, Seven Dust, thank you. Kerry Poteet, Wendy Knutson, thank you. Leonette as well. Jacqueline thinks if they wanted to convict, they do it on a Friday for anonymity purposes. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on with the jury. All right, let me see if I can get you some updates here. Hang on. So I'm just looking here. The jury, again, the verdict has not yet been announced. A reporter for the Daily Beast said that at 4:20 p.m., the jury requested an extra 30 minutes. Jose Pagliari of Daily Beast said at 4:20 p.m., the jury requested 30 minutes, and that was 29 minutes ago. Wow. Yeah, Bethany Estes says it's happening. We need the "it's happening," it's happening meme. Unbelievable. Thank you, Batman, for your support. Thanks to all of our moderators who are here. Thank you, moderators, for helping us out so we can have chat rooms. Rosie Freckle is here moderating. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, all of our moderators. Wow, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, David Green, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. Kay Lowry, Body, Christina Neal, Margaret Riley, all of our mods, thank you. Whoa, it is nerve-wracking. It is nerve-wracking. What's going to happen? District Attorney Alvin Bragg just entered the courtroom. DA Alvin Bragg is in the courtroom according to Erica Orden. Alvin Bragg is in the courtroom. Hold on, we're okay. Thank you, VW Blue Sky and Victoria. Whew, we are waiting for the verdict. And hang on, I'm just getting some updates here from reporters who are in the room. The DA is in the room. Again, according to Erica Orden, Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan District Attorney, is in the room, in the courtroom. Trump is in the courtroom. Wow. Wow, guys. I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be big either way. It's going to be big either way. It wasn't a hung jury. We know it wasn't a hung jury, guys, right? I mean, A lot of people thought it was going to be a hung jury. I thought it might be a hung jury. They're unanimous. They were unanimous after 2 days. Look, they got to be unanimous either way. I got to say at this point, I would be surprised. I said from the beginning, I said I thought hung jury or convict because I didn't think they'd get a unanimous not guilty. Now, they could get a unanimous not guilty. I mean, it'd be a pretty huge fail if there was a unanimous not guilty after 2 days. So, you know, I guess just common sense to me suggests it's maybe more likely that it's a guilty than a not guilty, just because did they really get 12 jurors to say not guilty on everything after 2 days? Maybe they did. But that would be really bad for the prosecution if it took 2 days for all of the jurors to say not guilty. So, again, I don't know. That's just my thought. I would not have been all surprised if it was a hung jury. But I think I'd be more surprised at unified not guilty after 2 days than unified guilty after 2 days. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. But I thought there was a good chance of a hung jury. But it's not a hung jury. Yeah, it's not being read yet. I am following a bunch of jurors. Sorry, I am following a bunch of reporters who are literally in the courtroom. So we'll know from the reporters in the courtroom what happens. You're looking, that live shot you're looking at is right outside the courtroom. The courtroom is to the right there at the end of the hall. So you're looking at a live shot. We can't see in the courtroom. But, wow. Whew. Wow, guys. Wow. Big doings. Big doings. Hey, thanks so much to Alan, Will 2, Seven Dust, Jacqueline Soroka, Russell Betts, Jojo777JLD, Anglo Blackson, Scott Gimble. Thanks for your support. Bringing you live coverage, guys. We're just waiting for this jury for the verdict to be read. Let me try to get you some more updates here. Trump says he's speaking afterwards. I am hitting a refresh a lot. I am hitting refresh constantly. Again, we do know that the DA for Manhattan, who's in charge of the prosecution, he's not there every day, but he's in charge of the whole thing. Alvin Bragg is in the courtroom now. Whew. Oh my gosh, yes. One of our viewers, Flanzy, says Trump's speech is what I'm waiting on. Look, either way, Trump is going to speak about this after. I think he's going to speak right here. I think right here is where he's going to come out and speak after. Unbelievable. Hang on 1 second here. Whew. Guys, what's going on? What is happening? What is happening? Give me one moment. Give me just one moment here. Okay, let me just do this real quick. Do this real quick. Oops. Got to do one thing real quick here. Thanks for your patience. Good, all good. We're good to go. Let's see if there's any updates. Yes, so I am following a bunch of reporters who are inside the courtroom, and none of them have said it's being read yet. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Nope, nobody I'm following has said that the verdict is being read yet. No reporting about what the verdict is. Nothing yet. Reporter Ayanna Harry Dudley of NY1 who says the stress in the room is palpable. Still waiting for the jury to return to the courtroom with their verdict. So, sorry, Ayanna Harry Dudley, who is with NY1, just posted they're still waiting for the jury to return to the room. Oh, those two guys just went in. Why are they showing them? Hang on. Let's go back to the other shot. Let me go back to the other shot. Why did they switch? We're going back. This is outside. That's outside. We'll do that later. Let's go back to the other shot. I have the other shot. Where is it? It's right there. Sorry. I don't know why Reuters switched. I want to see the courtroom shot. Kyle Griffin from NBC News says, NBC News is reporting the Trump table has gone from smiling to looking sour. They are very serious now, and Trump has his arms crossed in front of his chest. Trump looks resigned, and any levity seems to have dissipated from the defense table. That's according to NBC News. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay, Hugo Lowell, who is in the room, Hugo Lowell, a reporter in the room with The Guardian, says, Trump is not looking quite as jovial as he was 30 minutes ago when Judge Merchan said he expected to let the jury go home for the day. Trump's lead lawyer is still talking to him. Trump is sitting with his brow furrowed and a frown on his face. Whew. Oh my gosh. Well, we'll find out either way. He's going to be very happy or very upset in a matter of minutes, probably. And it looks like we'll have some footage from outside the courtroom, too. We're going to have footage from outside of the courthouse after the verdict is announced. Right now, I am sticking on this shot right here. This is the shot I want to stick on right here in the courtroom, in the courthouse. Right outside the courtroom. The jury is entering now. Breaking news. Katie Fong from NBC says the jury is entering the room now. The jury is entering the room now. The jury is entering the room now, according to Katie Fong. The jury is entering the room. Breaking news. Breaking news. Wow. It's right in there on the right. It's right in there on the right. What's going to happen? The jury, Kyle Griffin, NBC, says the jury is entering the courtroom. Court is officially back in session. What is going to happen here? Whew. So again, I'm following a bunch of reporters who are inside the courtroom. They're posting about it as it happens. What is going to happen here? We are bringing you live breaking news coverage, and we'll have coverage of the reaction after. Wow. Guys, the jury's about to read their verdict. They're coming into the room. They're going to read their verdict. Robert Costa reports people are gathering outside the courtroom. Most people I've seen here in past 7 weeks. Choppers are in the air. Lots of police monitoring the scene. Guys, there's people gathering outside the courtroom. The jurors are being brought into the courtroom. Oh my gosh. What is going to happen? Is he going to be guilty or not guilty? What is it going to be? It's big either way. It's big either way. I don't know what's going to happen here. Wow. Time for a last-minute poll. Time for a last-minute poll in the chat. I'm posting a poll right now. I just posted it on YouTube. I'm going to post it on Twitch. Time for a poll. You can vote. I'm letting the viewers vote. Hold on, let me just post it on Twitch, and then I'll show you guys what people are saying. All right, I just posted it on Twitch. Here, I'm going to show, here is what our viewers say on YouTube. Here is what the YouTube viewers have to say. Our YouTube viewers say, wow, 57% guilty, 44% not guilty. YouTube viewers are divided. On Twitch, it is 73% on Twitch say guilty, 27% say not guilty. This might be our biggest poll ever. Breaking news, jury enters. Adam Klasfeld says jury enters little to no eye contact with defendant Trump. Adam Klasfeld says jury enters little to no eye contact with defendant Trump. All right, I'm going to end the poll right now. It ended 55-45. 55-45 is how it ended for guilty. On Twitch, it was 70-30 guilty. The verdict is being read. Guilty. Breaking news. Guilty. Count 1, 2, 3. Guilty. Breaking news. Catherine Falder says count 1, 2, 3. Guilty. Guilty. 1, 2, 3. Guilty. Guilty. Guilty on the first count. Breaking news. Guilty on the first count. First 3 counts guilty. Adam Klasfeld. First guilty. First 3 counts guilty. Breaking news. Multiple outlets say guilty. First 3 counts. Oh, 1 through 10 guilty. Adam Klasfeld, 1 through 10 counts guilty. Count 1 through 10, all guilty. Trump has been found guilty. Breaking news, Trump has been found guilty. Trump guilty on first 10 counts at least. I bet it's going to be all of them because it's similar counts. Wow, breaking news, jury finds Trump guilty. Breaking news. Breaking news. Guilty on all counts. Guilty on all counts, says NY1 reporter Ayanna Harry Dudley. Guilty on all counts. Breaking news. Guilty on all 34 counts. Donald Trump, according to Ayanna. Yes, Josh Dawsey as well. Confirmed. Jury finds Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Jury finds Trump guilty on all 34 counts. Breaking news. One moment here. I just have to update the title of this broadcast. Wow. All guilty on all 34 counts. Let me do one last thing here. Trump has been found guilty. Unbelievable. Big coverage coming up right now. Let me just do one other quick thing here. Update the details of this. All right, again, Trump has been found guilty on all 34 counts. "34 felony counts. 34 felony counts, Trump guilty. Let me see if I have some footage from outside I can show you. Hang on a second. We're going to have full coverage of this. Hang on. Let's see what other footage I have access to. I don't want to get too crazy with the. I want to keep an eye on this shot because this is the shot where Trump is going to come out and speak. He's going to come out here and say something, I think. All right, we're going to get a shot of the protesters in a second, guys, outside. So they took 2 days and they found him guilty on all 34 felony counts. Unbelievable. No, all right, so will he be jailed? So, couple things here. First of all, Trump is almost certain to appeal, and the appeal could take years. Second of all, a lot of experts I've seen have said that they didn't think Trump would, even if he loses the appeal, they didn't think he would get any jail time because he's a first-time offender and it's a non-violent case. So he's sure to appeal. Who knows how long the appeals will take. And this doesn't prevent him from running for president or serving as president. Okay, breaking update from Ayanna Harry Dudley with NY1. She says the judge told the jury in a few minutes he will speak with them in private to thank them and get their feedback. The jury was just excused. And he says to the jury, you're free to discuss this case with anyone you would like to discuss it with, but you're also free not to. So the jury has been excused. The jury just got excused. They have announced Trump guilty. I'm guessing he's going to come out here soon and be very upset. I assume he's going to speak right here. We are bringing you live coverage. 34 felony counts. Wow. So we're going to have coverage. There's going to be some coverage coming up, I believe, from outside the courthouse. We're waiting for Trump to come out here and speak. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Trying to get you updates here, but you're looking at you're looking at right outside the courtroom. He's got to come in and out of the courtroom this way. Is there any chance he doesn't speak? Is there any chance he doesn't say anything? I don't know. He's going to say something. And again, doesn't stop him from running for president, doesn't stop him from serving as president. This was all, falsifying business records in the first degree. 34 felony counts. Wow. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson has released a statement saying today is a shameful day in American history. He said this was a purely political exercise, not a legal one. This is Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, Republican. Donald Trump Jr. just posted a tweet. Donald Trump Jr. just posted it's bull blank, and it ends with T. He just posted that on X. Donald Trump Jr., Trump's son, said such bull blank, but it's not blank. So we are waiting for Trump to speak. Trump will be coming out right in front of us on the live shot. We are waiting for him to come out and say something. Yes, he can run for president and he can serve as president if he wins. This does not prevent him from doing that. Thanks for your support, Bone Mama, Michelle, Kerry Poteet, Mary McHugh2, Ty Shoes, Leonette, Andrew Nelson, Gotcha Gotcha. We are bringing you live coverage here. waiting for Trump to come out and say something. CNN reports that Trump is watching the jury as each member confirms the verdict. Oh, hold on. Hang on a second. What's happening here? Is he going to come out right now? Is Trump coming out right now? Is he going to say something? Is Trump coming out right now? Is he going to say something? Let's see. Let's watch. We are watching live. Let's see here. The police are there. What's going to happen here? What's happening? What is happening? Sentencing date is July 11th. Sentencing date is July 11th. Breaking news. Sentencing date is July 11th. Sentencing date July 11th. Multiple reporters say that. Again, the sentencing date is July 11th, which is about 6 weeks from now. Is Trump there? I can't see him. Oh, there he is. Here, hold on. I'm going to make myself disappear. There he is. There's Trump right there. There's Trump. There he is. There he is right there. You can see him on the right. There's Eric Trump, and then Trump is on the far right. He's talking with, I guess, his lawyers. Are they talking about what he's going to say now? What is he going to say right now? What are they saying to him? There's Alina Habba. You can see him there on the right. You can just barely see him on the right there. Wow. Hold on. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here comes Trump.
Mr. Trump, how is it going to be convicted about? Are you worried about going to jail?
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. But the real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end, and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble, but this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for a convicted felon?
Are you going to drop out? You believe in the rule of law? You trust the jury? Are you worried about these country right? Are you worried about jail?
All right, so that was Trump right there. We're going to show you some stuff from outside the courtroom. I want to keep an eye on this shot here, but we got more footage coming for you, more footage to come here. Here we go. We got some footage from outside the courtroom.
So what did you think when you heard?
What did I think? Bad thoughts, gross thoughts. This is a tapestry of justice. It's an innocent man. He's never done any crimes. He's never lied. He's never done anything. They're like, oh, he made love to somebody while his wife was home with a newborn. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this, but after a woman gives birth, they're fat and cranky and they don't want to have sex. He had to have an affair.
They're messing with the guy right off the bat. You know, something fishy. Will it affect his election campaign, do you think?
No way. No way. And it doesn't even matter. He's already the president. He won the last one.
Yeah, President Biden.
Ipso facto.
And because I think if we have a judge, you cannot speak. You're not allowed to speak. What's the reason to have a judge? What's the reason to go to court? And I would say, even if you have an attorney cannot speak.
I love you. Thank you.
You can, you know. I'm thinking it's like, what's the reason to go to court? You know, if you can look at the judge, you can. The attorney can say nothing. The judge, like, you stay shut up. You can talk. You can talk. So why I'm going to court? I thought the reason I'm going to court because you want to hear. That's the reason we have judges, because judge is supposed to hear both sides, not one side.
When you think about emotions right now, you feel the emotions you feel right now about the verdict. What are the emotions? Could you name them? And name as many as you can.
I mean, I don't want to say any one of them. I'm just like, my thing is like Trump, he knew it was going to happen for him. And that's why he did this, because he wanted to show the people how corrupt New York is. And the problem is the corruption. It doesn't start in New York City. The corruption starts in Albany.
Thank you.
That's a corruption.
What's your name?
Frankie.
And your last name?
Montemurano.
How do I spell it?
It's a long name, but
Spell it for me.
Montemurano.
Spell it.
Montearno.
And where are you from?
Italy.
Italy, but you live in New York, right?
Yes. By the way, I'm an immigrant also.
And you vote, you can vote, and you will vote for we know who, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go Trump.
What's news?
It's Trump.
What's news?
Trump.
Reuters. Yes. It's a news agency. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hold on, guys. We got some more coverage here. You're watching it. We got live coverage outside the courtroom.
But they post the story, or sometimes when the story was come out?
Oh, right now. It's live.
It's live?
Yeah.
You are looking outside the courtroom right now. Hey, thanks to Low Flyer for the gift memberships. Thank you to James Fish, Headstones and Headlines, Harry Sound, Jack Russell, Remy Storm, Ike Carney-ish, Robin Ridge, Kerry Poteet, Sabrina ZP. Thank you. We're looking at some coverage from outside the courthouse.
Well, you're going to get a flag. I'm telling you.
Could I squeeze a bit like next to you, my dear? Thank you so much.
Can we hire someone to fix this city? Where's the mayor? Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, well, it doesn't matter. You could be in a squeak clean neighborhood. If I come and blackmail you, you're going to do what I tell you to do. So, blackmail is real, and bribes are real. You know, if you don't believe in that, ask all the mobsters. All the mobsters. They'll tell you blackmail is real. Everybody knows that's real. Trump's our guy. Forever.
You said earlier, it was really interesting. Clinton did something similar. Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah, Clinton did so many things. I mean, what these guys have done, and I don't know how they get away with it, but they're getting away with it. But I think this is a desperate move. And that, like I said, when you die, you scream the loudest. And this is their biggest scream. I think we got him. We got him cornered right now. Richie Frank.
the verdict was probably
Yeah, with your friend. You're welcome. New York City, born and raised, Corona, Queens.
Came in to show
Thank you.
Thank you.
Esto es solamente un social media.
Give me 1 second. I'm just fixing the headline here. We're bringing you live coverage outside of the courthouse.
Oh no, I went to get your picture. My name's Eric Cox. I'm with Reuters. How you doing?
How are you, Eric?
I'm good. I'm good. What a day we had.
Yes.
Mind if I get 2 minutes of your time? Thank you. Thank you for that.
Crazy day. Trump has been convicted on all 34 counts, all 34 felony counts, bringing you live updates, showing you footage outside the courthouse, bringing you live coverage here. The sentencing will be on July 11th. Trump is certain to, I think pretty certain to appeal the verdict.
That's going to be a Trump rally. They're going to do a Trump rally right in front of us. That's the fucking thing. So what can we do? What is the purpose of our life living? Those are the moral things that should sustain. I know, as a human being.
Renato Mariotti, who's a legal analyst I follow, who I think plays things pretty down the center. He just posted some analysis in the New York Times, and he posted a tweet about it. He said he thinks that the Trump legal team lost a very winnable case, and he thinks they lost the case because they adopted a Trumpian strategy, attacking everyone and denying everything. Now, he thinks it was a winnable case for the Trump team. I haven't even read the article yet. I posted a link to it on my X account, which is @Lookner. We are bringing you live coverage here. You can see this is outside the courthouse here in New York City. Just trying to bring you updates, and I'm looking around for other updates. You can write to me on X @Lookner, but keeping an eye on the scene. Not that many people there right now. It doesn't look like outside the courthouse, but we'll see if like a bunch of people start going down there. Big police presence, as one of our viewers just said. I'll let you know if I hear about like protests anywhere else happening. Marco Rubio, a Republican senator. Marco Rubio, our viewer, Eastern Oregon Rockhound, sent me Marco Rubio's post where Marco Rubio said the verdict is a complete travesty that makes a mockery of our system of justice. And Eastern Oregon Rockhound is worried that there could be violence over this. He's concerned about some of the Republican politicians posting that this was like some sort of travesty of justice and questioning the legal system. So look, I mean, this is where we're at. We saw the Speaker of the House posted something that I mentioned earlier, Speaker Mike Johnson. So we'll see how the American public takes this. Speaker Johnson said it's a shameful day in American history. He said the charges were ridiculous, and he said it was a purely political exercise, not a legal one. And he said it was the weaponization of the justice system. So that's the kind of language we're hearing on the Republican side right now. We'll have to see how the American public reacts to this.
Now you talk about slavery.
Oh, the Biden campaign has released a statement. The Biden campaign released a statement. Monica Alba posted it, but it's not. She's a reporter. The Biden campaign says, in New York today, we saw no one is above the law. And they also said Donald Trump has always mistakenly believed he would never face consequences for breaking the law, but for his own personal gain. But today's verdict does not change the fact that the American people, it talks about, they talk about how people should vote for Biden and not Trump. And they talk about the threat. They talk about the threat to democracy posted posed that they believe by Trump. I'll post the Biden campaign statement in the chat in case you want to read it. Not President Biden, but his campaign released a statement. I'm not reading like the full text of the political statements on either side. I'm trying to give you like a bit of a sense of what each of them is saying, but I'm not going to read, multiple paragraphs of very political stuff one way or the other. But giving you a sense of some of these different statements. In terms of the sentence, the best I can tell you, not being a legal expert, is a lot of legal experts I have seen have said they did not think that Trump would get jail time if he was convicted. They thought he would get some combination of probation, fine, and community service because he was a first-time offender and it was a non-violent crime.
Right, Trump just won the election, yay! That's so never done before. Trump just won the fucking election. Trump just won the election, motherfuckers.
And it is widely expected that Trump will appeal and that the appeal could take possibly years to take place, to go through the courts. Oh, I have another angle too. Hold on a second. Let's see here. There's another angle right there from AFP.
I'm sorry, guys. You can hold it.
Thank you to Just Me and Michelle Stetzer, Mark G, Katya T, Flor Morena, Susan Lounsbury, Low Flyer. We are bringing you live, continuing coverage. Maybe we'll see if there's other statements and showing you some live video from outside the courtroom.
You know what?
我主义，我老。
Will there be some sort of statement from the prosecution? Will DA Alvin Bragg be saying something? Manhattan DA? That I don't know. Will Trump's lawyers be speaking? We heard Trump speak. Will Trump's lawyers be speaking? I don't know. I might be able to replay what Trump said if you give me a second here. Hang on a second. I'm going to try to get you what Trump said. Let's try to do that. So what I'm going to do is, in a minute, I'm going to show you what Trump had to say. Okay, guys. So I'm getting that. I'm getting that ready for you now. So in a moment, we'll replay what Trump had to say right after the verdict was read. I'm going to replay that for you in a second. Hey, thanks so much to Pixel Panda.
Fuck you! Fuck Joe Biden! Fuck Joe Biden! Fuck Joe Biden!
Thank you to the Ralph. I appreciated the Ralph. Thank you.
Only man that ever stood up for me in my fucking life. Donald fucking Trump. Yo, this motherfucker just won the election, I'll tell you that. Fuck Joe Biden.
Now what's happening? They're bringing out more police. They're bringing out more police. Hey guys, what you guys want to see what Trump had to say? Let's replay what Trump had to say, okay? All right, we're going to do that right now. Oh, hang on, I'll wait a second. All right, let's do that. Okay, hang on. All right, hold on. Language check. Okay, I'm going to replay you. This is Trump right after the verdict was read. It's going to minutes ago. No, obviously I'm not going to be back in 30 seconds. I'm here right now, minutes ago, and we're going to show you what Trump said just minutes ago when he spoke right after the verdict was read. Here we go. I'm playing it right now for you. I am playing it right now.
This was a disgrace. This was a rigged trial by a conflicted judge who was corrupt. It's a rigged trial, a disgrace. They wouldn't give us a venue change. We were at 5% or 6% in this district, in this area. This was a rigged, disgraceful trial. The real verdict is going to be November 5th by the people. And they know what happened here, and everybody knows what happened here. You have a Soros-backed DA, and the whole thing. We didn't do a thing wrong. I'm a very innocent man, and it's okay. I'm fighting for our country. I'm fighting for our Constitution. Our whole country is being rigged right now. This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent. And I think it's just a disgrace. And we'll keep fighting. We'll fight till the end and we'll win, because our country's gone to hell. We don't have the same country anymore. We have a divided mess. We're a nation in decline, serious decline. Millions and millions of people pouring into our country right now, from prisons and from mental institutions, terrorists, and they're taking over our country. We have a country that's in big trouble, but this was a rigged decision right from day one with a conflicted judge who should have never been allowed to try this case, never. And we will fight for our Constitution. This is long from over. Thank you very much.
Why should voters vote for convicted felons?
Are you going to drop out? You believe in the rule of law? You trust the jury? Are you worried about the American record? Are you worried about jail?
All right, so that was minutes ago, and let me throw on the current scene here. Let me put on the other one here. Hang on, let me get the volume going. Let me get the volume going here. This is live. This is not minutes ago. This is live.
What up, Frankie? How you feeling?
A quick thank you to Christopher Anderson and MG Monkey and the Ralph. And thanks for shouting out our mods, MG Monkey. Shout out to our mods. Oh, by the way, real quick, also thank you to Barbara Sue Hoop. Thank you, Barbara Sue. And hang on a moment here. Bringing you live coverage of the aftermath. We'll see what happens. I'm going to check for some news updates here. But really appreciate all of our moderators who are with us. Thank you to Lynette C. is moderating. Thank you, Lynette C. Kinetic, thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry. Also over there on Twitch moderating. Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Cerrero, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, J. Joanne, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev, and Tariag. And, well, let me just do something real quick here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Thanks also for your support on Twitch. Airtight Ski Pole, Hasty Haiku, Ann Carolyn 0113, A Moment of Lovely, Patora 1701. Hang on here. And I just want to thank our Facebook mods too.
Put the flag higher. Donald Trump won the election.
Christina Neal, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thanks to all of our moderators in our different chat rooms. Thank you.
Donald Trump's interfering with the election, and he just won it. Trump just won the 2024 election. Yo, so Trump is guilty, and he just won the 2024 election. Fucking congratulations, Donald Trump. I didn't understand any emotion. Robert De Niro, you're a rat. Put the sign higher. Trump 24. Put that higher. No. Put that. Put it higher.
No, there was a car that went by, but it wasn't him. No one can see. This one comes from out and come out.
CBS News' Nora O'Donnell says that the sorry. Well, hold on a second. Hold on. What are we? Who's coming? Who,
Turn your cameras on, faggot.
is that Trump's motorcade? I don't know if it is. Is that it? That's the motorcade, guys. That's the motorcade right there. That's it.
Not guilty.
That's it.
Not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty.
That's the motorcade. Is that him? I don't know. Wow. Oh, Malcolm says Alvin Bragg's going to speak. One of our viewers said Alvin Bragg was going to speak in a bit, so we'll definitely have that before you. Let me try to find out some more about that.
We love Trump. We love Trump. We love Trump.
I don't know if they've ever seen that. No, I don't just
Would you like to know it was in Korea?
Sure.
Okay, I don't care. I'm 2024. I keep vote Donald Trump. That's it. Don't see Donald Trump live here. No more fucking vote. That's it.
So just a simple question. How do you feel about the verdict?
About the verdict? I'm okay with it. Before I'm a Trump supporter, I'm a Christ supporter. So I'm a Christian, so I feel like whatever's in darkness will come to light. I feel that framing him, but in the end, Jesus will vindicate him. And he will come out innocent, and everybody corrupted that's behind everything that's trying to convict him falsely will come out, and they will be justified. They'll put him in jail eventually.
And how do you feel about how the trial was conducted, what was going on here, and everything that happened?
Oh, I knew from day one he's not going to get a fair shake anyway. I feel that the jury was picked by the judge in advance, because there's no way it could be 34 unanimous, 34 jurors all on the same thing convicted. I don't buy it. There should be one at least to object, at least one person, but nobody objected.
Let me open this up to make sure I see you and I remove myself from the line of people coming. Is there anything else you would like to say about this trial, the verdict, anything at all?
Just as country's turned into a very satanic country, I think we all have to get together and unite back to go back with Christ, like our founding fathers were intended. Christian values. It seems like the more we're going away from it, the more demonic and evil we're getting in this country. Just look around, you see what's happening in this country. So
And what are your thoughts about the elections?
I feel that in the end, he will be vindicated and he will be president again.
How are you getting from? What's your name?
Bobby.
And your last name?
Chris.
Chris, Bobby
Yeah.
Chris. And
Yes.
are you from New York?
Yes.
Yeah. So may I introduce you as a New York resident?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thanks to Laura Baker for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Laura.
When you think about how
Yes, we're going. All right.
all hands on deck. We're marching to Trump Tower. Right.
Okay, they say they're marching to Trump Tower, guys. I wonder if people are going to gather outside of Trump Tower.
I'm with you. I'm right behind you. I'm at your side. I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
I am a gay patriot.
I have a live shot from Trump Tower, I believe. So this is Trump Tower right now. Let me show you Trump Tower. That's Trump Tower. I believe that's Trump Tower. So we'll see if people gather there. And there's outside the courtroom.
No, go fuck yourself, bitch. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Fuck yourself. Trying to tell me accusation. I don't work for you. You don't pay me. Give me some money. Maybe I'll think about it. Exactly, bro. We're marching to Trump Tower. We're marching to Trump Tower. We're what? We're marching to Trump Tower. Are you with me? We're going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate Donald Trump.
Save America!
We're going to celebrate Donald Trump's election. Pay attention. We're marching to Trump Tower. Heads up. We're marching to Trump Tower. Where are we marching? Trump Tower. Where are we marching? We're marching to Trump Tower. Are you going to join us, young man? Don't play. We're marching to Trump Tower. Are you going to be there? Amen, sisters. Amen. Amen.
Get a brother. Call the police.
Okay, baby.
Sorry. Oh, you couldn't hear me. Sorry, you couldn't hear me. Trump is on the way to Trump Tower right now. His motorcade is on the way. I'm seeing some video of his motorcade, which I don't have the rights to show you. But I have a shot outside of Trump Tower, so we'll see what happens with this. Hang on a second. I'm going to maybe... He's not at Trump Tower yet, but as he gets closer, I'm going to cut to a shot of Trump Tower. This is still outside the courthouse. That's outside of Trump Tower right there. That's outside of Trump Tower. That's where he's going. I think that's outside of Trump Tower. So I don't have confirmation. One of the viewers said the DA Alvin Bragg is supposed to speak. But let me see what I can find out about that. Hang on. Hang on.
Sandy's at the courthouse saying I can't tell if he left or not. He did?
Yeah, Trump is heading back right now to Trump Tower. Oh, 6:30, breaking news. Breaking news. There will be, at 6:30 p.m., in 33 minutes, the Manhattan DA will be giving a press conference. So we will have live coverage in 33 minutes of the Alvin Bragg Manhattan District Attorney press conference coming up at 6:30 Eastern Time.
You didn't bring what? You're not going to need it. You're not going to need it. No, here, on this side. He's on his way. Okay, can we focus? All right, come on. Let's argue later. Focus.
Don't bum my letter, okay?
Again, I believe that's outside of Trump Tower, and also, isn't that a Trump Tower right there? Right on the, hold on. Yes, it's right there. Right there? Isn't that it? I can't quite make it out. But I think that's it. Behind where I was. Again, in 30 minutes, the Manhattan DA will be giving a press conference. Yeah, people are saying it's Trump Tower. Sorry, I couldn't see the sign.
They will. Oh, you need this traffic? I don't know. They did it this morning. And the moment Trump came out, there was a big bus.
Hold on. I can't have the music on. We'll wait till that car goes by. Hang on a moment here. Trump is on his way to Trump Tower. We're bringing you live coverage here. Which side is it on? Trying to figure this out here. Still hearing loud music. I can't play the loud music. So hopefully that's a car that's just going to leave the area. But I can hear the loud music. What intersection are they at? I'm trying to figure out exactly what intersection they're at. Hang on a second here. Okay. Oh, I see. I see which one they're at. '56th and 5th? Is that where they are? Is that it? I don't know. I apologize if I'm wrong. we still getting music? No, we're good.
Sarge, you just pull that up?
Can you ask them to back up?
Sorry, I'm like messed up. I'm trying to figure out. I can't like geolocate it for some reason. So I feel like it's on the right there, but I might be wrong. I can't read the sign. I'm looking on Google Maps. If somebody wants to say in the chat, what exact intersection are they at right now? I can't see any street signs. Gold on the left, people are saying now. 45 gold on the left? I'm not doing a good job. 56 and 5th, I was just there on Google Maps. On the left, people are saying. All right. So confused. It's 2 East 57th Street. Oh, wait, hold on. No, Trump Tower is 725 5th Avenue. Yeah, there's the Gucci store and the gold awning. It's on the left with the gold, people are saying. All right. I'm really messed up. I'm so confused. I'm just like looking at the wrong thing. Why is it on Google Maps I can't find... Oh, it says it right there on the left. Yes, you are right. It says it on the left. Good job, everyone. But for whatever reason on Google Maps, I can't find where this is. But it does say it on the left. You are right. It says it right there on the gold awning. Trump. Yeah, I don't know if the Google Maps picture is an old picture or something. Uh-oh. I think they're coming right now. So I know he's not there yet because there's overhead shots that show him on the river in traffic. He's stuck in traffic on the river. It's 6 p.m. and he's in a bunch of traffic on the river, so he's not there yet. Oh, I found it. I found where it is on Google Maps. Yay! I figured it out. Yeah, the 45 sign is not on Google Maps, but I did figure out. So that's looking down 56th Street. That is looking down 56th Street from 5th Avenue. So that's it on the left, that gold awning, as a bunch of you were saying. Sorry, my brain wasn't working. I was thinking it was on the right. So that is Trump Tower on the left there. Again, so Trump is on his way back right now to Trump Tower, but he's kind of in a bunch of traffic. Oh, I have something else I can show you too. I have something else I can show you too. A live shot from a park in New York City, outside the courthouse. We might look at that.
He's saying he might go to a dinner. Yeah, not even come back.
Yeah, I had the same problem. So I ran out of time.
Again, the Manhattan DA is speaking in 20 minutes.
Oh, you gonna go talk shit?
That's not that exciting right now. Keep an eye on that. Yeah, one of the viewers said he's convicted, so the gag order is gone. Yeah, I mean, I would think if the trial is over, he's not prevented from saying anything. Although, remember, his sentencing hearing in front of the judge is on July 11th. So maybe, you know, I don't know how long the gag order goes to, but the judge is the one sentencing him on July 11th. So maybe, I don't know if it's still in effect or not. I have no idea. Maybe it's in effect until after sentencing. I don't know. Some of our viewers think it's still on. I don't know. Oh, hold on. Hearing music.
David or Mike. I have no idea. I left before they, put all their gear away.
Okay, so Trump is out of the traffic near the river now, and it looks like he's getting closer. I'm looking at a overhead shot of him. Actually, I'm looking at one overhead shot of him, but I think he must be getting closer, but we'll see. I don't remember. Maybe he said right after he still had a gag on him. That doesn't mean it's right, by the way. I don't know. I just don't know about it. Republican Senator J.D. Vance calls the decision a disgrace to the rule of law and our Constitution. He claims Democrats invented a felony to get Trump with the help of a Soros-funded prosecutor and a Biden donor judge, and J.D. Vance, Republican senator, claims that the judge rigged the entire case to get this outcome. Note that J.D. Vance did not present any evidence that the judge rigged the entire case to get the outcome. But that's from Republican Senator J.D. Vance. Oh, here's the guys, here it is. Here's the motorcade. Here is the motorcade coming back to Trump Tower right now. Here we go. There it is. He's about to get out. He's getting out of the car at Trump Tower. There he is. There is Trump right there. Is he going to say something? Is he going to speak?
Keep it up. They're taking your bum shot.
Because I got him waving. I got the.
No, they just want. Just keep it up, Art.
Hold on, I gotta turn the volume down because I'm hearing a little music there. We are waiting also for 13 minutes from now, the Manhattan DA is to speak. Going to give a press conference, I believe, in 13 minutes.
I don't know. I'm not sure. They just told us to stand by right now.
Nope, hold on. Sorry, hearing some music again. So, that is at Trump Tower. Whoa, language. Whoa, language. I might have to turn the sound off. I got to turn the sound off for a second. I got to turn the sound off. I'm sorry, folks. I got to turn the sound off for a second. It's getting a little crazy there. Getting a little crazy. Uh, 10 minutes until the Manhattan DA press conference. We're going to be covering that live. This is a shot of outside Trump Tower. Oh, I have a different video. Hold on. Different video for you. Different video.
How they think putting cameras
Nobody's
in
saying they
people's faces
support.
gonna change anything.
Listen to me, bro.
Slow
No
it down.
doubt.
Like,
Nobody's
take
saying
out
they
the
support Biden. We know the man got convicted. That's the issue. The man got convicted. Period. 34. Every time. You know what they're trying to do? 34 conviction. 34 conviction.
Take the picture. A lot of the Biden supporters got mental health
I'm an
problems.
independent.
Y'all gotta get active.
I'm an
Stop this
independent.
delusion.
I'm
Stop
an
the delusion.
independent.
For real. Let's
I'm
make
an
America
independent.
beautiful. Let's make it great again. Let's get this guy out of here. Let's get them stop playing with the judicial system to penalize people just because of their opinion. Let's get it. Yeah. Let's make America great again. Yeah.
Hey, it's going to be great because now Trump has been convicted. It can start being great.
Let's name
now.
one
It
thing
can
Biden
start
has
being
done
great.
for y'all.
It can start
Y'all
being
fighting
great
for him,
now.
but he hasn't done shit for you. What he
God
done for
has
you?
been convicted. God has been convicted.
You know what Trump is
It can't
doing?
go
He's
all
stopping
being great now.
the left from using the judicial system to try to get people just because they don't go for what their views. You get it? You cannot use the court system to try to eliminate somebody just because you don't agree with them. Come on, let's talk about it. Y'all got mental problems. Let's make America great again, everybody. Trump, let's make it great again.
Damage control.
Hello.
Damage control.
So I just want to say everybody supporter has a mental problem, you know?
But when was it great for you? Again, from when? When was it great for you?
I'm not even going to speak to that mental problem. I don't want to get involved with that. Listen, let's make America great again. So see, yo, get it out my face so close. You bugging now. Respectfully, back up. Don't put it in my face like, yeah, you could take a picture, but give me my space. That's it.
What's your reaction?
I don't care what they looking at. Stop putting it in my, like,
Okay,
you going like this.
Hey, I'll tell you
right
what you
there is
do.
good enough.
No, listen to me.
What was your reaction?
Don't tape him at all.
Yeah, why
Oh
does
my
this
God, I
even
was
matter?
disgusted. I wanted to speak to the judge myself and throw him the finger.
But
I don't have a microphone. That's why I was getting closer to my mic.
Okay, my fault.
It's all good, brother.
It's just, you know, it's a little thing.
What is your reaction to the verdict now?
The verdict? Disgusting. It's just a joke. You know?
Do you think that Trump will now have a harder time in prison?
Yeah, he's gonna definitely get in the office now. He's proving to everybody what they're doing. It's right in front of their face. And everybody who's behind Biden is acting. You guys are acting delusional. Get it together.
Doesn't make them facts.
Okay, let me whisper.
Delusional. Doesn't make it a fact.
Delusional.
Read a book. History.
Just.
Hold on.
My name is Cam. Motivate.
Thank you, Alvin Bragg. Thank you, Alvin Bragg. Thank you, Alvin Bragg. Thank Alvin Bragg. Thank Alvin Bragg.
See, people like this belong in the hospital. I'm leaving now. That's my cue.
He had the guts. He had the guts to bring an indictment. He had the guts to bring an indictment.
What's your coming to the verdict? You're coming to the verdict.
Happy, I'm giddy. It's about time. It's how many years this is convicted.
America great again.
I never got the interview because my mic was gone, man. My fault.
But who are you supporting?
Reuters.
What's that?
Reuters is the news company I work for.
But who do you personally support? Biden or Trump?
I literally don't know yet.
All right, so I'm going to do your interview just because you said that. Let's go. Come on. All right, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, man. You say you're from the Bronx. Nice. I'm from Chicago.
I like Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right,
hey, so, hold on. Get my good side. What's my good side? This
I have no idea. You tell me. Which one you prefer? All right, so first, I just want to start by what's your name?
So my name is Cam. I go by Motivate, the foundation. I'm from the Bronx, New York. Oh, I thought you was going to ask me questions. Follow up.
Oh, sorry. I was listening.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So what are you doing out here today, man?
So I was just having a stroll with my daughter, you know, and a Citizens Act was like they're having a huge crowd. They found Trump guilty. I was disgusted immediately. I said, let me go over there because, you know, a lot of people don't have the guts to do this. Speak up for something that's real. Not no delusional. You know, there's a lot of delusion going on with Biden. You know, the media has portrayed it in a way where they got all these mental health people thinking that they got, you know, it's just not cool because the future is going to come to a standstill. Like, they're going to bump heads. Like, this is just not going to last, bro. It's just crazy. It's just fucking up the world. You're encouraging people to be trans, to be non-binary, all of this bullshit. That's fucking up the future. Because we're not. Imagine what the future's gonna look like if this is looking like chaos now.
What do you think about the verdict, man? When you first heard it, what was going through your head?
Oh my God, I almost fainted. It's disgusting. I'm telling you, man. I was just like, how could they do that? But the more money, the more power. You know how it is over here in America, man.
So you're a Trump supporter, that's fair to say?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter. I'm a MAGA 2024. Let's make America great again. Because he really standing for morals, principles, and integrity. This man is really going to change the platform for everybody. He's not just going to have the rich people do whatever they want. He's going to make it equal, you know? Not too equal, because it's never going to be like that, but some sort where we can all meet and it could be a positive, bright future.
So what do you say to like other Latinos, other black people who are like,
other
nah,
Latinos,
man.
I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, stay out the way because they don't care about us. Our opinion is not gonna matter unless we got credentials, money, or something that's worth showing. You know, just stay out the way, mind your business, grind, buy some land out of America because America's a shithole. America's been bullying every other country in this world for years, and now it's turning around. They all teaming up, and it's about to be. Just wait, time is here. Repent, repent. Time is near. I'm telling you right now. Repent.
Final question. Do you think they'll still...
A lot of people repent. What are you? I don't, because, you know, there's a lot of people with non-binary. What do you consider yourself? A female? Okay, perfect. Who are you, from Biden?
I don't necessarily support either.
Listen.
All right, guys. In a couple minutes, we have the... coming up, the Manhattan DA is supposed to give a press conference. So I am working on getting footage of that for you. the Manhattan DA press conference, and I'm seeing a shot of some other protesters or demonstrators somewhere. So give me one moment here, guys. Let me just kind of get organized. I want to get this. Give me one moment here. Let me just get organized and get this Manhattan DA thing up on the screen.
Hey, how you doing, Biden supporter? So Trump, right? He's not.
You should really put it on.
No, just take a picture if you want. Look, Trump.
No, but like, can you put it on?
I'll do one better. You put it on. One of you go. Okay.
I'll put it on.
Okay, perfect.
Burn it.
Just look at how he's. Man, you didn't even do nothing for your family, and you talking about.
No one is above the law. Trump is not above the law. Trump is not above the law. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. Trump is not above the law. Trump is not above the law. No one is above the law. No one is above the law. Trump is not above the law. Trump is not above the law. No one is above the law. Trump is not above the law. Trump is not above the law. Trump is guilty. Trump is guilty. Trump is guilty.
I just got to do something to fix the, fix that sound, guys. So just give me one moment, and I want to again. I'm trying to get this. It hasn't started yet, but I want to get that press conference on the air for you of the Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. Thanks, Elizabeth Cameron, for the Facebook stars. Oh, quick thanks to Seven Dust, Steve Mays, Rule, Queen of the South, The Lucky Minute, Meta Guide, Steve Ward. I really appreciate it. Israel Bishop, Logan Explorers, Julia Gulia 41, Alan Schertz, Jill McQueen, Tracy D. Thank you. Hold on a second. I got more stuff to show you guys. Where am I hearing this from? Oh, sorry. Here. These are some anti-Trump demonstrators who are out there. We'll show you them for a second.
Count 32. Guilty. Count 33. Guilty. Count 34.
No queremos dictadores en los Estados Unidos. Nadie está no estamos pidiendo manifestantes aquí porque nosotros estamos que apoyan a Trump. Él tenía un pequeño grupo de personas que siempre se reunían frente a la corte en un parque que queda al cruzar la calle. Estaban ahí siempre denunciando este proceso, lo injusto que ha sido este proceso con el presidente Trump. Pero ahora neoyorquinos llegaron para apoyar este veredicto.
Hold on. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. One moment here. What is this now? What's this we're watching it? Give me a moment here. Sorry.
Right.
Is that thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the what is it?
So there's that guy. Yeah. So I have the feed of the press event, but it has not started yet. They have the wrong date on it. But I do have the feed of the press event. So again, the Manhattan DA is going to be speaking shortly. We're going to have live coverage of that for you.
What's your feeling about the verdict?
Thanks JMKO on Twitch and Airtight Ski Pole and Hasty Haiku. I appreciate it. Seems like they have an audio issue on this broadcast. The mic is having an issue. Let me go to... Oh. Hey, if you're watching on Facebook, once we hit 8 hours on Facebook, Facebook has a stream limit of 8 hours. So if you're watching on Facebook in like 14 minutes, the stream will end on Facebook and I'll just have to restart the stream. Sorry about that, but Facebook will be restarting in 14 minutes on Facebook. Everybody else, you're fine.
Guilty! 33! Guilty! 34!
Guilty!
Yeah, waiting to get that. It hasn't started yet. Waiting for the district attorney in Manhattan to speak. That's coming up. That's supposed to come up like basically any time now. Uh-oh. All right, hold on a second. Let's go back to this. We're gonna get rid of that. Get rid of that. Go to this, and waiting for the district attorney. And let me fix the headline on that. Manhattan DA speaks soon. No, he has not spoken yet. He's speaking soon. He has not spoken yet. Yes, I am just waiting to get the for them to start that so I can bring that to you.
Thank you.
That's the whole idea. I don't know you.
Oh, there it is. There's the DA right there. There we are, guys. We have it right there. That is that's the DA coming up. Manhattan DA is about to speak. So there you go. Coming up. There's the podium. Well, that worked out well. That worked out well. I'm gonna have two different shots of it, so. I'm going to do real quick. let me, just in case, that doesn't work. Just in case I have a better video or a better sound, I'm going to do a little backup thing here where I do this. Don't worry, it's going to be black on your screen in a second. Don't worry about that. I'll get rid of that in a second. Okay. All right, so the Manhattan DA is about to speak. We're seeing video right there. That's live, a live shot, and we're waiting for that to start. And we'll see what he has to say. We'll see what he has to say. Wayne Poss says, how much security does the jury have right now? Yeah, I don't know if any of the jury, you know, I just saw one journalist say, we'll see if any of the jury comes out and, you know, speaks publicly about it. They don't have to. So I could see some of them wanting to stay private. We'll see. But I hope there's no violence on either side that comes out of this. Yeah, there's just, they don't have audio right now on this, I think, because it's just there's nobody speaking yet. They should have audio coming on in a second. Let me just do something real quick here. Hang on a second. Thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators being in the chat. Thanks, mods, as we get ready to bring you coverage. Oh, Facebook viewers. Hey, Facebook viewers, if you're watching on Facebook, the stream is going to, on Facebook, it automatically ends in 6 minutes. So when the stream ends, it will take me a few seconds and I'll restart it on Facebook. On YouTube, you're fine. On Twitch, you're fine. On X, you're fine. On Facebook, I can't help it. In a couple minutes, it's going to restart on Facebook. I could restart it now, but I'd have to stop it now. I don't know how you guys feel about that over there on Facebook. I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it. It's fine. We're going to wait. On Facebook, in 5 minutes, it'll automatically end, and then on Facebook, I'll just restart it. All right? You want me to restart it now on Facebook? I can try restarting it now on Facebook. Hey, thanks, Michelle Franco. Okay, we're going to, on Facebook, guys, if you're watching on Facebook, just Facebook only, I'm going to restart the Facebook stream because Facebook will end it shortly. All right, so Facebook people, the stream is ending on Facebook, and in about a minute, there'll be a new stream on Facebook. I'll see you on Facebook again in about a minute. Everybody else, just hang out. All right, I just, folks, I have to restart the Facebook stream here. What just happened here? Thanks, everybody, for your patience. Okay, I'm restarting the Facebook stream right now. There we go. Looks like we're good. That seems good. So we're about to hear from the Manhattan DA. Oh, I have a better shot of it. Hold on. Hang on a second. Let's see. I think this is going to be better here. Hang on 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 moment. Let's try this. There we go. I think that's going to be a little better. Oops, I need to lower this. It's the line. Here we go. And this is Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, who's about to speak. Two minutes, they just said. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, they just said, until Alvin Bragg comes up. I have 2 different angles, so I'll get you the one with the best video and audio. That's my goal. Hang on a second here. And then after he talks, we will take some of your comments about it. Oh, hold on. He's about to speak. Here we go. I have a little better angle, I think. Hang on a second here.
Literally the cornerstone of our judicial system. We should all be thankful for the careful attention that this jury paid to the evidence of our first and foremost. I want to thank their time. We should all commitment be thankful several weeks for the careful attention.
Whoa.
12 everyday New Yorkers, evidence, and then of course our alternates, time and commitment. Heard testimony from 22 witnesses, including former 12 current employees of the defendant, media executives, book publishers, custodians of records, and others. They reviewed call logs, text messages, and emails. They heard recordings. They saw checks and invoices, bank statements, and calendar appointments. This type of white-collar prosecution is core to what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. In the 1930s,
sorry, I got it.
To what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. In the 1930s, white-collar prosecution, district attorney is core to what we do at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. In the 1930s, District Attorney Thomas Dewey ushered in the era of the modern, independent professional prosecutor. For now nearly 90 years, dedicated professionals in this office have built upon that fine tradition. A major part of our practice during that nearly 90 years has been public integrity work, including cases involving jurists, local and state electeds, public servants, and others. I want to thank this phenomenal prosecution team, embodying the finest traditions of this office: professionalism, integrity, dedication, and service. They are model public servants, and I am proud and humbled to serve side by side with them, to make a decision based on the evidence and the law, and the evidence and the law alone. Their deliberations led them to a unanimous conclusion, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant, Donald J. Trump, is guilty of 34 counts of falsifying business records in the first degree to conceal a scheme to corrupt the 2016 election. And while this defendant may be unlike any other in American history, we arrived at this trial and ultimately today at this verdict in the same manner as every other case that comes through the courtroom doors, by following the facts and the law and doing so without fear or favor. I want to conclude by expressing deep gratitude to the NYPD and the officers of the Office of Court Administration for securing the courthouse, all of our safety, making sure that the courthouse and all of the other matters that are important in their own right continued seamlessly. They will continue to be and have always been incredible partners. Thank you.
And do you plan to request a prison sentence for this conviction? And do you think that Donald Trump's multiple violations of the gag order that was in place should factor into that request at all?
The judge scheduled a sentencing for July 11th. We will speak in court in that time. He also set a motion schedule. We will speak in our court filings as we've done throughout this proceeding.
Donald Trump has repeatedly targeted you personally and members of your prosecution team. Do you have a response to the former president after this trial is concluded?
I do not.
In February, you decided not to bring a case against Donald Trump. You criticized that. You criticized when you vetted him in March 2023. You criticized when people really started to understand that case. How do you think of all that now, seeing the results of that? Can you kind of put that in context with your personal history?
I did my job. Our job is to follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. And that's exactly what we did here. And what I feel is just gratitude to work alongside phenomenal public servants who do that each and every day in matters that you all write about and make the press, and in lots of matters that you don't. I did my job. We did our job. Many voices out there. The only voice that matters is the voice of the jury, and the jury has spoken.
Could I ask Mr. Steinglass, many people said the prosecution was masterful and flawless. Just want to know how you feel at this moment. Sorry. How do you feel?
Mr. Steinglass, I think some of you probably saw him speak for a little bit the other day. So he's done his job. as has this team, and he just told me, tell him how I feel. I think you said that. I will just say enormous gratitude. You know, our system, I talked about the jurors at the beginning of my remarks. We have a phenomenal system. 12 everyday New Yorkers. They listen to the judge's directions. They follow the evidence. You saw them in court every day. They were careful and attentive. And so I feel deep gratitude to work alongside them, to be a part of this system. And I just want to echo that this is what we're doing every single day. I mean, during this trial, you know, just this week, right, ghost gun indictment, Grimaldi's wage theft plea resolution, sex crimes, convictions, all sorts of work that's being done by phenomenal public servants. So we're before you today on this obviously consequential matter, but this is what we do every day. We follow the facts and the law without fear or favor.
If a jail sentence is in the cards, it is likely that Trump and his attorneys would seek a stay on enforcement of that sentence pending appeal. If that were the scenario, would your office object to staying the sentence?
I'm going to let our words in court speak for themselves when we get to the sentencing matter. I'm not going to address hypotheticals. They raise arguments, we'll respond. And I think your question really underscores an important point. This is an active, ongoing matter, right? We have other phases of this going ahead. We will continue to do our speaking about this matter, about issues like that in court.
All right, last one.
From day one, kind of the viability of this case has been questioned in all sorts of media outlets, all over the place, including from the defendant himself. Can you respond to any of that, how you feel now that you've gotten the conviction?
So my response, again, is I did my job. And I think particularly I talked about the history of the office. You know, my personal history, I started as a prosecutor in 2003 in the Public Integrity Unit in the New York State Attorney General's office. I served also in the Public Integrity Unit in the Southern District of New York. These are kind of cases I've done personally, and it's a hallmark of the tradition of this office that I'm proud to lead. And I don't want to go into the whole body of litigation, you know, but we now have a federal court decision ruling on the legal theories. We had a state court decision on the omnibus motions. But most importantly, today we have the most important voice of all, and that's the voice of the jurors. They have spoken. Donald J. Trump has been convicted of 34 counts of falsifying business records. Thank you.
District Attorney, your office has been investigating this case since 2018.
Are you concerned about retribution if Trump is elected president?
You went to the Supreme Court twice. Any comment on that?
All right, so that was Alvin Bragg, Manhattan DA. Now, they're still sitting there. Is there something else happening or not? Everybody's sitting there. So what's going on? Is something else happening? Is the prosecutor, maybe the prosecutor's coming out or something? Is that it? I see that there's some display things up there. Maybe this is still going. I honestly don't know. Maybe, I guess it's not. Well, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm not sure. Let me see. It's a little weird. A little odd. Let me check something out here. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I need a second here. That's Trump Tower. Oopsie. First of all, let me get you some volume here. Why are we not hearing any volume? Uh-oh. Why? Maybe there's no volume on that shot. One moment here. I'm trying to figure out if there's still anything else happening on that. No, so there's nothing I'm aware of on that event that's still going on. Yeah, that event is over. Oh no, is it over? Hang on. Yeah, people are leaving there. So it looks like the event is over. Okay. I don't know. I mean, hang on. Also, I got to do this thing where I take my headphones out and replace them. Hang on a moment. Let's see if I can do this. All right, we're going to test something. If the broadcast pauses for a second, if it pauses for a second, just hang tight and it'll come back. Sometimes when I remove my headphones, the broadcast pauses. So let's see how things go. I have some other footage to show you too. Hold on. All right, hold on. I have stuff to show you. Whoa. All right, guys, I got some other video to show you guys. I just need a second here to get this on the screen. So please bear with me. I have some other video to show you. Thank you for your patience. Let me just get this going here. Hopefully this works. Are we in business? Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay. Now, I want to show something here. There's something I have from Palm Beach, some video from Palm Beach. Here, let's look at this. What's this? Can't really hear. Sorry. I couldn't, it's like a guy being interviewed, but it's so loud. It's so loud. And then you can't even hear what he's saying. Oh, live from Mar-a-Lago? Oh, yeah, that's outside of Mar-a-Lago. Is this outside of Mar-a-Lago? Right, hang on a moment. What is this? That's, I think, oh, that's not New York City. Where's my, I think that might be live out in Florida somewhere. And I'm just trying to figure out what everything is. So my guess is that might be outside of Mar-a-Lago. I gotta be careful. I can't play copyrighted music, so. Yeah, I can't have the sound on. They're just like blasting music. So again, I'm not sure. That might be outside of Mar-a-Lago, but is there water outside of Mar-a-Lago there? I don't know. Oh yeah, I can take down the Manhattan DA one. Thank you. The other shot was outside of Mar-a-Lago, but again, it's just hard with the music they're playing. Yeah, so I'm getting live shots from Reuters and AFP. Just see what else I have here. All right, let's catch up here. Let's catch up and let me see if I have anything else to report to you on this whole thing. Hang on a second here. What is this? I'm also seeing this thing that like, hang on, I got to check something on the scanner. There's some sort of shooting going on in Minneapolis, I heard, possibly, from AZ Intel. So I have that on just to keep an ear out on it. Sorry, I'm just catching up on a couple things here. And what is that video? Yeah, I believe this is outside. I believe this video is outside of Mar-a-Lago. I haven't seen that confirmed, but I believe it is. Let's see if I can get any confirmation of that for you. Yeah, I know I can't have the volume on. I can't have the volume on in this because they're basically playing really loud copyrighted music. So if I turn the volume on, all you'd be hearing basically is really loud copyrighted music, which I'm not allowed to play. I'm going to take some comments from you guys. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Eric Siegel. I appreciate that, Eric. And our members, Auntie Lennon and Fabulegs. Good to see you, Fabulegs. Also, Cassachusetts and Seven Dust and Steve Mays. So, you know, I want to take a few comments from you guys. Sorry, I've been just busy trying to, like, show you the footage of what's going on. All right, I'm going to turn down that scanner thing, and I'll keep an ear out for that. So if you didn't hear, Trump was convicted on all 34 felony counts. And, you know, I thought it would be the case that if he appeals, I'm assuming he will appeal, that the sentence wouldn't start applying yet. But maybe it will. I don't know, because Alvin Bragg was asked about that in the press conference. Would they be okay in the sentence being suspended? So I don't even know how that works. To repeat, I've heard many experts say they don't think Trump would get jail time and he would just get some form of probation, community service, and fine. But I don't know. He could, in theory, get jail time. I don't know what's going to happen. The sentencing hearing is July 11th. July 11th is the sentencing hearing. Which is in 6 weeks. Martin Wiedebrand says, has Trump lost his right to vote in the election because he's a convicted felon living in Florida? That I don't know about. I don't know about that. Martin asked that question. There is a Democratic state senator, Senator Jason Pizzo in Florida, who said on X that Trump can't vote for himself in the November election. But again, he said he can thank Florida Republicans for that. Again, I'm not sure. So I don't want to... It's an interesting question. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Michael Sotard, our viewer, thinks he can't vote anymore in Florida. I don't know if it depends on the state. Ooh, what's this? Hold on, we got some other video here. This is probably outside of Trump Tower. Why am I not getting volume? What is happening here? Where's the volume? Something is off here. Why am I not hearing any volume? That's weird. Give me a moment here. I don't know why I'm getting no sound. Let me test something out here. Let's do a little test. This might have no sound on it. I don't know. Sorry. No, there's some here. Hang on, I got to do something here. We gotta. I have to do a little. I need about 45 seconds, guys. I got to reset something here, just to get the sound back. I'm sorry. It's all crazy. It's been a crazy day. Hey, Michael Andren, that's so generous of you, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael Andren, for the gift memberships. I'll be back. I'll have the video for you in like 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds to a minute. Thanks, Michael. That's really kind of you. Hang on, I just had to do a little reset here because I had lost sound. You know, around 4:30 p.m., we thought the jury was going home. It was reported that the jury was going home. But actually what happened is the jury had a verdict. All right, let me get the video back up for you. Here we go. Hang tight. Hang on. Getting this up on the screen. What I need to do is do that. One moment here. One moment. This. Good. I think I have some video for you. Hopefully this works. Are we getting sound? Oh, is that what's happening? Why am I not hearing anything? Maybe there's no video. Maybe there's no sound on that video. Let me check one other thing. Sorry, guys. All of a sudden, I lost sound on the video, and I want to make sure there's no sound on it. Okay, so there's no sound on the video. That's the issue. Okay, I have a video for you which has no sound on it. That is the problem. That has been confirmed. Here is the video I was going to show you. That's outside of Trump Tower. Oh, it's going to be live in a second. One moment. You'll see it in a second. But oh, I don't know where that is. Where is that? Outside the courthouse? But there's no sound on it. All right, that looks like it's outside the courthouse. Yes, that's outside the courthouse. Okay. But no sound on it right now. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Just getting everything set up again here. Wonderful. I want to read some comments. Sorry, I was just getting everything set up. Yeah, you know, look, I don't know. Clearly, the hardcore Trump supporters are going to be very upset, and the hardcore Biden people will be, or the hardcore anti-Trump people will be very happy. You know, I can't tell you that I don't know what average Americans are going to think about this, and how much it's going to impact them, and how strongly they're going to feel about it. Yeah, I'm looking up about the situation in Minneapolis, guys. I don't really have good information on that right now. On there was some sort of shooting in Minneapolis. I'm listening here. I'll put the scanner on for a second. Hang on. I know it's a different story, but... Hang on a second here. So, sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once, and I was just trying to get you guys an update on the shooting situation in Minnesota, and I just don't know like how many. I've seen a report that multiple people have been shot, but I don't really have good information on what's going on. Yeah, there's a lot of just... Oh, KSTP says 2 officers and multiple civilians shot in Minneapolis. That's from KSTP. Is that what it is? KSTP? Yeah, so they said 2 officers, multiple civilians shot in Minneapolis, according to KSTP. And they said yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is. So, in the Whittier neighborhood of Minneapolis, it says. I'll post a link to the article. I just posted a link to the article in the chat. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out I can't figure out yet if I need to do a different stream on that because I don't have enough information about it, honestly. So, you know, I honestly just don't have I don't have enough information about it. Hang on, I'll throw the scanner on just for a second so you can hear it. I know it's a little confusing because we've been covering the Trump thing. I'll put the scanner on the air while I'll do a little more research because there's just not much info on it right now. So I'm going to throw the scanner up just so you hear it. And hang on. What is happening here now? Now this thing is happening. Sorry, I apologize, everyone. Sometimes we have to do these things on the fly.
lady, we're going to be inside clearing 2215.
You guys hear
We
that?
won't need any
That's the
additional
scanner.
personnel.
That's the scanner from
Peterman
Minneapolis.
to McCann. Can you give me a call?
This is the Minneapolis scanner, which I know is weird, but I'm trying to decide if I have to figure out if I have to go cover that on a different street.
Again?
There was a shooting, and I don't know what the, I have no evidence that it's
Right now I'm
related.
at 2-4 in Nicollet. I can
Sorry.
sit here or I can move.
I have no evidence it's related to what happened
I'm
with
gonna see
Trump,
if I can figure you out.
but I don't know for sure, so.
Copy that.
206 to 1291.
Hang on, sorry. Again, this is the Minneapolis scanner, and I was just going to take a minute. It's just hard to find out what's going on exactly.
$190 to dispatch.
Go ahead.
I don't know how we're going to do this, but I want a roll call.
Oh, several. The Star Tribune says perhaps. All right, so the Star Tribune of Minneapolis says perhaps 7 people shot total were said to be hit by gunfire. Okay.
I still need 2 supervisors over here in the command post that does not have a job. We're going to find some.
Yeah, that's according to the Star Tribune. Again, I don't have any evidence.
Head over there with another supervisor.
But if stuff comes up while we're on the air covering one thing, I want to give you an update on that. I've seen no evidence that's related to what happened with Trump. All right, so in the meantime, I'm going to keep the scanner on, as strange as it is, and try to give you some more updates on the whole situation with Trump.
190.
Go ahead, 90.
Disregard 191 for the.
For the roll call. I'm worried about the cops that initially arrived here, and I don't want to do it over the air.
Oh,
so tell me a better way.
guys, I just saw something. I just saw something, by the way.
Okay.
Trump said on Truth Social he's going to speak to reporters at 11 a.m. tomorrow, I believe. Hang on, let's find this. Yes. Sorry, here it is right here. Look, press conference tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Trump Tower Atrium. There you go. So, news update, Trump is going to give a press conference tomorrow. (11 a.m. Trump Tower Atrium press conference. I guess we'll be covering that.
Patrick.
I'm keeping that
Kramer
scanner.
to 1204. Avery, we can stay on channel 1 until further notice. What was the last transmission? Disregard.
We have a scanner on from Minneapolis just to see if we can hear anything about what's going on there. All right, so that's happening. I just found that out.
Ringenberg to Wong. Can you come through that hallway and just pop that corner?
I'm literally right behind Mater. I can
Again,
walk
the
you.
scanner is from Minneapolis, where there's been a shooting. Reportedly, as many as 7 people shot, including 2 officers.
191, if you want this roll call, we're going to have to do it on the air. There's no other.
Yeah, I can't do that. I'll figure it out here at CP.
Copy.
Again, I've seen no evidence it's related to Trump. Okay? Just to be clear. I think a lot of people are jumping to some big conclusion.
43, I'm bringing that person in 606.
Copy.
1280. Please give me a call. Copy.
Hang on.
It's 30 red.
Okay, so far confirm. Okay, so Fox 9 says Fox 9 posted that 2 officers were shot, 1 critical, and 2 civilians dead inside Minneapolis in an apartment. Yeah, this is a neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt the coverage. I just want to let people know what's going on.
You mean 2201?
Just airing on channel 1. We will also air on the incident channel. Officers involved with a witness. I need you to call.
Here we go.
List in your report, please.
I'll check to see what Citizen
First
says about
responder
it too.
vehicles on Franklin. This week we have mobile 1 en route, so make sure you guys leave an opening for mobile 1.
Okay. Oh, that's old news. No, that's not that old. About a half hour ago, Citizen App said that there were 2.
Dispatch airing for any officers who are involved with a witness.
There were 2 people dead, and then 2 injured police officers and 2 other victims transported to a hospital.
91 Sergeant Stewart is taking 2 down to PSB that we just.
Copy.
He's gonna enter in the call. Who you got?
Copy.
All right, so I'll leave that
Who
done.
do you have best resources?
I'm trying to get other Trump updates for you too.
Commander Olson, Lieutenant Lynn Center out here. If you need to talk to them, they're up on the north end of the crime scene.
Oh, hang on. You know what I got to do? Here's what I need to do. Hang on.
Roger.
Flagging off endings. I see that I have 3 priority 1s. As soon as I get SWAT, I'll start getting.
Copy, thank you.
Squad 470.
All right, I'm not hearing much, guys. I'm not hearing much on the scanner right now, and it's like, so I'm gonna turn. It's kind of like I'm covering neither thing because I have the scanner on and I can't cover the other thing.
Precinct from the incident, and there are daylight charges that will be returning to work.
Right, I mean,
Ringer didn't catch that.
220 on channel 1.
220.
We'll be using 2 response car. Is this a safe channel to use?
All right, I'm going to turn off the scanner for a second because I'm not getting that much new on it. And I've shown you a couple reports. Again, Star Tribune said that there were 2 police officers shot, 1 critically, and several others, perhaps 7 in all, also hit by gunfire. And that's kind of a similar report to the KSTP report. And this is in Minneapolis. They say 2 police officers and multiple civilians injured. And again, that's really the latest I have on it right now. So I'm just giving you those updates. If you have more, you can write to me on X at Lookner. But if I have the scanner on, we're not hearing anything on the scanner, and then it gets in the way of the other coverage, and we can't cover either thing. Okay, so let's go back to the Trump thing. Again, I'm sorry. I try to keep you guys informed, and if there's something kind of like big happening, I wanted to see what's going on. Okay, sorry. I keep saying I was going to take more comments from you. So if anybody have comments or questions on the Trump stuff, we'll take a few of your comments too. And I don't know if I have any more video to show you. There's one video. No, the Reuters video is done. The Reuters video is done. I can tell you that. And okay, so we'll take a few comments here. Yeah, I mean, there was a big Ukraine story today, which we really haven't talked about just because, you know, we've had all this going on with the whole story with multiple reports saying the Biden administration is allowing the Ukraine to start using U.S. weapons to attack Russian military targets in the Kharkiv area inside of Russia. What is this here? Hold on a second here. Oh, I was going to mention to you guys something. I told you that there's somebody I follow who I really like his legal analysis, and he seems pretty balanced to me. That is Renato Mariotti, and he posted an analysis of the case. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I thought I'd give you a little taste of it. Aaron Wells says there's no longer an American justice system, whereas Kimmy Rose says, great day for justice, no one is above the law. DM thinks justice was served and 2 jurors were lawyers. Marjorie Stewart Hawk thinks it's a sad day for justice in America. Oh, I do have this shot. I do have a outside the courtroom shot, outside the courthouse shot I can give you. I do have that. It's kind of bland, but I do have that I can throw up there while we're talking. Hang on a moment here. Uh-oh. Why am I hearing stuff? What am I hearing? Is there any way I can not hear that? Here. There's our live New York City shot right there. Let's see here. Oh, I'm sorry. So Renato Mariotti, who I really think is a good legal analyst. I haven't read his article yet. I'll post a link to the article in the chat right now. He posted an article about he thought this was a winnable case for the Trump team. And he thought that they could have won the case. He says, I've almost never, he is somebody who has been a federal prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. He says, I've almost never seen the defense win without a compelling counter narrative. Jurors often want to side with prosecutors. The defense needs its own story. And in my experience, the side that tells a simpler story at trial usually wins. And he thinks that instead of telling a simple story, Trump's defense was a haphazard cacophony, like a noise of denials and personal attacks. Okay, I'm trying to just kind of skim through this here. He's trying to argue that basically like that he thinks that the Trump team spent so much time like attacking various people, and they should have just focused on having a different story to tell about Trump, such as he says that the defense could argue that Michael Cohen and Alan Weisselberg came up with this scheme on their own, and Trump was focused on his role as president or something like that. And he says, like, he thought that the defense, I've actually heard some other analysts say this, that he thinks the defense undermined their credibility by saying things that seemed very unlikely to be true. Like, what was it here? Like he says that like that's claiming that the large lump sum payments to Michael Cohen were really for legal services. It's an interesting article. I mean, he's saying he thought that they could have won the case, and he thought there were weaknesses in the prosecution's case. He says that the defense had been more effective. One or two lawyers on the jury. Oh, no. So one of the two lawyers on the jury might have voted to acquit, he said. All that is needed for a hung jury. He also points out, this is very interesting. He says that, I had heard this, the Trump lawyers had the option to give the jurors the option to find Trump guilty of misdemeanor rather than felony. And he knows what he's talking about, Renato Mariotti. So, and I heard this elsewhere. So the Trump lawyers could have allowed the jurors to have the opportunity to say, well, he didn't commit felony falsification of business records. He can just, but they could go with misdemeanor. But the Trump lawyers did not want to give the jurors that option. I guess because they were hoping to get him not convicted of anything. But he says that Renato Mariotti says they went for broke by not giving the jury that option. Anyways, it's an interesting article. I'll post it again. But it's some interesting legal analysis if you want to read it about the case and different ways the lawyers could have gone. I'll have to read the whole thing later. Will the jurors' names be released? I don't know how I don't know if there's anything in New York where you have to release them if they're asked for. I don't know about that. I've not heard that that's the case. I don't know if some of them will go public. Goldie Elliott says, I would not do that. I would not go for any guilty plea of any kind if I did not commit the crime. Well, I mean, I guess from my understanding, there was good evidence that those checks written to Michael Cohen were not for legal services. So that was always going to be a tough sell for the jury. DB101 thinks that that Manhattan DA's office will ask for some kind of prison sentence and the judge may consider it. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with sentencing. I have absolutely no idea. It's a great question. Could Trump get like some sort of small prison sentence for this? Especially, what if Trump over the next month comes out and attacks the judge and attacks the court system and doesn't seem repentant at all for what he did, for what he's been convicted of by a jury? He'll probably deny that he did anything, but I don't know enough about it. That's a really good question, you know? Remember, with the really big damages award against Trump in what was her name? The woman who sued him over, E. Jean Carroll, who sued him for no, this wasn't E. Jean Carroll. This was a different case. The really big defense, it was the civil business fraud civil suit against Trump by state of New York, was it? Was it state of New York? And they had a civil case against Trump for, I think, fraudulent business declarations. And the judge gave a big award of hundreds of millions of dollars. And what he said in his ruling, the judge, was basically something to the effect of, look, the purpose of this punishment is to deter them from doing this in the future and deter others. And what he said in his ruling was something like Trump and the others, like people in his family, they don't seem, to take any responsibility for this. They don't show any kind of remorse for doing this. They don't show any sign that they're going to change their behavior. And so he basically said, if I remember right, and we covered this on the air and I read it on the air, that I'm doing this punishment as a deterrent for them and others to not keep doing this stuff because their behavior doesn't suggest that they're deterred at all. And which made it sound like in the judge's ruling in that case that if Trump had acted more repentant and less defiant, that it wouldn't have been as strong a penalty. So I don't know if a similar thing could be in play here. I just have no idea. It's a great question, though. Mike Borsum says he'll get at least some time. I mean, the expert opinion I've seen has largely said that he wouldn't get time because he's a first offender and it's a nonviolent crime. Thanks, by the way, to Camu83489 and Jennifer Rochelle and Ryan Teasdale. Marks0115, who lives in Minneapolis. Allie B. from Tennessee. Liam Grogan thinks it's going to be a fine. Some other possible punishments are fine, community service, and also probation. Our viewer X Zolix thinks not accepting responsibility is a factor in sentencing. Yeah, we'll have to see. What does he say in his press conference and what does he say before the sentencing? We got roughly 6 weeks before the sentencing. House arrest, one of the viewers mentioned. I haven't seen that, but I'll see if I can find something about it. Okay, so the New York Times says it's not, the judge could impose prison time, but he might not. He also might not. He could impose probation, which would require Trump to regularly report to the probation department. They say that Trump will undoubtedly appeal any conviction, and that could take months or longer. I don't know how it works with if he appeals, does he not have to serve the sentence until the appeal is done? CBS News says each of the 34 felony charges carries up to a $5,000 fine and a 4-year prison sentence. The sentencing will happen 4 days before the start of the Republican National Convention. And I've seen multiple articles saying that if he did get prison time for the 34 charges, he would likely get to serve the sentences for each charge at the same time. So basically 0 to 4 years total. CBS News does say that Trump could be sentenced to home detention, where he would wear an ankle bracelet and be monitored rather than going to jail. Interesting. One expert that CBS News talked to, this is fascinating, said he thought a home detention sentence might be the most likely outcome. How about that? Could you imagine that? And he could campaign from home. Wow, that's pretty crazy. The expert they talked to at CBS News was who is this person? But it's really interesting. A defense lawyer. Former Manhattan prosecutor, Dan Horowitz. I'm going to post that. I'm going to read you that again. It's really, I hadn't even thought of that. Where was I here? Could you imagine that? What if he, especially, what if the judge says, well, the judge might say to himself, prison time might be tough to give if he's in the campaign, and also, it might be a whole crazy logistical thing if he's going to prison. So could the judge give him some forced time at home? Wow. That's really interesting. I hadn't. Oh, oops. It's the wrong. I put the wrong link in there. I did the wrong link. Let me do that again. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm trying to post it. Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Ugh. Then I'm going to read some of your comments. Hang on to your comments for 2 seconds. I'm sorry. I just have to do this real quick. I apologize. Stupid. Former Manhattan prosecutor. Let me get the right link. So it says Trump could also be sentenced to a home detention where he would wear an ankle bracelet and be monitored rather than going to jail. Former Manhattan prosecutor Horowitz suggested that a home detention sentence might be the most likely outcome. Wow. What do you guys think about that? That'd be pretty crazy. Thank you to Grevin Sheriff for your support. Thank you, Grevin. Hang on a second here. What if, like, he was campaigning and he had home detention and everything? He just would just make appearances from home. Rule says first-time offender, nonviolent in NYC equals no jail time. Look, I think that's kind of the standard from what I understand. But one thing is, again, this is the person who's sentencing him is the judge, and Trump has been just saying on national TV, probably to an international audience, constantly saying the judge is corrupt and rigged, again and again and again. And he's giving a press conference tomorrow. We'll see what he says there. What if for the next month, Trump just goes out and says over and over again, I didn't do anything wrong. The jurors are corrupt. The judge is corrupt. The DA is corrupt. And he just keeps saying it again and again and again and again and again. I mean, that could be that could be seen as like a different than a normal case, even though he's nonviolent offender and first time. Maybe that swings, the judge to do something a little different. I don't know. So I don't need these things in anymore, I don't think. Hold on. Cali Dime thinks that's exactly what he's going to do. Uh-oh. Hang on a second here. They put restrictions up on this thing? Let me make sure I can still show that to you. If I can't, I can't. Originally, there were none. Oh, that's fine. Oh, I also have the live shot from outside of Trump Tower. Sorry, I can show you that real quick. Let's show you the live shot outside of Trump Tower. One moment here, guys. I'm going to switch the live shot for you. Hopefully this works. Hey, look, we got the live shot from outside of Trump Tower. Elizabeth says, can't believe this. Hey, thanks so much, Dan. I appreciate that, Dan. Thank you. Fatty Pneumonia says in the upcoming court cases he won't be a first-time offender. I don't know if there'll be any court cases. The other cases are federal cases. So if he wins, he can try to pardon himself if he becomes president for the other cases. He can't pardon himself for this, or try to, because this is not a federal case. Oh, the Georgia case isn't, right. The Georgia case is not. The Georgia case is a state case. Fair enough. That's true. There's the January 6th case, which is federal, and then there's the, what were we saying? The classified documents, which is federal. That's true. I don't know what's going on with the Georgia case. What's happening with that? Yeah, the Fani case. Oh, yeah, so like that case, according to Fox 5, Trump is filing an appeal in that case of some sort, and that appeal is believed the appeal will take place in November of this year. So Fox 5 Atlanta says it's very unlikely Trump will go on trial in Georgia within the next few months. Fox 5 also says the conviction in New York could be used as proof of character to a jury in Georgia and could impact sentencing if he's found guilty of election interference in Georgia. I don't know. What if Trump becomes president? Will they just not try him while he's president in Georgia? I have no idea. Good question. Good question, folks. Sense and Sensibility says the Georgia case will happen. I think he will have to resign if found guilty. I don't know. Will they really have the Georgia case if he's president? Will they do it while he's president? What can I say? I don't know. It's a good question. But that is a state case. That's not a federal case. That's not a federal case. Thanks, Tony B. Distant Galaxy thinks all prosecutions would be paused while he's president. I don't know that that's the case. I have no idea. He cannot pardon himself for New York or Georgia because those are state cases. Guys, please stop mentioning the shooting. I talked about it for like a half an hour on the stream. I've posted several things about it on X. So please stop mentioning it. We're covering this right now. Thank you. Thanks, Lottie. I'm sorry. Thank you to Janice McConnell for your support, by the way. Thanks, Janice, so much. Really appreciate it, Janice McConnell. Hang on a second here. Yeah, guys, check. You can check my. There was a shooting in Minneapolis. Several people got shot. Check my X account. You can catch up on it there. We talked about it for a while. Hey guys, just watch the tone. Watch out with the tone of the comments, guys. That's all I'm saying. I've seen it a lot today. Sometimes when we have a big stream, this happens. I don't know if it's when we have a big stream, but I don't know. People start getting, they just start feeling at liberty to just be really negative in the comments. If you don't want to be able to chat in this channel, just keep being that way. Be respectful in the comments. I don't know what it is, but with the big streams, people can get really disrespectful in the comments, and I don't have the patience for it. Okay, so if you want to chat if you want to post negative comments on another channel, be my guest, but don't do it here. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you donate to the channel or whatever. I don't have the patience for it. Yeah, somebody claimed that a juror had already given an interview or something. I haven't seen anything about that. Yeah, I've seen nothing about a juror speaking. Nothing. So if it happened, I missed it, and no outlet I cover is talking about it. I would think we might see a juror, but Wall Street Journal says they think it's not likely that Trump would go to prison at all. He's a first offender. It's a low-level nonviolent crime. There's practical difficulties in having him go to prison. The Wall Street Journal says even if he is sentenced to some prison, he could ask the judge or an appellate court for bail pending appeal to keep him out of custody while he challenges his conviction. I don't know whether that would be, a request would be successful. They say if he were elected president, he would almost certainly stay out of custody while in office. They say he's almost certain to appeal the verdict to a state appeals court in Manhattan. And they talk about 7 different types of appeals he might file. And they say the appeals process could take more than a year to resolve and could bring in a higher state court or even the U.S. Supreme Court. They also say even if Trump is supposed to is successful in an appeal and the verdict got thrown out, they think that would be after the election. I guess, you know, and one other thing the Wall Street Journal says is they say that it's possible that none of the 3 other trials happened before the election. You have the classified documents case in Florida, the January 6th federal case, and the Georgia election interference case. I guess I'm just assuming that none of those are going to trial before the election. But I guess it's not. We don't totally know that. Maybe one or the other will. Maybe something will change. Maybe the judge in the one in Florida, in the classified documents case, will issue some ruling or something and things will speed up. I don't know. No, you cannot pardon you cannot, he definitely cannot pardon himself for state charges. It's not clear whether you can pardon yourself for federal charges, but you can't pardon him for state charges if you're president. Yeah, and Lyon's sketchbook points out there's a Supreme Court immunity ruling that's being waited on. Trump says the AP has claimed he has absolutely immunity from prosecution over election interference. But they have not released their ruling on Trump's immunity claim. Time to get you a little more on that. Oops, I turned off this. Here we go. There's Trump Tower. Outside of Trump Tower. Yeah, Trump, according to ABC News, claims that as a former president, he enjoys absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for any official acts during his tenure. And I believe he claims that he can't be charged in the election interference case because of that. Anyways, but there's a Supreme Court ruling that is being waited on for that and hasn't come out yet. Hey, thanks, The Norm. I really appreciated The Norm. Thank you so much. Thank you also, Dan, for your support. Thanks to our moderators who've been here all day and during the evening. I don't even know what time it is. RJ, Cynthia Moon. Really appreciate it. Linda Belk, Larry, moderate for us on X. AJ is there. Really, really appreciate all of our moderators. They are the ones who even allow us to have, chat rooms. Bash and Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, Surly Dev. Also, I want to thank our Facebook moderators, too. Kay Lowry Body's been over there. Christina Neal. Margaret Riley. Again, Trump is going to give a press conference, he says, at 11 a.m. tomorrow at Trump Tower. 11 a.m. tomorrow, press conference by Trump. Thanks, Marin Gobra, for being a member over there on YouTube and all of our other members. Take a few more comments here. By the way, I saw an update about the shooting in Minneapolis from KSTP. They said 4 civilians were shot and 2 police officers. This is in Minneapolis. We were talking about that earlier. Oh, Todd Blanche is doing interviews tonight. So I guess he's on Fox News right now, and I think he's supposed to be on CNN. He is Trump's lawyer, Trump's lead lawyer, I think. So I think he's on Fox News, and he's supposed to be on CNN. Yes, Todd Blanche right now, if you have Fox News, you can turn on Fox News and see Trump's lawyer, Todd Blanche. And so he's like making the talk show or the news network rounds tonight because he's on Fox News right now and he's supposed to go on CNN, I believe, shortly after or 9 o'clock or something like that. I very well might cover Trump's press conference tomorrow. I haven't decided for sure, but I think I probably will be covering it. But let me kind of look into it. Can a president pardon himself? It has not been legally tested whether a president can pardon himself. That is a legal issue which may have to be decided by the courts if Trump tries to do it. Let's see here. Yes, a president cannot pardon anyone, including himself, for state crimes. This one's, he couldn't pardon himself for, the question was not about this crime. The question was because can he pardon himself in general, I believe. But yeah, I might have misunderstood the question. As I've said earlier, this is a state crime which cannot be pardoned by any president, including Trump, because it's a state crime. But I thought the person was asking about in general, can a president pardon himself or something? But only for federal crimes. It's possible, possibly for federal crimes. But that has never been sorted out by the courts. Thanks to AJ, our member AJ. Is his sentencing before or after the first debate? Isn't the first debate in June? His sentencing is July 11th. The first Trump-Biden debate is June 27th. And the second one is September 10th, at least according to the schedule, if they actually happen. So June 27th is supposed to be the first one, less than a month from now, about 4 weeks from now. if it happens. By the way, you know, in this channel, we cover all kinds of live breaking news, and I never really know when I'm going on the air. It depends on when breaking news happens. So if you like the channel, you can follow and subscribe to get, you know, subscriber notifications when we're coming on the air from whatever platform you're subscribing on. But maybe the best way to find out when we're going live is we have set up our own notification system that's really reliable. Sometimes the notifications on the platforms don't work sometimes, but we have our own notification system that we set up, and it is free, and you sign up once and you get a message every time we go live, right before we go live, so you cannot miss a big breaking news stream if you want to follow them. So if you're interested in that, our mods will post in the chat a link to the free notifications we do through Discord. And those work really well. And you can also find them in the video description for this broadcast on YouTube and Facebook. But that's a good way to make sure you know about when I'm going live, because I never know. It just depends on when the breaking news happens. Hang on a moment here. You know, it's an interesting question. I don't know, in the big scheme of things, in 3-4 months, will people be talking about this or not? I just don't know. Especially if his sentence doesn't involve any kind of prison time or house arrest. Will people even be talking about this in a few months? No idea. Yes, it's up to the judge. The judge decides the sentencing. CIA contact. Yes. Garden Song thinks people will forget in like 1 or 2 weeks. Some of you think people will keep talking about it, and some of you don't. Red Foo says he went at the judge numerous times. I mean, he's called him corrupt and called him rigged, I believe. Definitely corrupt. I don't know how that might factor in to any kind of sentencing. Oh, some people asked about the Hunter Biden trial too. The Hunter Biden trial, the first one of those is next week, the criminal trial of Hunter Biden on gun charges will begin next week. He could go to prison if convicted. He is charged with lying about his use of illegal drugs when he bought a handgun and possessed it for 11 days in 2018. So that is next week. AP says that trial could last up to 2 weeks. Trash Can Man thinks none of these people are going to prison. Maybe an ankle bracelet. I'm going to take off these ear things. Will I cover that trial? I mean, I'm guessing I'll cover a verdict. I don't think I'll be sitting there every day. I wasn't sitting there every day covering this trial, but I assume I'll be covering the verdict when it happens. Michelle says, are you saying the judge can take it personal and sentence him for calling him corrupt? Well, I mean, one thing the judge might say, the judge might factor in that, first of all, I don't know if the judge is going to factor in whether Trump is acting remorseful and whether Trump might, whether his behavior suggests he won't do it in the future. So I don't know how much the judge is allowed to bring in, you know, or is supposed to bring in whether the client, the defendant's behavior, you know, so the judge could say that Trump is, you know, attacking the justice system and not, you know, not look on him favorably. I think there's probably guidelines for what the sentencing needs to be based on. But as I said earlier, in the business fraud trial, in the business fraud case, the civil case brought by, I think it was the state of New York, the judge fined Trump a lot of money and said that the law was that one of the sentencing guidelines was deterrence. And he said that basically Trump had acted like this was not going to, that he didn't show any kind of remorse for what he had done or acknowledgement. And so the judge said that they felt a large financial penalty in that case was necessary as a deterrent. So I don't know if there's anything like that in play here. But also it's like, who knows, you know, if you're a judge, you know, the judge is not going to be able to just say, I'm annoyed at him, so I'm sentencing him a lot. But maybe if you're a judge, there's a bunch of ways you can go on something legally, and you might not go out of your way to stick your neck out and give somebody a lighter sentence, even if you could, if they've been attacking you as corrupt the whole time. I don't know. So I don't know what the specific rationale for sentencing the judge has to give is. No, it's not that the law demands remorse. Guys, there's certain sentencing guidelines. There's certain, I'll show you the thing. But the judge, in these cases, there's guidelines. So the point is that the judge, in the civil case, the judge can't just say whatever sentence they want. They have to base their sentence on certain guidelines. And there's certain allowable guidelines. And one of them is remorse in the sense of, because the punishment, one important function of punishment is deterring the people from doing it again and deterring other people from doing it again. And what the judge said in that ruling was he is not showing remorse or acknowledgement of doing it, which suggests he is not being deterred from it. So I'm going to impose, I think we need this big financial sentence to act as a deterrent. That's not saying the law bans remorse. It's just saying that if you don't act like you feel bad about something and you don't acknowledge it, well, if the law says that the punishment is there to deter you, then you can expect a bigger punishment because you're not acting like you're being deterred at all. If I can find the ruling with the award, I'll read it to you. I don't know if I can find it here. Oh, hold on. I can't find that document anyways. I was trying to find it. Oh, it must be here. Here it is. Yes, right here. Where is it here? Is this it? I can't find it. Anyways, I'm trying to find that part where he talks about their... Yeah, right here. This is it right here. This is that ruling. This is the ruling in New York against Trump for the business fraud, that civil fraud ruling against the Trump business or businesses. And this was the ruling from February 2024. And it said, the judge said after some 4 years of investigation and litigation, the only error, this was a case where Trump was accused of inflating values of his properties to get better loan terms, right? And the judge said after some 4 years of investigation and litigation, the only error, inadvertent of course, that they acknowledged, Trump and the others, including family members, is the tripling of the size of the Trump Tower penthouse, which cannot be denied. Gaines said, their complete lack of contrition and remorse borders on pathological. They are accused only of inflating asset values to make more money. The documents prove that they did this over and over again. This is a venial sin, not a mortal sin. Defendants did not commit murder or arson. They did not rob a bank at gunpoint. Donald Trump is not Bernard Madoff. Yet the defendants are incapable of admitting the error of their ways. Instead, they adopt a see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil posture that the evidence belies. This court is not constituted to judge morality. It is constituted to find facts and apply the law. In this particular case, in applying the law to the facts, the court intends to protect the integrity of the financial marketplace and thus the public as a whole. Defendants' refusal to admit error, indeed to continue it, according to the independent monitor, constrains this court to conclude that they will engage in it going forward unless you judicially restrained. So that's where the judge said, look, they're not admitting they did anything wrong. They're not showing any remorse for it. And therefore, we as a court, I have to make sure they're punished in a way that deters them from doing this in the future. So that's not saying you're not legally allowed to not show remorse. What it's saying is that in this case, the judge is saying, I'm giving them, it certainly appears to say, I'm giving them a stronger punishment because the goal here is to deter them from doing the behavior and to protect the marketplace, and they're not acting like they're being deterred at all. So I'm going to have to come down hard on them. And my point in bringing this up was saying, I don't know if this judge in this case that was just decided today, could he say something similarly? I don't know what legally he's supposed to do with the sentence and what the goal of the sentence is. But if Trump goes out there for the next month and a half and says, I did nothing wrong, this judge is corrupt, the jury is terrible, they're corrupt, everything is rigged, will that cause the judge to make him feel like he has to pose a stronger sentence on Trump? I don't know. I'm saying maybe there's going to be some kind of similarity here. But that certainly did seem like a case where Trump got a bigger damages sentence against him, or damages fine, because of his behavior and not showing remorse and denying he did anything wrong, even after it was proven in court, as the judge said, and all that. Okay, so that's the point I was making. Thank you, Boomer Wow. Boomer Wow says, is it the place of a judge to deter us from a situation that none of us would ever find ourselves in? And it's probably not criminal outside of New York? Oh, well, the judge could say, I mean, maybe the judge will say something like, look, you know, it's important to not have business fraud. And, you know, people who commit business fraud need to have a significant sentence against them to send a message to other people who might be thinking about committing business fraud. I mean, while others might be in not the exact same situation in New York, surely in New York, there's lots of cases of business fraud. So I don't know. I'm not a legal expert. I don't know specifically what the judge is tasked with doing in this particular sentencing and what guidelines he's supposed to follow. But, you know, just because Trump's exact case might not be exactly similar to other cases doesn't mean that the judge couldn't argue, well, this is a prominent case where somebody committed business fraud, and we want to send a message that business fraud is not allowed in New York. And we're not going to accept it, no matter by who. Someone said that Michael Cohen was on one of the news channels. I didn't see it. Oh, Michael Cohen was on MSNBC. He was just on MSNBC. I didn't watch it, but I'm just telling you that Michael Cohen was on MSNBC. You can find clips of it online if you want. Oh, is he on? Shawnee Ann says he's on now. Yeah, so Trump's lawyers, but yeah, he's on now on MSNBC. Trump's lawyer was just on Fox News. I think Trump's lawyer is going on CNN. So it'll be interesting to see what the sentencing is. I don't know. I mean, again, I'd say expert opinion says he won't get any jail time, but he could get some. Even if he doesn't get jail time, he gets some stay-at-home time. Patrick Russell says, if Trump is a convicted felon and becomes president, this is basically what Patrick is asking, could that affect his security clearance at all? Would he not be able to seek certain classified documents? I have no idea what I'm talking about. Off the top of my head, I'll say no. Off the top of my head, I have to imagine if he's president, it'll work it out so that he can see everything. I don't know what the normal guidelines are for clearance, but that's my completely non-expert opinion. I haven't heard any kind of expert opinion on it. I can't imagine a world in which he's president and is being kept from seeing everything. But I don't know the legal stuff behind it. I just don't know. It's an interesting question. You know, for a non-president, how much would it normally restrict you? I don't know. Mark G thinks normally somebody with convicted of a felony wouldn't get the most basic security clearance. Again, I can't imagine if he becomes president, it's going to be an issue. I may be wrong. You know, Reuters had an article where they said, in addition to if he doesn't get jail time, in addition to getting, one option would be home confinement, but another would be being subject to a curfew. They say that's a possibility too, that he could be subject to a curfew. Oh, what is this here? I don't know. I'm not going to get into the security clearance stuff because I'm not sure about it. It's a whole interesting legal question. Any other updates here that I can give you? I wouldn't be surprised if we hear something from you know, one or more of the jurors in the coming days. But as far as I'm aware, that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, Camus, thanks Camus. Camus said he can even vote for himself. That I'm also not sure of. If he's a Florida resident, can he not vote because he's a convicted felon? That I'm not sure of either. The Tampa Bay Times says, yes, according to the Tampa Bay Times, Florida's restriction on convicted felons voting, it's different if you are, depending on whether you are a convicted felon in Florida or another state. According to the Tampa Bay Times, yes. So according to the Tampa Bay Times, in Florida, if you're a convicted felon but you were convicted in another state, you only lose your ability to vote in Florida if you've lost the ability to vote in another state. But, says the Tampa Bay Times, Trump would not lose the ability to vote in New York if he's not incarcerated. They say that in New York, convicted felons can vote as long as you're not incarcerated. So if he doesn't lose his vote, if he doesn't get incarcerated and doesn't lose his vote, and therefore doesn't lose his vote in New York, he would not lose his vote in Florida, according to the Tampa Bay Times. So that's what they say. Interesting. Yeah, NBC News says the same thing. It would just depend on whether he goes to prison as part of the sentence. Glitch McConnell thinks there is no basis to toss this conviction on appeal. We'll have to see. He's going to appeal it. Oh, let me just show you a shot of. There's the outside of Trump Tower, guys. There is outside of Trump Tower. By the way, I will say this. I mean, we did see after the conviction was announced, after the jury verdict was announced, I mean, we saw some people in New York. What was it like? I don't know, a few dozen. I don't know. If you told me 100 people outside the courtyards or something like that, you know, and some people who were pro-Trump and some people who were anti-Trump, I didn't really see any huge demonstrations anywhere. We saw a small group of people on a video hanging out outside of Trump supporters outside of Mar-a-Lago. I mean, you know, I'd be careful with this. I'm sure that the very pro-Trump and very anti-Trump people get very incensed about this stuff and very passionate about it. I don't know for a lot of the country if they care that much. I honestly don't know. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But I don't know for a lot of the country if it makes a big difference to them either way. I don't know. Late night last night thinks most people don't know about it. I certainly think a lot of people might have been vaguely aware of the case but haven't been following it from day to day. And you know, if he doesn't serve jail time, it's just like, okay, he got convicted of a crime. A lot of people might say, and whatever. What can I say? Tanjati Kensho says maybe people are getting a bit Trump tired. Hold on a second here. Relaxin Maxon was at work and some people celebrated hearing the news. Again, you know, there might have been people who had some significant feelings about it when they heard the news. Are they going to really care about it tomorrow? I just don't know. Let me just do another little check here for some messages people have sent in. Sorry, and a lot of people have been sending me messages. Been trying to get to them and read some of your comments. Some good comments and questions today. I think we might be getting close to that time. I think we may be getting close to that time, guys. I think we might be getting there. We may be getting there. You know, at about 4:15, the judge said that he was sending the jury home at 4. He's going to release the jury at 4:30. And it just looked like they were going home. And we were like, okay, that's the end of the day. And then all of a sudden it came out that the judge said that the jury said they had a verdict. So I don't know how the timing worked on that. I don't know if the judge knew they had a verdict or if they sent a note right at the end of the day that they had a verdict. Maybe they did. It's interesting. I don't know what the timing was. Actually, I mean, I think the jury said at 4:20 they sent a note that said they wanted to take a half an hour to fill out like the forms or whatever. So it may have happened that the judge thought they weren't going to have a verdict, and the judge said around 4:10 we're going to send them home at 4:30 because he hadn't heard from them or anything, and then they just sent a note right after that. It's really interesting. No, I have not heard about any jurors speaking out. I have not seen any reporting that any jurors spoke out yet. Yeah, Spirit says, I was not expecting the verdict to come so soon. Yeah, I'm surprised it was. I can't imagine they were that split. I mean, you would think that if there was a real split in that jury, that it would have gone on, because at a certain point it takes a while to kind of wade through everything because it's kind of a complex law and stuff. So it seems like maybe they were kind of all on board from the beginning. I can't say that for sure. I thought it would take longer. Yeah, I mean, if you take out, I think they deliberated for like 11 hours or something, but I mean, an hour of that was listening to the stuff read this morning. Thanks, by the way, our member Roland Oberheim. So it's really interesting. That took them, it was 2 days. Day and a half, basically. Right, and look, some people are saying this in the chat, and I mentioned this. The judge himself said in the jury instructions that the same legal reasoning applies to all 34 charges. It was just 34, it was like 11 checks and 11 invoices and 12 business ledger entries. But basically what the judge was saying is that the same legal reasoning applies to all the charges. So, as I was saying, as we've talked about earlier, it just seemed like if they convicted him on one count, they were going to convict him on all counts. And if they acquitted him on one count, they were going to acquit him on all counts, because you could apply the same reasoning to each of the checks and to each of the invoices and to each of the ledger entries. So, I mean, I'd seen experts say that too, that they thought it was going to be all or nothing. So it wasn't like 34 very different crimes he was charged with. Anyways, well, we'll see where this all goes. I think in terms of this case, so there's the press conference tomorrow. He's having at 11, but the next big date is the sentencing, which is July 11th sentencing hearing, if it happens then. July 11th sentencing hearing. We'll cover that. That is when the sentencing hearing is, July 11th. Dr. McRib says today's verdict was a surprise. The sentencing may also be a surprise. I'm Puff Puff says the next big day is the debate. Debate is June 27th. Wow. It's like the latest thing, but who knows what'll happen next? Who knows what'll happen next? I really appreciate you guys being with our coverage today. I'm glad we've been able to cover this for you and bring you updates and bring you live coverage and show you the aftermath. So we were able to do pretty complete coverage of the whole jury deliberation. We missed a little bit of it, but we thought the day was over about, what, 4 hours ago? And then this happened. Yeah, it's possible we'll cover the press conference tomorrow. I haven't decided for sure, but that's very possible that we'll cover the press conference tomorrow. I think we might. but I got to look into it. Thanks, Grandpa Ty, for your comments. So I really appreciate your being here for the live stream, and also a lot of people sending me, letting me read your comments and sending in questions and sending me updates and legal knowledge and stuff. Thanks for helping out with the chat. Oh, thanks to with these broadcasts, and Nadia Villarreal. Thanks, Nadia, for your support. And yeah, so when there's more news, we'll cover it. And subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news here. If there's big news tonight about something else, we'll cover it. I'll also post updates on my X account. I post on X. I post on X at Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news of all types at Lookner on X. And let's give a really big shout out to our moderators, because things get pretty passionate when we cover this stuff in the chat, this type of political story. And we have all kinds of people of all kinds of persuasions in our chat, but we can allow people to talk about stuff, even though they have different views, which I think is great. But the only reason we can do that is because we have moderators. We couldn't do it without our moderators. They're the best. So if you like being in the chat, you got to thank the mods, because they're awesome and they're letting you chat. You should thank the mods. So really appreciate all of our moderators who've been here today. We've had a lot on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. X chat is a little strange lately, not really operating correctly, but hopefully they fix it. RJ over there right now, over there on YouTube. Thanks, RJ. All of our moderators have been on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Ruth Krafasi, Linda Belk stopped in there. We've had a lot. I was thanking them earlier. BZ, I think Cynthia Moon, all of them. Danny James. All of our YouTube mods, thanks. All of our Twitch mods, you guys are awesome. Big Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev, and all the other ones who are over there on Twitch. Huge thanks. And, thanks on Facebook, before I say the mods, thanks to Lauren Ann Schwartz for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. And thanks to Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, moderating over there on Facebook. Oh, thanks also BB Matali for the Facebook stars. Lauren thinks the jury did their job. They listened to the evidence and applied the instructions of the law that they received. That's what Lauren thinks. Thanks, Lauren. We have all kinds of different views in our chat. Oh, somebody said, is it normal to take a month for sentencing? Jasmine Beatty said. One of the articles I read said that it was a normal amount of time to have between the sentencing and the conviction for this kind of case. I forget what the article was, but one of the articles I read said it was a normal amount of time and not abnormal. Paul Anderson was modding. Christina Neal was moderating. Thanks to all of our mods over there on Facebook. And Linda Belk and Larry moderate for us on X. Thank you. So thanks to our mods. Thanks also to everybody who donated to the channel. You are the ones who keep this channel going with your support of the channel. It is a viewer-supported channel. So I really appreciate your support. It's really kind of you. Thanks for all of your support. Hopefully I got everybody during the day. I think I did. Did I thank the norm? I think I thanked the norm. Hopefully I did. If you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But I really do appreciate your support in allowing this channel to exist. Thanks to D Marie B 111 for subscribing on Twitch. Also, thanks to X Legends 561 for your support on Twitch, and JMKO, and everybody else I thanked earlier on Twitch. Hey, I recommend, if you subscribe, make sure you turn the notifications on whatever platform you're watching on. So, for example, if you subscribe on Facebook, there's this kind of weird thing you have to do where you have to click the notifications bell. See, they have this bell, and you click this bell, and then you click on all notifications. So do that if you're subscribing on YouTube. But the most reliable notifications you can get when we go live that let you know whenever we're going live are the ones that we have set up for free through Discord. The Discord notifications, those work the best. You sign up once, and you get a message sent to you every time we go live right beforehand. It's really easy to sign up. The mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat right now. And you can also find it in the description for this broadcast. But sign up for those for the Discord notifications. Those work great. And while you're there, if you check that out, you can also check out we have a free Discord chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. A lot of our viewers like doing that. So check out the Discord chat as well. Big thanks to our Discord mods, by the way. And if anybody's interested in being a volunteer moderator, that would be awesome. Sometimes we have a wait list for that, but you can ask the mods for more information about that. I will also mention that I do have a separate channel where I sometimes do non-news live streams. That is called Lookner on YouTube and Looknerd with a D on Twitch. If it's like not a busy news day, I might go on there and do a non-news live stream. So you can check that out if you want. Lookner and Looknerd. What else did I want to mention? Oh, I want to thank our subscribers. Thanks to also Agenda Free TV. You can follow us on X as well. I always post there when we're going live. Agenda Free TV on X. I'll show you. I'll show you. Oops, that's me. I don't want that. I want Agenda Free TV. Agenda Free TV on X. Thanks so much to our subscribers on Twitch and Facebook. Even though this is, I'm sorry, Facebook subscribers, it's a little messed up with Facebook subscriptions right now. I'm dealing with Facebook on that. There's like, it's all funky and messed up. But I appreciate you subscribing on Facebook anyway. So hopefully we can get that fixed and get the badges back up there. I'm sorry they're not there right now. It's a big mess. Thanks, Michelle Franco, for the Facebook stars, by the way. But people like Billy Joe Drage, Eve Richards, Duster Singer, Kayla Aribody, Margaret Riley are subscribers on Facebook. And any others I'm missing there, forgetting about. But they don't even have, the badges aren't there right now, which is really annoying. So I'm working on with Facebook on it to get that fixed. Thanks to all of our Facebook subs. Our Twitch subscribers, really appreciate it. Let's see here. Fiddy. Thanks, Fiddy. Wall Street Shaggy. D. Marie B. JMKO. Hasty Haiku. Regina George 103. Beautiful Profanity. Did I say Shaggy and Wall Street? All of our subscribers over there. Really appreciate you subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. And our YouTube members. Thanks so much to our YouTube members. Man, I'm glad I ate lunch when I did. If I didn't eat lunch, that would have been a bad deal. Zanti Misfit, Nan B, Angus McGovern, thanks for being members on YouTube. The Lucky Minute, Chris E, William Cromer, Dr. McRib, Strange and Scary New England, Donna Smith, Lynn Downey, One Solo Soldier, Wendy Slijic, History Underfoot, Joan Rosaire, Carol Engel, Shawnee Ann, History, sorry, I said History, The Ringa X, Panda 3000, Wussie's Corner Emporium, Carol Engel, thanks for being members, Remy Storm, Mr. Look Again, Keith McNally, El Deuterino, Pocket Aces, Kenneth Colton, Sinon. Thank you so much for being members over there on YouTube. Appreciate it. All right, guys. I think that's it. I think we're going to wrap up this stream right now. Wow. What a crazy day. Crazy. I did not see that coming. It looked like the jurors were just going to go home. And then all of a sudden, the verdict came out. Wow. Wow. Oh, Mitch McConnell came out, Republican leader of the minority in the Senate, and said these charges should never have been brought. So, a lot of different views on different sides of the political aisle. Oh, Wendy says it's pronounced Slike, her name. Okay, thanks, Wendy. Thanks, Joe Hart, all of our viewers. Nan B. Sarah Molara, thanks for watching. Frosted Mini Wheels. Oh, thanks, Ronald Egnor, for the Facebook stars, too. Thank you, Ronald. Appreciate it. Anne-Marie, thanks. All right, guys, it's time. It's time. So who knows what will happen next? But this happened now. This happened now. Wow, crazy. Crazy. You know, if it happened like right in the morning when they came in, probably fewer people would have been aware of it. But at the time it happened, I think a lot of people were keeping an eye on it. So anyways. All right, guys. That is it for now. You've been watching our live coverage of the Trump jury deliberation. And as it turned out, the verdict, jury in New York finding Trump guilty on all 34 felony counts. So that is it for now. We might cover the Trump press conference tomorrow, maybe at 11. We'll see. But more news coming on the way. That is it for now. Thanks so much, guys, for joining, and we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.